Chapter 1551 Ambition. 3. Compared to her sisters. No, compared to most people in the world, Ryua's situation was unique. It could be said that she had the same independent attitude as Elena, yet the same desire as Rose. But weren't those two things contradictory? In Ryua's case, no, Ryua in particular wasn't really fazed by the notice of deployment. It didn't mean anything to her. Unlike Rose, she didn't harbor any feelings against the outside world. However, unlike Elena, she didn't have any particular desire to experience it either. Her situation was a bit special. Ryua experienced a cosmic rebirth quite unlike anything her sisters experienced. She didn't tell them about it because she didn't want to worry them. But it was a moment she'd never forget. At that time, within the barrier of law, she met a version of herself that she'd never seen before. She looked roughly the same, just a bit more mature. The ice-cold expression on her face, however, was exactly the same. That version of herself, she originally thought it was an illusion, but her opinions began to change as that Ryua walked her through the path she was taking. Absolute. It was an extreme power. In a sense, it was half of existence. Damien was able to control existence to the level he could exclusively because of his physique. If not for it, he would have been just like Dante or the Unrecorded, left stuck at a certain point and never able to progress again. What about Ryua? Just like the other two, she didn't have a physique or anything aiding her, but unlike them, she didn't have an inherent connection to existence born from an extreme level of practice either. She was taking a path that was massive from the start, challenging existence with its sheer existence. It wasn't a path that could be walked without consequences. That day, Ryua saw her life end. She saw herself change until she had no emotion left. She watched as her laws influenced her mind and soul to the point where she could no longer see the light anymore. That version of her lived for thousands upon thousands of years. She experienced so much and rose to a position not much lower than someone absolutely in control over the world. But in the process, she sacrificed everything. Because she didn't feel anything, she drowned in her own power. That Ryua was merely a shell of a person, a carrier of law that had no personality of its own. Her indifference drove a wedge between her and the sisters she cherished. It made her abandon the family Damien introduced her to, and in the end, it led to her abandoning even him. The only thing Ryua had was strength. The world was colorless. Life didn't have any meaning. But in the end, Ryua truly became an embodiment of absolute. Just as her divinity promised her she would, Ryua was forced to answer the question of whether she wanted to risk such a future or not. Did she want to throw away the path she'd been following for so long because of the consequences that lay at the end of it? Did she want to continue forward knowing that her emotions would die as she got stronger? The answer to both questions was no. Then, what did she end up doing? To this day, Ryua's emotions had been numbing. Her icy face was all anyone in the palace had seen, an expression of indifference that truly didn't take anything or anyone into account. To some, Ryua felt more like a doll than a person. She'd follow the same routine, training to increase her power, and she would do nothing else. Bender, of course, Rose and the rest could understand her situation. After so long, they'd learned to read Ryua's emotions without having to see her facial expression. Claire and Serena also eventually learned about Ryua's personality. They understood that despite the way she presented herself on the outside, she had a lot of emotion within that she just didn't express. Right, she had a lot of emotions. Rose and Ryua had a lot more in common than either of them realized. In fact, Ryua's emotions towards Damien weren't much different from Rose's. They were just a bit less dependent, but that didn't mean either of them was wrong. It was just that Ryua knew how to contain her emotions a lot better than Rose did. When Damien returned to the palace, she allowed her emotions to run wild and cherished the time she had with him. She loved as hard as possible for as long as possible, and when Damien inevitably left again, she closed her heart off, letting her feelings simmer until they could be released again. Ryua kept her heart sealed and allowed those emotions to exist within, but she would never show others how she was feeling. That day in the barrier of law, Ryua had to make a choice, but she did not agree with the binary question she'd been asked. She refused to pick one of the answers presented to her, and instead made another sacrifice. She traded the emotions that weren't essential for the ones she didn't want to lose. While color would fade from her world, while everything else about life would be bland, she would still be able to pursue absolute, and the emotions she held towards Damien, towards her sisters, and towards her family, the feelings she absolutely didn't want to lose would remain untouched. Perhaps there were consequences to this decision. She may not ever get the chance to reach the heights she could have reached if she didn't preserve these feelings, but that didn't matter to her. In the first place, Ryua didn't chase the peak, she chased power so she could protect herself, so she'd never end up in a situation like her childhood ever again. The world was dull to her. Power was the same. But the deployment notice did have some color, since it was her dear husband who'd created it. Perhaps she wouldn't gain much from this excursion, but she'd be helping him by killing his enemies, so she really didn't mind. That was pretty much half of the reason she'd been training. Anyway, the world would continue to lose color no matter what she did, but it was fine as long as the colors returned where it really mattered. This was the permanent sacrifice Ruyue had made, whether out of ambition or pride, and it was a sacrifice she'd accepted wholeheartedly. However, was her pessimism backed by reality, or was it just a reflection of the indifference she was cursed with? Was it truly impossible for her world to regain color? Lightsfell, the answer was unknown for now, but there was one fact that would never change. No matter how much one thought one knew about the world, no matter how dull and bland the world could seem at times, it would always surprise its inhabitants with things they'd never expect. It was truly a place of miracles, so who was Ruyue to say that anything was impossible? Right now, there was no way for her to understand it. But maybe, just maybe, the world would one day show her something that made her re-evaluate everything. But that was a story for another time. Chapter 1552 Ambition. 4. Rose, Ruyue, and Elena were all unique people. They'd spent a lot of time together, and naturally, they'd influenced each other, but none of them ever deviated from the paths they decided to walk. Perhaps they moved at different speeds. While Rose was still desperate for love, Elena was content with it. While Rose was content with power, Elena couldn't get enough of it. However, their strengths and differences always managed to balance out somehow. This was the nature of the dynamic they created after spending the majority of their lives together. Then, how did Iris fit into it all? She was inherently different from her sisters. Putting aside the fact that she was already a high-ranked demigod on her way to challenge godhood, she was over 10,000 years old and far more mature. It had only been a few hundred years since they had come to the palace, with the time dilation included, of course. To her, that didn't really mean anything. She'd lived for hundreds of years, hundreds of times. This period of training was just like any other for her. Iris and Damien's relationship was like a mix of what he had with his other wives, love and affection combined with independence and space. They craved each other, but they didn't get in each other's way. Damien represented something in Iris' life that she'd never had before. Not just in the sense of being a man she was interested in, but in most other aspects as well. She wanted to keep him for as long as possible. And while the method she used to do so was to act submissive, she wasn't really a submissive person. It was just that there hadn't been a time yet that she truly craved him enough to act dominantly. She cherished the adventures they'd had together in the ancient battlefield. Those experiences would last her a lifetime. Plus, Damien came back here and there to show them he still cared. She didn't really need more than that. He had his ambitions. If he could complete them in a few hundred years and spend the rest of his life with her? What complaint did she have to make? Nevertheless, Iris was also assigned a battle with an enemy, though that enemy was not a demigod, but a god. Damien had high hopes for her. Back when they were in the ancient battlefield and getting to know each other, he'd entered her soul and seen everything she held dear. He knew about the fear that held her back for most of her life, and just the same he knew about the dreams she'd always held dear. Iris, like Elena, loved chasing the peak, and once she gained access to creation, once she got closer to the peak, that desire became much, much stronger. Iris was emotionally simple compared to her sisters. She knew her likes and dislikes well as she had millennia to figure it out. There was a lot she was still learning about herself, but at least at the base level, the years she'd spent weren't spent in vain. She saw the world a lot more clearly now. Perhaps I should do it some more. It wasn't bad to go into the outside world. She definitely had the power to defend herself, and she didn't think it would be difficult to defeat an entry-level god with her current abilities. If so, well, it has been getting boring at the palace. Staying in one place was her speciality, but she didn't want to do it like this. I think that would be fun. There were 8 cardinal regions in this world. Of them, 3 were occupied by the palace's allies, 2 by the palace itself, 1 by the enemy, and 2 by people who thought it was better to stay uninvolved with the world. That didn't leave many options for her. But Iris was not the open to finding possibilities where they didn't exist. The northeastern region, then. I quite like the scenery there, she smiled, nodding to herself. Iris didn't mind staying at the palace and training for a while longer, but since Damien gave her a reason to see the outside world, she thought it would have been a shame if she didn't make the most of the outing. The plans in her mind were quite imaginative. Putting it kindly, more bluntly, she was thinking something insane. Bender. Lights flam, but wasn't it insane thinking that got all of them where they were in the first place? Whether it was Rose, Elena, Ruyue, or even Damien, all of them were doing things that others would call crazy. And they did so with confidence. disallowing anyone from telling them that their thinking was wrong. This was precisely the reason why they were able to mesh so well, and more so, it was the reason why all of them could gain approval from an entity like the Void. After all, what was life without a little bit of craziness? The answer to that surely wasn't something any of them wanted to know. Soon enough, not only the 4 of Damien's wives, but several hundred people from Void Palace made their move. They spread out in all directions, headed to the specific points where they were assigned. Waiting for them there were opponents who wanted nothing more than to slaughter them. In the face of those opponents, they would not cower. They would show the might of Void Palace, so that their enemies could learn fear. They would act precisely without leaving any room for errors, so once they had all flawlessly completed their missions, their enemy would be no more than a bug waiting to be crushed. Among those dispatched were the 16 swords in their totality, and even those like Claire and Serena. After all, Stria didn't just provoke them with weak and minor forces. Maleficus Stria himself was standing on a mountain peak awaiting his opponent. Malevolon was, at least to the knowledge of outsiders, alone within his manor, waiting to see whether his forces would achieve victory or fall in defeat. Of course, that could only be assumed, because none of them knew about the presence of countless foreign races living beneath the northern region, but Damien knew, and Damien wasn't just going to let those nobles do as they pleased. He was already moving in order to stop them from succeeding in their plans, and along the way, he was running the combat circuit on his own, killing several gods who weren't matched with opponents, though it had been a considerable amount of time since Damien started fighting alone. Shouldn't he have had some company? Within the next few days, the entire world was covered in an aura of war. Battles raged on all over, mostly in places where others couldn't be harmed, but spanning such lengths that they were visible from faraway cities. The highest class of society, the commoners, and even beggars and wanderers who had no connections told stories about those battles, and among them, of the few that truly stood out, perhaps it was courteous to name the exploits of Damien's wives first. After all, not only was this the first time they were really showing themselves to the world, this was also the first time the world would be forced to etch their names into history, and when it came to those, there would be many, many more in the future. Chapter 1553 Combat Circuit 1. Damien was quite kind to his wives. He definitely thrusted them into unexpected situations with his choice to deploy them. But it was never meant to harm them. Instead, it was meant to push them forward. He hadn't been able to see them much, but he did spend several years with them in the time dilation during his last visit to the palace. Some of them told him directly what they were feeling, while others hid it, not wanting to trouble him. But no matter what route they chose, they couldn't hide their hearts from their own husband. Damien understood what they each craved and what they needed the most. Ruyue didn't tell him what was happening to her, but he could see it. Her demeanor had changed quite noticeably. After all, he respected her decision. After all, if Ruyue thought her sacrifice was necessary, then who was he to tell her she was wrong? The fact that she'd made compromises for his sake and for the sake of their family was more than enough for him. However, was Ruyue truly okay with letting her entire world go? Damien remembered the version of her that blossomed during their adventures together in the Cloud Plain. She was happy, expressive, and completely different from the ice-cold woman he'd met originally. She'd returned to that ice-cold state, but she'd done it by choice and nature. It wasn't necessarily a cover that hid her insecurity anymore. Still, Damien knew Ruyue. He knew the kind of person she was around him, and he didn't want that side of her to slowly be killed. If she wanted the power of absolute, that was fine, but as long as he had any say in the matter, that power would not be allowed to take away things that were rightfully hers. Nevertheless, it wasn't yet time for her to realize any of that. Currently, Ruyue stood on a frozen lake in the middle of a tundra. This place was in the eastern region, surprisingly enough considering the climate. It could be called a forbidden zone, but it really wasn't one. It was at least 3 steps below a forbidden zone in danger. And when Ruyue was brought into this environment, that changed even more, though. She wasn't the one who picked it. Rather, a group of over 10 demigods had chosen this place as their battleground. The divinities of Stria weren't given a totally specific order. They were told to spread out throughout the world and wait. If anyone appeared near them, kill without mercy. The divinities roughly understood that they'd be facing enemies, but they didn't know exactly who those enemies would be. This group of 10 had grouped together specifically because they all had similar powers. Those powers would work even better in an environment where they had the advantage, so naturally, a tundra was perfect. They were practitioners of ice laws after all. Did Damien just want to get Ruyue out of the house, or did he really mean for there to be a challenge here? Ruyue was honestly indifferent to this task already, but it still made her curious. After all, even if there were 10 of them, WHOSH, a huge breeze blew through the tundra. It seemed like a natural event, something caused by the harsh environment that this location was. However, it was anything but. The 10 demigods from Stria were not weak people. None of them were below middle rank, and 3 of them were even high rank, yet, not a single one sensed Ryua's approach. Her pure white clothes were like a reflection of the surrounding snow. Her skin, and her piercing gold eyes made her seem like an embodiment of the tundra itself. Her steps did not taint the purity of the atmosphere. Rather, every step she took made the land feel more sacred than ever before. But the divinity she carried was not one of hope or holiness. It was not a thing others could worship. Only something they could fear. She represented destruction, death, mayhem, murder, madness. If someone tested her patience, they would die. If someone touched her people, they would die. She walked down from the sky, her visage clearing up within the forming blizzard. The 10 demigods she was sent to face finally noticed her presence. They went on alert and immediately summoned their mana to attack. Their orders were clear. Anyone who approached needed to die. Other questions didn't need to be asked, but Ryua's mentality was the same. Vumum, 10 demigods held a whole lot of mana between them. As they exerted their power, the surrounding snow and ice came completely under their control. Using their laws to manipulate the ice's properties, to make it deadly to divinites, they shot countless attacks at the mysterious person in the sky, aiming to get rid of them in one go. Ryua looked at the approaching storm without a change in expression. There was no need to waste time understanding what these people could do. Absolute Een. A power she risked everything to obtain. If it wasn't leagues above its peers, then why would it be deserving of such a price? Shing, like a sword slicing through air, a crisp sound cut through the atmosphere. The demigods on the ground collectively made sounds of surprise as they realized that their mana no longer followed their orders. It had been frozen. Their attacks no longer followed their orders. They had been frozen. Their bodies no longer followed their orders. Their souls had been entrapped within a cage of absolute Een. To fight was to exert effort. To exert effort was to care. Ryua, who no longer had the ability to care, no longer had the ability to fight. Her only choice was domination. Ice was one of the most basic aspects of Een. It was the most accessible, and also her own starting place in the larger law that she only started to truly understand later on. Ice was very dear to her, despite being so basic, so when it came to maneuvering ice, Ryua had expertise above anyone else. Vumum. Another explosion of mana, this time from her own body. Rumble, the entire earth shook. It was as if an earthquake had suddenly shot through the area, but that was an incorrect assumption. It was a hardly noticeable vibration in the grand scheme of things. It wasn't as if the phenomenon made itself known to everyone, but anyone who managed to sense it immediately knew what it alluded to. Those 10 demigods were not a part of that group, for the ground under them was already unstable due to their extreme manipulation of the elements. For the blizzard raging around them overstimulated their senses and threw them off. Ryua had taken control over everything, as long as it was Een and existed within a range of 10,000 kilometers. It was now Ryua's weapon, and with that calamity's worth of Een in her possession, Ryua made her move. The white blanket of the tundra suddenly changed. It became bumpier, lined with hills and mountains of snow and ice that didn't exist before. Not many people would ever know of what happened here, but maybe one day far in the future, someone would dig into one of those mountains and find something unexplainable. The sight of 10 perfectly preserved demigods encased in ice. Chapter 1554 Combat Circuit 2. The 4 women who were married to Damien left the palace at roughly the same time, but they arrived at their given destinations at different times. Originally, Ryua and Rose were meant to go together. But when she noticed how favorable the location she was given was to her, Ryua went alone, leaving Rose without any particular assignment. Now, this was done out of care. Ryua knew that Rose had no interest in these matters, so she took over, allowing her sister to stay away from battle. Plus, since she was confident in her power, she felt that it would be unnecessary for both of them to take the time to make the trip. It could be considered a side effect of the transformation Ryua was undergoing, but she failed to take Rose's opinion into account. She unilaterally decided on the practicality of the situation and ignored the emotional aspects related to it. She didn't have an awareness of those emotional aspects anymore. After all, however, Rose had a bit of an awakening in recent days. Her views were still the same, but unlike before, she did want to leave the palace. What was she meant to do? Every demigod group had been assigned to people from the palace army to help them train. There were a few unassigned targets, but they were all gods. Either Damien would take care of them personally, or other gods would take care of them once they finished their assigned missions. Rose suddenly found herself in a strange position where she didn't really have a reason to leave the palace anymore but still wanted to. Finding a reason. Truthfully, it wasn't something she needed to do. It wasn't like her movements were being restricted. If she wanted to leave the palace, all she had to do was walk out, but the step she was trying to take was a big one. She'd lived for a long time without ever considering finding a goal for herself or some sort of hobby. She knew what she wanted, but at the same time, she felt like she could do more. This feeling motivated her to try something she'd never tried before, to try exploring the world purely out of the desire for self-discovery. However, it wasn't easy to take that step. Damien's deployment order was an excuse she could use to get herself out of the house. Everything else could come after she'd finished her mission. Without a mission, the motivation she'd built up began to crumble. Ryue acted out of consideration, sure, but she failed to realize that Rose's situation wasn't the same as before, and because of that, she'd almost ruined her sister's opportunity. Luckily, there were still people at the palace willing to help. In Rose's case, it was Claire. Rose had forged a relationship with her mother-in-law that others couldn't comprehend. They were similar in many ways, and their husbands were equally similar. Claire was someone who could relate to Rose perfectly and provide her guidance as someone older and wiser. If there was anyone who could see Rose's internal struggle happening in real time, it was her. The deployment order was final. There really wasn't a place for Rose to intervene anymore since her place had been taken. Claire couldn't really give Rose the exact same motivation that Damien had managed to give her, but it wasn't a problem to do something different to obtain the same results. There was one other matter within the palace that held the same importance as the war with Stria, Dante Void. When Damien came last time and fed his father the harmony fruit, he didn't stay to see what would happen afterward. He knew his mother would take care of his father better than anyone else could. Even before he brought the fruit, she'd been tending to him every day to make sure he could be comfortable. Dante was still trapped in his mind. That had yet to change, however. Saying that there was no change would be a lie. Twitching, subtle yet impactful, Dante's body would twitch every few days. He had never been so responsive before. His eyelids would twitch occasionally, and his eyes themselves frequently moved around. His body was less responsive, but even it would occasionally show signs of life, a huge improvement from the state Dante had shown until now. He still didn't react to external stimuli, but the signs indicating that he was slowly regaining his connection with his body meant everything to Claire, Serena, and the rest. The harmony fruit was truly able to provide them with a miracle, yet, it wasn't enough. At this rate, Dante wouldn't wake up for hundreds or even thousands of years. It was enough to make anyone lose hope. Anyone except for Claire and Serena. The two took Damien's success with the harmony fruit quite seriously. It was no more than a rumor that had been spoken of a few times and recorded in history, but it had shown them such a beautiful result. As such, the two women sunk themselves in the history books, looking for something else that could provide a similar effect, something that could accelerate Dante's healing process. And while most clues led to nothing, there were a few worth investigating. Squads had already been made for these searches. Of the 5 leads that were worth following, 4 were already being actively chased. The team for the 5th was just recently getting ready to leave. But, wasn't it okay to hand their job to someone else? Rose's power existed to protect. If she got into a perilous situation, it wasn't hard for her to hide herself and escape. Rather, when it came to concealment, Rose's ability to mimic reality made her second only to Damien himself. She didn't need a team to go with her, and the forbidden zone she was getting sent to was quite the beautiful place. In Claire's eyes, the situation that originally brought Rose down was actually perfect for her. Because rather than sending her to war, sending her on an adventure was far more valuable to her growth. Rose was a little iffy about it when Claire first told her, but it didn't take long for her to warm up to the idea. I need to get out of the house. Regardless of the reason, she couldn't stay cooped up anymore. Not if she wanted to better herself. It would be dangerous. It would be hard. It would be excruciating at times, but those moments could never outweigh the beauty that such adventures held. Rose learned that personally in the past, traveling the world with Damien. Perhaps she wasn't following the same path as everyone else, perhaps her motivations and desires didn't make sense to others, but they were her own, and she didn't want to abandon them just because they were unconventional. Despite her relative disinterest in it all, Rose was quite excited as she left the palace, with Claire cheering her on from behind and with everyone else silently supporting her happiness. Rose made her way to the western region, the land of dragons that no other had ever visited. She was going to try and find her way in. 1555 Combat Circuit. 3. Rose didn't care for battle. Ryue did it out of necessity, and Iris was experienced enough to view it as a sport. The only one among them who really enjoyed battle to its fullest was Elena. She was also the only one who had any particular excitement for the war itself, rather than just the things that came along with the deployment. Notice, Elena had multiple purposes for leaving the palace, but fighting Stria was one of the main ones. This was where Rose and Ruyue differed heavily. Even Iris wasn't so much interested in the war as she was in the side quest she'd given herself recently. Obviously, they all knew that the war was important. When Stria was gone, Void Palace would be able to expand its rule far more than ever before. Moreover, with all internal enemies gone, they could properly focus on the foreign races. However, they just weren't strong enough to make a real difference. The true powers in this world were all gods. Without the strength to fight against them, their worth was only a little better than dirt. What was the point of being overly involved with a war like that? Even if their goal was to help Damien or help the palace, there were better ways than joining the war. Nevertheless, Elena loved to fight. Stria was a perfect test dummy, an influence that could constantly provide her with strong enemies to test herself against. Since Damien had given her a gift, assigning her a group of demigods to fight and leaving the door open for her to fight more, she naturally wouldn't decline his good intentions. As for the Valkyries, she didn't have any clues, and she didn't know where to start looking. It was more of a problem to think about it than to try and solve it for now, so she left it in the back of her mind. If I find something, I can put my full attention into it. Until then, there's no point in obsessing over something that won't get me anywhere. Despite what she said, Elena continued pondering the matter of her heritage until she reached the site of her battle. Unlike Ruyue, she didn't approach quietly. The group of what was meant to be 10 or so demigods was no longer just that much. Apparently, a few incidents in the past few days led to demigods forming larger groups as they feared extermination. 25 divinities stood against Elena now. 10 of them were high-ranked demigods, while the other 15 were middle rank. Well, this might be a bit, how's everyone doing, gentlemen? Elena's approach was an unexpected one, but the people she faced didn't act like those Ruyue encountered. Rather, they looked at her in confusion, questioning if this single woman was really planning to challenge all of them. It just didn't seem possible, and with how awkwardly Elena had entered the area. Could anyone make the assumption that she was trying to attack? It's not like it's my fault. It wasn't her fault she got carried away by thoughts and forgot to make a cool entrance. Not everything needed to be made into a show, right? Still, since they reacted so strangely to her presence, she figured she might as well exploit the opportunity. I'm going to need all of you to die. Thanks. Read most accurately at no v.l. transcended death. It had a lot of flaws, but it was a divinity Elena had been comprehending since before it was even a divinity. As a result, she had a lot more control over it than most people did their divinities before they ascended to godhood. Transcended death. When Elena first discovered it, was meant to be life that conquered death. It was a way to live longer, and it was a way to control death through life. However, it had evolved past that point with time. Transcended death not only meant using life to transcend death, it now meant Elena could transcend death through even death itself. WHOSH, similar to Ruyue's strategy, Elena sent a rush of wind at her targets, as if to juxtapose the pure white winds of the tundra. The winds Elena released were pure black in color. It was a deathly wind, and as it blew over the group of 25 before her, they all became wary. She's attacking. It wasn't a cry of surprise, but a calm statement. The deathly mist was dangerous. It messed with their senses and confused them. However, the fact that their opponent was only a single person who wasn't stronger than their average fighter changed everything. They didn't need to be overly wary of such an enemy. Instead, as long as they worked together, defeating her would be a piece of cake, or so they thought. The deathly mist felt like it was made of death laws, which would make most people fall into a trap they couldn't escape from. See, when people encountered death laws, their instinct was to protect their bodies with a shell of mana, making sure that the death couldn't actually touch them, without the physical touch. Death laws that weren't used by an expert would be far less effective, and if the mana barrier was thick enough, it could completely repel them. However, life laws were different. Life laws didn't need physical touch. They were able to affect things just by being near them. There was also a method to protect against this kind of attack, and it was just as obvious as using a shell to block mana out. However, if it wasn't used, what was the point of its simplicity? The 25 demigods got into formation, entering a state where none of them would ever be unguarded. Elena prowled in the darkness, watching their every move. They're good. They'd effectively removed her chance to stealthily take them down one by one. But it's not enough. The current Elena wasn't someone who needed to use tricks like that. Yggdrasil, it was a move that she'd used plenty of times in the past. Bang. 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 Bang! Boom! Tendrils of thick wood burst out of the earth and weaved themselves together into a massive tree. The tree extended its roots for thousands of kilometers within a few seconds, putting the entire area inside a domain of law. Nice, that was more than enough setup. With Yggdrasil and the Deathly Mist working together, there wasn't really much she actually needed to do. As long as those demigods weren't allowed to leave the radius of those two forces for a prolonged period of time, all of their life force would eventually be sucked away and plundered. But such a slow style of fighting just wasn't Elena's style. She'd kill her enemies before her passives could. Alright. With everything set up, I should be good to start testing. Elena was fighting this battle not only for experience and enjoyment, but to test the attacks and techniques she'd created during her time in seclusion. When she first saw 25 people waiting for her, she was a bit intimidated. However, the instant she realized that more enemies just meant more chances to test her attacks, Elena's expression lit up. This battle would be great fun for her, but for her enemies, well, they had definitely seen better days. That much could never be argued. Bender. Chapter 1556 Combat Circuit 4. Within the fog, a group of men raised their weapons. They didn't attack needlessly, but their mana had been spread through the air to make sure nothing could enter their attack radius without being sensed. Elena knew this. She stayed outside and trailed in the mist, concealing herself from their senses. Only, she couldn't attack carelessly. Just a few moments ago, she assured herself that she didn't need to hide away and attack anymore. She had the power to fight from the front without fear. However, if she wanted to use these men as test subjects, she needed to be a bit more sneaky. Bang! The roots of Yggdrasil flew out of the ground and attacked the group. Boom! 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 Flashes of mana lit up the black deathly mist, turning it into a colorful swarm of energy. Unlike Ryu's group, these men didn't all use the same element, so their formation was a bit more chaotic. That didn't mean that they were weak, though. The 25 of them had ample time to prepare before anyone arrived to challenge them. They'd become familiar with each other, and for the sake of their formation, they'd learn to arrange themselves in a way where they didn't interfere with each other as they fought. Bang! 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 The vitality-filled roots of Yggdrasil weren't easy to destroy. Anytime they were broken apart, they'd rebuild themselves and continue their attacks. They were burned by flame practitioners, frozen by ice practitioners, cut apart by those who used wind, and scorched by lightning. Still, Elena let them continue their fruitless attack. Yggdrasil was only a distraction. After all, bang! Suddenly, a hidden root sprung up from underneath one of the demigods, wrapping itself around his waist. He yelled as he was launched into the air. Those around him turned to look at him, but before they could help, they were attacked specifically by Yggdrasil. Bang! 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 The three people who had the chance to aid their fellow were immediately forced to focus on their own well-being. Boom! Meanwhile, the demigod in the sky destroyed the root that held him and stabilized himself in the air. He looked around, trying to find the woman who was attacking them, but she found him before he could find her. Hello, Elena smiled. She was right behind him. He didn't realize it until she spoke. It was already too late for him. She grabbed his skull in a similar fashion to how Damien grabbed Du Corazio, and just like her husband, she pushed heaps of mana into her enemy's body. The result was completely different. Elena used life laws and some death laws. She didn't have the ability to attack someone's mind, however, her power could do far scarier things to someone's body. Crack! Crunch! As her mana flowed through the man's internals, he started morphing. His bones snapped out of place and elongated. His muscles became bigger and more grotesque. His human appearance completely disappeared, replaced with that of a monster. Bones jutted out of his back to create wings and out of his head to create horns. Blood covered his torso, thickening until it became an impenetrable armor. Life laws didn't only encompass the ethereal aspects of the concept. It wasn't just about siphoning vitality and creating manifestations of life. Elena could effectively turn biological matter into whatever she wanted it to be, and in this situation, she chose a monstrosity. The monster that was once a man howled. It was a sound of agony and madness as the man's mind was corrupted by the pain he suffered. Though his mind was still his own ego, he could no longer control his body. The man slammed down into the ground, returning to his peers. However, he was no longer their ally. Bang! 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 The Ishtar he landed, his bones elongated by several tens of feet, turning into spider legs that cut into his surroundings and skewered anything they could touch. 8 of the 25 demigods were impaled by his bone spikes, and as if that wasn't enough, the instant he pierced them, he sucked them dry, their vitality became his own, empowering the slaughter of his remaining former allies. Boom! Chaos ensued once more, rather than chasing their main enemy. The Striad demigods were forced to focus on their own ally. He caused immense damage. After those 8 people died, it became even easier for him to kill. However, after those 8 were killed, the others stopped ignoring him and focused all their power on him. Bang! With the convoluted body structure that he now held breaking down with every second, and with attacks peppering him from all sides, the transmuted man exploded into a shower of blood and bits as Elena watched from the sky. It's good for temporary use, but I guess you need to spend some time on it if you want to make a homunculus or chimera that can be used more than once. It was good knowledge for her, who never really experimented on humans before. Now then, there was more to do. Transmutation was the most basic move. Once she gained divinity and her control rose, it was the first thing she figured out she could do, and with it, she was able to turn 25 into 15. Maybe wide area attacks aren't the move right now. If she killed them off too fast, she wouldn't be able to test as many things. If I want to kill them one by one, first off, she needed to test how her powers of transmutation worked on her own body, the perfect battle form. She'd already theorized it. She never tested it on herself because she didn't want to risk transforming without being able to control it, but she didn't have that worry anymore. When she turned that man into a monster, she was able to carefully and precisely manipulate every part of the transformation. She knew she could change herself back to normal if she wished for it, therefore, there was nothing left to worry about. Bang! It was the sound of Yggdrasil being torn apart. The tree used the vitality of the surrounding land to support its power, so it couldn't be destroyed so easily, but it still needed time to channel that power. With its trunk damaged and its roots destroyed, it needed to recover before it could attack again. The 15 remaining enemies turned their eyes to the sky as the deathly mist began to clear, finally getting a clear picture of Elena. However, she was no longer the Elena they saw when she first arrived. Just like the being that had attacked them earlier, she looked like a monster, but her form was far more refined, like a beautiful demon whose only purpose for existence was to reap the lives of others. She was covered in a blackness that couldn't be explained. Her bone wings were graceful, not gruesome. Her horns were ornate as if she was demonic royalty. Her body was optimized for combat in a way they couldn't understand. Because the majority of the changes took place internally, they looked at her and she looked at them. For a split second, only silence reigned in the atmosphere, and then, both parties attacked. The silence was the first thing to be destroyed. Chapter 1557 Combat Circuit 5. Elena shot into the ground with speed far exceeding what the monstrosity she created before could replicate. This transformation was like the next level of the abilities she started to develop when she was just a girl, the desire she once had to be an infinite combatant who never got tired. This was the peak of it that she could accomplish at her current level. Stamina didn't exist in her mind when she was in this form. Exhaustion was the same. Power was not a problem, because her current physical strength could even rival Damien to an extent. The current Elena was truly a monster. If it wasn't for her beautiful appearance, nobody would have ever believed she was a human. Boom! 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 She immediately went to work, disarming the people around her. Her hands flicked forth, and miniature explosions of vitality overran the hands of those in her immediate vicinity, causing them to explode. Naturally, those people dropped their weapons. Shik! Elena's hand turned into a claw and stabbed through the neck of the man to her right. Bang! He immediately lit his body on fire with law to try to injure her. His life may have been reaching an end with her move, but that didn't mean he would just allow her to kill him. Hush! The flames enveloped Elena, turning her into a torch and a clear target for the rest. Boom! 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 It wasn't Elena this time. Countless attacks flooded her position as she was revealed to them all. Damn, she dodged and weaved as much as she could, but it was impossible to avoid everything. Bang! A hit to her right side flung her left into the path of another. Boom! It hit her straight in the chest, forcing her to cough up blood as she took several steps back. The fire around her wasn't a problem. Her skin was like a layer of scales, not allowing the high temperatures to actually affect her internal body. However, the physical impacts she took still caused damage. Heal. It wasn't the same heal skill that Damien used, but the effect was right about the same. Elena's blood returned to her body and her injuries disappeared. She stomped on the ground, slamming into the air as the enemies approached her. Boom! 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 A third test, but one that didn't matter as much. It was more of a curiosity than anything else. could life laws on their own be used offensively? Elena knew she could overload people with vitality and force their bodies to expel it to compensate. This action would usually cause internal explosions and severe injury. The problem was that if she wanted to affect more than a single body part, she needed to precisely calculate how much vitality it would take to overload the individual she was targeting. Otherwise, she would just be healing them. The shots she fired were not calculated. Instead, they were pumped with as much vitality as Elena could produce in that short span of time and thrown wildly into the crowd. They did cause explosions, but they didn't affect the environment. The energy flowed out and hit everyone nearby. For the most part, it was ineffective. The majority of her enemies saw themselves getting a slight buff, while others didn't receive anything at all. Just one person was hit directly by the blast, and he was surely overloaded. His body ballooned into something inhuman, almost like a certain blueberry from media, and exploded into a blood mist. It seemed to be the staple when Elena killed someone. Nevertheless, the attack was mostly unsuccessful, including the man that just died and the man she'd killed earlier. Her current form had only netted her 3 kills. It wasn't much, but she was trying to aim for individuals rather than the group, so it was expected. 12 left. In her current form, if she wanted to, she could absolutely challenge them in close combat and win. That was the assurance that she wanted to gain from this experiment, and since she had it, there was no reason to continue. This was a test run, after all. It wasn't a battle for her to use her everything. One by one, she was putting the pieces into motion and turning her strength into something it had never been before. She was reaching her best state as the threat of true death became a real factor in her mind. That feeling, chilling yet thrilling, invigorated her mind. She couldn't get enough of it. It wasn't as if her enemies were weak. Of the 12 that were left, 10 of them were the original high-rank demigods. Those men hadn't been injured severely by Yggdrasil or anything that followed its appearance. They were the ones Elena could only fight against if she used her full power, and while she didn't do it intentionally, she eventually started saving them for later. The 2 remaining middle-rank demigods were at the back of the pack. The deaths of their peers had reminded them of their mortality. They couldn't charge into battle confidently knowing that they were just cogs in the machine. However, would Elena allow them to hide? Of course not. Until the 2 of them died, she couldn't focus on her desert. A huge aura of life spread through the land. Yggdrasil was finally back in action. Its roots were already known by the enemy. Its recovery wasn't a surprise to them. The 10 high-rank demigods immediately put up their defenses and started attacking to incapacitate the tree again. As for the 2 behind them, frankly, the high ranks couldn't care about them anymore, and without their protection, the 2 of them didn't really stand any chance. Boom! Boom! 2 roots of Yggdrasil spurted out from below them, aiming to grab them as they'd grabbed the man before. One of the high-rank demigods noticed and attacked backward, shooting bursts of high-intensity flame at the roots. These flames were blue and contained properties of ice, both cooling and heating at the same time. He remembered what had happened before, that monstrosity was killed easily because there were a lot of them. But if 2 more appeared at this time, it would cause chaos. He didn't want the roots to take the 2 middle-rank demigods, but how was he supposed to stop it while also attacking Yggdrasil and protecting his allies? He couldn't. It was as simple as that. And rather than having more threats to threaten their remaining forces, he'd much rather get rid of the weaklings who made them subject to such threats. 2 agonizing screams rang out. The blue flames enveloped not only the roots of the tree, but also the 2 men those roots were trying to grab. Their skin was burned off instantly, and their insides cooled to dangerous temperatures. Eventually, bang! Bang! He stopped hesitating and made the decisive move. Those 2 middle-rank demigods were burnt to a crisp and turned into nothing more than ash. 10 remained, 10 strong enough to defeat Elena on their own, and facing them, Elena's eyes widened in concentration. This was the main course but also the dessert. This was where she'd truly allow her skills to shine, rise, an army of her own, an army that she hadn't called in a very long time, the warriors of Valhalla, those lost souls who swore their allegiance to her. They appeared in the heavenly world for the first time, with bloodlust that simply couldn't be contained. 1558 Combat Circuit. 6. Elena stopped pursuing her Valkyrie heritage and the sense of power when she put her whole heart into transcended death. At that time, the armies of Valhalla that she'd raised also became useless, but she didn't want to completely throw them away. After all, they were incredibly useful and loyal to only her. The main reason Elena hadn't used them in a long time was simply because her fighting style changed. When she was young, she was a close combatant. As she grew, she slowly became someone who fought from the backlands. and as her divinity formed, shaping her power to be truest to her, she gained the ability to do both without losing anything. Her potential was maximized, and suddenly, she realized how to connect her Valkyrie heritage with the transcended death that she now prioritized. This way, it could still become a piece of her power without inhibiting her. It was difficult for the majority of her Valkyrie-related skills, but the souls of Valhalla were completely different. They accepted her power without any issues, as if they'd been born to control death from the start, and they evolved. Their pure white appearances were shifted into a mixture between darkness and light. Their empty souls now contained true vitality, and in a certain sense, they had been reborn. They still used their signature weapons, but they weren't all close combatants anymore. They'd gained a variety of classes that could work together to achieve stupendous results. Elena had never been able to actually test them. She'd enhanced them to the best of her current abilities, but they had never used those powers against enemies. After all, the souls of Valhalla were not living humans. So they did not respond well to simulations and other similar training methods. This was truly their first time in this world, and facing 10 high-ranked demigods in their first battle, their fighting spirits soared. 00000000000 It was a roar filled with spirit, completely different from that of the monstrosity Elena created before. It was the combined chant of over 10,000 troops who'd appeared in this place. 10,000 immortal soldiers who were more than ready to die endlessly for their empress. They charged without hesitation, understanding their orders without being told. Suddenly, Elena found herself an observer in the battle she was supposed to be fighting. I expected them to have fun. But I didn't expect them to be like this. These were soldiers she created a personal connection with over time. When they originally found her, they were wandering souls without names or egos. That wasn't the case anymore. Each of them remembered the name they held in the past. They regained their egos, and they consciously made the choice to serve Elena, acknowledging their current form. These troops weren't puppets anymore. They were actual warriors of Valhalla who wanted nothing more than to see blood again after being reborn, and the display they put on made that painfully obvious. They outnumbered the enemy 1,000 to 1. They were fragile, sure, but there was no way they'd actually disappear unless Elena decided they needed to cease existing. And until she ran out of mana, they wouldn't stop attacking. With 10,000 warriors flooding the area, the 10 high-ranked demigods were rapidly separated from each other. Each and every one of them was surrounded by a swarm of warriors who cut with their weapons, through magical attacks filled with the power of transcended death, and did anything possible to draw their blood. What made it worse was that nothing they did was able to stop the swarm. Boom. 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 Boom with fire, water, ice, earth, lightning, blood, wind. It didn't matter what law they used, the impact they could actually make was negligible. When the souls of Valhalla died, their corpses would become a ghostly fog that held its enemies' legs and trapped them in place. The other souls would then crowd the area and use the opportunity to attack. That was it, right, wrong. The more one killed, the more stuck one would become, and as more souls died and became fog, those who originally formed the fog would revive and return to battle. It was unending. The situation was absolutely unsalvageable. Please. People turned to the website. 2 of the high-ranked gods gave up and died after 10 minutes of this constant torment. As for the other 8, at least a few of them should be feeling it by now. Their bodies became heavier, sluggish. Even without the ghostly fog, they felt like they were moving through molasses, their eyelids especially. It was hard to keep them up. And a sudden wave of exhaustion made 5 of the 8 drop to their knees and succumb to the swarm around them. They couldn't see it, but they were much skinnier now than they were when the battle first started. Their ribs were poking through their chests, and their eyes were sunken in like zombies. They'd never realized it because Elena never gave them a second to rest, but the reason she attacked so constantly was also for that exact reason. The faster they expended energy, the faster they were drained, and now that so much time had passed, wasn't it about now that the combined effects of Yggdrasil and the deathly mist should have started working their magic? The life-siphoning effect may have been the most basic aspect of life laws, but its potential was extremely high. Even at the highest levels of existence, people had vitality. Vitality actually became more important in divinity and godhood. The ability to siphon it meant that not only could one slowly whittle away at and defeat their enemy, but one could weaken their divinity by draining their vitality. These high-ranked demigods were effectively middle rank, while those deceased middle-ranked demigods had been suppressed to low rank. And since they'd never made moves to eliminate the siphoning effect from their bodies, they were now feeling the effects of having no vitality to support them. Those 5 who fell to their knees died immediately. They didn't have enough strength to survive against Elena when they weren't fighting back. As for the last three, two of them managed to stay on their feet with sheer will, while the last was inching closer to death with every passing second. These three, the fact that they were still alive was genuinely impressive, even if it was Elena herself. If her vitality was being siphoned at an unrestricted rate, she'd be exhausted within an hour at most. Her vitality was monstrous due to her laws and divinity. For people who were more normal in these aspects, even 5 minutes was too long to hope for. Damn, there was no hope for any of them. If she even tapped them, they'd die on their own. I shouldn't have brought out the army. It just ended everything too fast. She scratched her head awkwardly as she watched those three slowly drown in a sea of souls, turning into bloody splotches on the ground. I guess I have to find some more of them to practice on. If anyone thought she was done here, they were severely underestimating the amount of time she had to hypothesize countless techniques. But it's fun, being out in the outside world was great, and as long as she continued on like this, I don't think catching up to him will always just be a dream. 1559 Abandoned. 1. Ryua's victory, Elena's victory, neither were the first to happen. The first victory actually happened in a place nobody could expect, a place where nobody was watching. The first victory of the war took place when a group of demigods from the palace whose names had been written in no history books arrived at their target location and eliminated those they were ordered to eliminate. They didn't make a fuss over it. They didn't try to gain recognition. They completed their task and returned to the palace without another word. That was the start of it. All around the world, countless battles took place. Void Palace and Stria had been at odds for too long for either side to hold back as they finally clashed head to head. Sometimes they lost, sometimes they won. People on both sides died at a relatively consistent rate for the most part, but once the real experts of the palace made their entrance, the scales tipped in their favor. All of these battles were taking place at relatively the same time. There was something of a difference between their timing since it took different amounts of time to reach the battle locations. However, as they all took place within a week of each other, this period of time was considered a time of reckoning in the heavenly world. Nobody was safe, hundreds of cities and towns were destroyed. Even more people died, and through it all, the conflict between the palace and the Stria clan continued to heighten. It was rare for people to live in an area where they couldn't feel the trembling of the earth. It was as if the entire heavenly world was shivering, wondering when the war between its denizens would finally be over. Luckily for it, this war was taking place in the shortest span of time possible. The way Stria set up this confrontation made it so it would all end fast. Everyone was fighting at the same time, so the results of this war would come out by the end of the month. However, because all the battles were taking place adjacently, reinforcing another group was simply impossible for the most part. Damien had to move fast during this time. He was mediating everything and making sure everything would end with Void Palace's victory. He'd already defeated 5 gods from Stria. As he continued looking over the Stria groups, he realized that Duke Horacio was actually not like the rest. He originally believed the foreign races had planted themselves within Stria to try and kill him, but that wasn't correct. It was really only Horacio. The rest had actually withdrawn. When Horacio was converted, Damien completely removed the sacred Abyss universe's influence on him. As such, the foreign nobility believed he had died. They didn't know he was still alive as Damien's slave. Considering that a duke had died, they realized that they had to be a bit more careful with Damien. They had to send either a group of dukes or a grand duke to stand against him, and if they wanted to eliminate him completely, they first needed to separate him from everything that could protect him. Damien was somewhat safe, but not completely. He had a moment of respite as the foreign races regrouped, but a moment was only a moment. They wanted him dead no matter what, which meant there was no way for him to escape the threat to his life unless they all died. The war was, of course, Damien's main priority. But there were a few more things he was paying attention to. After all, the world was too big for the war to be the only thing happening. Damien was currently far away from society, in a place that was made specifically so that others couldn't find it. Here, there were 4 people who were hiding away, trying to avoid all conflict until they could return to their primes. They were the 4 evils. Envy, whom Damien had met before, sparked something inside of him. Was it compassion? He wasn't sure. Whatever it was a feeling that he never really entertained. As such, he was curious about their group, about them who seemed to be headed towards reform. Envy had already been home for several days. She'd already explained her encounter with Damien to her peers, and she'd already fed Wrath the fruit he'd given her. Originally, there was a lot of confusion about how she'd returned. It became evident that Damien knew where they were hiding, which was incredibly dangerous for them. However, Envy placated their wariness. If he wanted them dead, he never would have let her go. He never would have given her the means to cure Wrath. However, even she wasn't expecting him to visit. he just appeared in their small hideout as if nothing was wrong, and immediately, they all put up their guards. Damien looked around. Lust and gluttony looked the same as before. Envy was looking healthier than she did when he saw her on Ice Lawn Mountain, while Wrath's body was covered in bandages that he hid under his clothing. You guys are, he didn't want to say it, but it came out subconsciously. Never mind, don't worry about it, he decided against saying the last word. Since he didn't come here to form enmity with them, Wrath growled at him, this entire situation was sudden and confusing. His instinctive reaction was to show hostility and try to establish dominance. It was animalistic, but it made sense considering his circumstances. Relax, Damien said, not letting him say anymore. I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to offer you an opportunity. I don't want your goddamn. Stop. Envy stood in front of Wrath and stopped him. Let's listen to him first. If he really says something preposterous, then we can talk about it then. Don't cause problems where you don't need to. She was the only one who had accepted the situation for what it was. A man with untold power was in front of them telling them he'd come bearing gifts. This was a man who only she truly understood the heights of, a man who they absolutely couldn't offend, even if he came here to kill them. It wasn't as if they could do anything about it. So what was the harm in listening to his offer? TCH, Wrath clicked his tongue and looked away. She was the only person he'd listen to. She'd gone to such lengths to save him. He couldn't just stand here and argue with her when she clearly only had his best interests in mind. Damien calmly waited for them to sort themselves out. Maybe I should stop teleporting places. He wondered if it was better to enter naturally so these interactions could take place as they were meant to. Nah, it's too troublesome. In the end, it was easier for him to just do things the way he wanted to. Others would eventually accept it. Nevertheless, with Wrath placated and the rest still watching him with the same wary expressions, he said his piece. Let me enter your minds. That was his main purpose in coming here. He wanted to see what was going on in the minds of the other evils, to see if Envy's change was consistent or unique to her. If I like what I see, he didn't come empty-handed, he truly did bring them an opportunity. It was just a matter of whether they saw it as one or not. I'll return all of you to divinity and heal your injuries. The only caveat was that they'd have to lay down their arms and never act against the palace again. Even as they listened to him, it seemed too good to be true, but Damien never did things without purpose, and when he'd already set a precedent of being willing to help, it wasn't too much to just let him do what he wanted, right? Chapter 1560 Abandoned. 2. I'm not doing it. The four were alone now. Damien had given them some space so they could calmly make their decisions. Wrath. Envy exclaimed, looking at him like he was stupid. Why do you have to be so stubborn? All we have to do is this one thing and we can get everything we wished for. Our dreams don't have to stay dreams. She couldn't believe his decision. He'd said it the moment Damien left, and no matter how much she tried to convince him, he just didn't budge. I said I'm not doing it. I'm not letting that bastard into my brain. Wrath snarled. He knew what the benefits were, and he knew that he was making the wrong choice, but he just couldn't let it happen. He didn't want Damien to have control over him. He very clearly remembered what happened the last time he did that. He'd been betrayed, thrown away, and forced to suffer torments that not even the worst criminals deserved. But it was more than that. Wrath was an emotional person. He usually acted out before he could think things through. However, he wasn't completely stupid. He already knew that Damien didn't want them. If he did, he would have done something a lot more than this to try and get them on his side. The way he looked at them was different. Rather than living humans, he looked at them like experiments. Damien wanted to see inside their minds. From Envy's explanation, it didn't seem like he did this intrusively. However, that didn't change anything. Damien wanted the information inside their heads. He wanted to see what was happening and why it was happening. The idle curiosity that his actions represented was horrifying to someone like Wrath. The fact that his suffering and his memories would become food for someone else to merely satisfy their curiosity, wasn't he worth more than that? He had pride too. It may have been stomped out countless times, but he didn't want to lose the smidgen of it that he still possessed. It was the only thing keeping him sane. Envy couldn't understand that feeling, because she'd already thrown her pride away for survival. It wasn't like Wrath disapproved of her decision, but that wasn't the one he made. He wanted to preserve his dignity however he could, and if that meant he had to stay crippled, then so be it. He would just rely on himself to return to his peak, and if that didn't work, then he'd accept his end knowing that he managed to maintain his integrity, his deepest desires, the things he never let anyone see. He just couldn't let a man like Damien get so deep into his psyche. Lust, what about you? Envy asked with an exhausted sigh. Lust glanced at her in wrath. Shaking her head, I'm doing it. she didn't have many thoughts about it. Regardless of the method, as long as she could get her power back, she'd do anything. If selling herself to that man was the solution, then there was nothing else to be said. Gluttony didn't say anything as usual. He was there, but even his own peers acted like he didn't exist. After all, he was more of a mascot than an actual person. He never spoke, and from the way his eyes never changed, it didn't seem like he ever had a single thought inside his head. He would act on orders when he needed to, and he'd protect his comrades as well. But the motivations he held, the personality he had, anything about him other than his power was unknown to even the four evils. Gluttony was just there. No matter what happened, he'd always be there. That was why he still remained as part of their group. Wrath, is there really no way? Envy wanted them all to stay together. Moreover, between her and Wrath, nevertheless, she didn't want Wrath to stay broken as the rest of them healed. However, there isn't. I won't let it happen. She never had a chance from the start. He simply wasn't going to change his stance. Whoosh, a slight breeze kicked up as Damien returned to the hideout. He looked around, gauging their expressions. Then, two of you? Or is it three? Damien glanced at Gluttony, just as bland as ever. He acted strangely in their opinion. But it wasn't strange to Damien. He knew them quite well after seeing Envy's memories. After all, in fact, among the people who were in this room, he was the only one who truly understood the things they'd been put through during the period they were tortured. It's just me and Gluttony. You've already read Envy's mind, so you don't need to do it again, right? Lust said, her tone much more uncooperative than her words. Wrong, Damien responded. I need to see Envy's mind too. But it doesn't look like she has a problem with that. Envy nodded, shaking slightly. As for the last one, Damien pretty much expected it from Wrath. That man wasn't the type to bend or break for anyone. Even after everything Stria put him through, he stood strong like this and kept his pain inside. It was his way of coping. Damien couldn't judge him, for he was the same at a certain point in his life. He absolutely knew what it was like to be at the lowest point, where one's pride was the only thing keeping one alive. Therefore, he didn't plan to push Wrath into doing anything he didn't want to. He respected the man's pride. Then, let's get it on with. I don't have much time, and I'm sure you guys don't want me sticking around too long either. Envy and Lust, Damien wanted to see their existences because he wanted to see how humans could change. They were people very different from the ones he'd met. Was it because their true selves were being overshadowed by their circumstances, or had they truly changed? Damien read Envy again to see how her interactions with her peers had changed since she returned from Iceluan Mountain, and as he compared her memories against Lust's, maybe I should change. He was always someone who killed first and asked questions later. Maybe it was okay for him to start offering his enemies other routes. Of course, that didn't mean he'd change where it counted. Most, but there were definitely some who could be redeemed, such as the four evils. Envy and Lust were different in many ways. The way they approached the situation they were in was different as well. Still, they both had the same underlying sentiment. They were done with their lives of needless evil. It was simply too tiring. Lust wanted to become someone for herself, so she could regain the confidence to be proud. As for Envy, she wanted a life in the mountains, peaceful and unbothered by society. She only wanted power for longevity and self-protection. They would likely separate after he healed them, and they'd go on their own paths. Lust would probably become a practitioner. Again, and due to the nature of her power, she'd probably commit a lot of evil deeds, but Damien didn't care about that. A practitioner was a practitioner. It was impossible to define them within the bounds of good and evil. Lust did not want to become an enemy of the world anymore. Even if she did evil deeds, she would never cross the line ever again, and that was what mattered most to Damien. Yet, he still didn't receive the answer he wanted most. That didn't exist in Envy or Lust. It didn't exist in Wrath, who watched Damien work from the corner with a permanent scowl on his face. The person who Damien wanted to read the most was the one with the least presence in this room. Gluttony, just what made him tick? Chapter 1561 Abandoned. 3. Gluttony was a curious one. He thought Envy just didn't have much contact with him, but after seeing Lust's memories, he realized that it wasn't just Envy. As mentioned before, Gluttony was always just there. He was there when the team was created, and he was there when it was crippled. He was there through their every battle, and all the while, he never changed, silent, unchanging, inhuman. That was the way even his own comrades thought of him. That was why they treated him as a mascot. How could they not? They'd tried many times to bring even a bit of personality out of him, but they'd been able to do nothing. Gluttony was an impenetrable fortress. And because of that, Lust was also slightly curious about what went on in his head. Gluttony obviously didn't give consent for Damien to read him, but the assumed consent from those around him was enough. Plus, as he approached, Gluttony remained calm. this is a guy who doesn't know how to hold back his hostility. Gluttony was an instinctive beast. He attacked anything he was hostile against and would never stop until it died, but he's never shown hostility towards me. When they were fighting, Gluttony only attacked to protect his comrades. Other than that, he just stood and watched the events unfold. Was he tortured with them? How did he respond to it? And why was he like this in the first place? To learn it all, Damien put his hand on Gluttony's forehead and sent his mana into his body. That existence. Reveal it to me. Whoosh, all of a sudden, the scene changed. Blackness was the first thing Damien saw, a blackness that shouldn't have existed, yet one that was completely familiar. How am I? Damien's eyes widened. Why am I in the void? He'd experienced it with his own body, so he knew he couldn't be mistaken. He was inside the void, non-existent, as if he was a part of its mass rather than a visitor, and as he watched, the void changed, turning into the heavenly world itself. A fleck of its power fell to the surface and touched a baby who was only just born. This wasn't a rare phenomenon, however. It was rare for any of those children to ever actually respond to it. For the most part, the void's power was simply too much even at the smallest levels, and most of it returned itself to the environment during the child's development period. For some, a portion of it would be ingested and would later manifest itself as talent unlike anything others had seen before. Ryu's affinity with Ian could be explained through this phenomenon. However, on the off chance that a child could truly inherit the potential of that fleck of void, well, Damien would happen. A small connection would appear and bloom. The void would be attracted to that connection and would continuously stick to that individual. And eventually, if they could meet its expectations, it would offer them the opportunity to become absolute. That wasn't what happened in the scene Damien saw. In that scene, another unique situation took place. A child's body reacted to the fleck of void. However, it was not able to properly absorb it. That child's body convoluted itself trying to adapt to the power flowing through it. It changed, morphing internally until its systems had begun to mimic the void itself. However, in the end, it failed. The adaptations it made became defective, and the void never truly clung to that child. It was just a coincidence that created a monster. The child was Gluttony. From birth, he'd been robbed of everything. His mind was absent of anything, a reflection of nothingness, while his body could absorb anything, a reflection of all things. The two concepts of the void that Damien once mastered had manifested themselves in their own ways, but those ways had turned Gluttony into something of a puppet that eventually came under the control of Malevolon Stria. Gluttony was planted in the four evils by Malevolon and acted as his substitute to monitor the group's behavior. He developed a connection to his group for unknown reasons that even Damien couldn't see, for it was an instinctive response rather than something that came from the mind. That was an unforeseen circumstance. It impeded his ability to watch over them properly. Gluttony could not talk, because his body did not give him that capability. He could not think, so he could not communicate through mana. However, he would protect himself and those who he instinctively connected with. He would do as he was told. He couldn't physically report anything, but using Gluttony, who nobody would ever suspect, Malevolon was always able to keep his own eyes on the group through a variety of means. It had been a while since Malevolon planned to get rid of the four evils. He just didn't get the chance to do it because they were always finding a way to be useful. Their loss against Damien was a perfect excuse to terminate them. At least, the three of them. Gluttony was never included in it. He was never sent to be tortured or even reprimanded for his participation in the battle. Gluttony was always supposed to stay in Stria and do Malevolon's bidding. However, he left with the four evils, following his instinct. Malevolon isn't looking for him. Was it that Malevolon decided Gluttony wasn't worth the effort, or did he have plans to come back for him at a later time? Was he being stored as a trump card? If so, wasn't it good for Damien to remove all of Malevolon's influence from the puppet like man as soon as possible? The answer to all of those questions was yes. Malevolon gave up on Gluttony, but the systems in his body assured that he could always be brought back if the need for his skills arose. He was something of a trump card, but not one Malevolon totally cared about. Yet, if there are systems in Gluttony's body that are connected to Malevolon directly, didn't that mean Damien could trace those systems before destroying them to find out information about Malevolon? It absolutely does. Damien dug deeper into Gluttony's existence, knowing that this man was a puppet of the void, knowing that his everything was completely a mess because of it. Damien felt some sympathy. He truly hadn't been able to live his life at all, simply existing at the level of power he mysteriously gained at being and working for others. Damien almost wanted to take Gluttony in and help him regain his sense of self. But he knew the man would be more comfortable with his own comrades. When Damien reached a level where he could freely control the void, it wouldn't be too late to find him and help him. Nevertheless, as Damien dug and dug, he found several layers of foreign mana within Gluttony's body. Again, it wasn't unfamiliar. This mana very obviously belonged to Malevolon Stria. Damien removed layer by layer, taking the time to unravel them as he did so. Only after 15 of such layers of protections and spyware were removed did Damien find a connection that visually transmitted information. Through that, he could find Malevolon, or so he thought. But when Damien pushed his way through that connection using existence and saw what was on the other end, it was not a live feed, but a single memory, the last thing the line had seen, the last time it was made to relay information, and in that short memory that was no more than a few seconds long, Malevolon Stria walked through a dimensional crack. He had abandoned the heavenly world entirely. Chapter 1562 Danger 1. This fucking. Damien frowned immediately. The picture of Malevolon leaving gave him mixed feelings. There was no way for him to understand it. Stria hadn't lost. Yet, had they? What was the purpose of abandoning his clan? Malevolon absolutely could have continued fighting, but for some reason, he chose to retreat instead. Or is it really a retreat? The Sacred Abyss universe had a lot of unexplored opportunities. It was a cosmos of its own, after all. For someone like Malevolon, who'd already given up his humanity and chosen to serve the Dark God, it was a place where he could grow into someone greater than his current self, and if he reaches that point, then the Stria clan loses its value. Stria was an influence that was considered big in the heavenly world's standards, but from what was happening, it looked like Malevolon's opinions had changed when he saw the foreign nobility. That man believed that there was no force greater than the Dark God, but that didn't stop him from wanting to become second only to him in all of history. The influence that Malevolon could build at that point would be far better than Stria could ever be, and if those people of Stria could be used as sacrifices to fuel the birth of that new influence, then he would happily use them. Even his own brother, the person most people believed to be the last person in the world whom Malevolon trusted, was abandoned, left on the battlefield to fight off his enemies. I have to see it for myself. Damien didn't know much of that information, for he didn't know much about Malevolon Stria. He was able to infer a lot from the memories of those who had interacted with him, but it was impossible to understand the man's thoughts without finding out directly. TCH, Damien clicked his tongue. He had to rush, but he wasn't one to go back on a promise. Heal, the skill still had the same name, but its effects had become monstrous with time. It was cast on both lust and envy. As for gluttony, well, he had never lost his power in the first place. He just hadn't found a reason to use it yet. The two women immediately felt the difference. Their bodies warmed up beautifully, and a gentle force washed through them, cleansing their internals of all ailments. The shattered divinities they held were slowly put back together, and while their power didn't instantly return, mana didn't feel unfamiliar anymore. In just 5 or 10 years, they could probably gain back a majority of their power. The rest could be slowly regained with time. Nevertheless, the weight on their shoulders caused by the never-ending issues that spawned in their bodies was gone. They felt lighter than they had in a very long time. It was enough to make even lust want to thank Damien. But where did he go? He left. Disappeared the same way he came, Wrath responded, answering her doubts. I see, he came and went like a storm, bringing storm-like actions along with him. Of the 4 evils, there were now 2 with the qualifications to become gods again, one who still had his power, and one who had gained an extreme motivation to return to his peak. Their stories would likely go untold. In the grand scheme of things, they likely wouldn't make much of an impact, but their stories would still be imprinted on the world, written in its legend, and who could tell, looking at them now, perhaps they would eventually return to the world with gusto, proving their worth to all. That was still to be seen. Damien would have been curious about it in normal times, but he had to put his curiosity aside for now. He arrived in Stria territory within the day, and infiltrated the main manor without a problem. It was practically empty. There were still staff roaming about, taking care of their duties, but none of the people who originally lived here were still here. Where they went, it was a variety of places. Some were on the battlefield, others were in hiding, and others more were already dead. However, they were not the ones Damien was concerned with, and this manor was not his end goal. His eyes went to the ground. Far below his feet was the dimensional crack that Malevolon escaped through. The same dimensional crack that brought the foreign nobility to the heavenly world. The entrance, he already knew. Horacio and the others had all taken it to leave for the outside. Damien rushed through the halls, teleporting where he could until he reached the hidden location that would teleport him to the underground area. This was a different entrance than the one that Malevolon used with Grand Duke Famas. But Damien didn't know about that system. Nevertheless, within minutes of his arrival, Damien had already found his way to the hidden principality, and, bang, his fist slammed against an invisible wall. There was around 10 feet of the cave that remained outside the wall, but everything else, including the hidden principality, the foreign nobles, and the dimensional crack, was inside. Damien pressed his hand to it and tried to use existence to break it down, but this was the second time. He'd seen something of this kind. It's made of existence as well. It was an existence stronger than the one Damien currently had in his hands. He couldn't break through it. At least, not without spending several days trying to comprehend and solve it. Do I have that time? He didn't know. If he only looked at the war situation, then he most definitely did. However, at times like this, there were always danger. Everything else halted. In Damien's mind, a sound of danger drowned out all else. It wasn't a danger to his own life, nor was it danger targeting his women. This wasn't danger that he sensed through the void. No, it was something that originated from the depths of his blood. Mom. Danger was approaching his mother. She was a god. A god that was stronger than most others. However, she now had danger approaching her that threw Damien's senses into chaos. She's going to die. If he didn't do anything, she would die. I have to, going somewhere. A voice drew his attention. A man walked out from the shadows, his skin gray and his eyes filled with mockery. You have gone to such lengths to visit us, so why leave so fast? Damien's eyes narrowed. Grand Duke. No, not just a Grand Duke, all of the foreign nobility in this place. They had him surrounded before he even realized what was happening. It was a trap. He didn't know how they predicted he'd come here, but they'd laid out an elaborate trap while they were waiting for him. And now, either I find a way out of here as soon as possible. He could no longer teleport. The barrier of foreign existence had expanded to cover him as well. He was trapped inside until he could disperse it, or Mom dies. It was a situation Damien didn't even think to expect. It came out of nowhere, and now, in a single move, he'd been put into a state of do or die. For Grand Dukes, all of whom had powers similar to Malevolonstria, 15 dukes, roughly the same strength as Duke Horacio, the rest were fodder that didn't matter, but those 19 people had more than enough power to make Damien suffer, and as Damien tried his best to think of a way to escape, Claire found herself in a foreseen yet unexpected situation. Chapter 1563 Danger 2. It wasn't as if something unexpected approached Claire and put her in danger. She only entered a situation that she'd been ready to enter for a long time. Just like everyone else in the palace, Claire, Serena, Hugo, and Persia also dispatched themselves to take care of the enemies from Stria. While Hugo and Persia led the 16 swords to fight against Maleficus, Stria's most powerful and loyal gods, Claire and Serena confronted Maleficus himself. They were the most powerful people in the entire palace, so it was only right for them to take on the fight themselves. Maleficus was second only to Malevolon, and with Malevolon gone, he was now the highest authority of the Stria clan. As long as he died, the rest would lose their morale and reason to fight. It wasn't like danger instantly revealed itself to the two women. They, Damien's mother and aunt, confidently approached the battle. Together, the two of them were an unstoppable force. They didn't need to worry about a mere Maleficus, but their opinions changed when the battle began. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, rock pillars several meters long and hundreds of meters high shot out of the ground, only to be instantly destroyed by an explosive force. Claire gritted her teeth and retreated. Using her power of creation, she blocked all of the force being thrown at her. The battle had only just kicked off. She arrived in the vicinity, and before Serena could even come to back her up, Maleficus attacked as if he'd been waiting for this very moment for years. The heavenly god plane enveloped her. The surrounding environment changed, becoming something completely unlike the heavenly world. This was a true battle of gods. It could not be sustained within the heavenly world. To ensure that they could fight at their strongest, and to ensure that they could end it without either being able to escape, they fought in the heavenly god plane. Here, they could not be touched by anyone other than another god of equal caliber. Boom. 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 Explosions of darkness filled the sky and the earth. The entire environment was flooded with a liquid that felt like oil but had far different properties. Maleficus caught her by surprise, so Claire wasn't able to immediately respond. However, she wasn't unfamiliar with the man's abilities. When Claire and Dante were growing up and making names for themselves, the Stria clan was also in the process of rising. They'd clashed against Stria more times than they could count, and as the years passed, the enmity between their two groups only heightened. As such, the palace always kept records of the Stria clan to make sure people wouldn't be surprised if they were to ever find themselves in a confrontation with its members. The particular power that Maleficus used was only granted to the upper echelons of the clan. It was created by Malevolon himself, and though it was a human invention, it held the same power as a law. Just like swords and weapon laws, the law of the Dark Star that Malevolon developed was considered a human law. It was a dark and mysterious power that others couldn't fathom, but to the people of Stria, it was the easiest possible thing to comprehend. The law of the Dark Star was, in essence, darkness law. However, it was mixed with certain celestial elements to give it a twist that others wouldn't expect, and as time went on, it was corrupted by the properties of Malik, setting it apart from the normal mana-based techniques that everyone else used. Malevolon and Maleficus were skilled in the law of the Dark Star beyond anyone else. Since they were its creators, Malevolon might have ran. But Maleficus wasn't the same. He knew his brother was going to leave. Malevolon didn't tell him, but judging by his behavior over the past few weeks, Maleficus was able to tell. Still, he decided to stay behind and fight, because unlike his brother, he truly would do anything for Stria. Malevolon used Stria as a stepping stone. He seemed like he would do anything for its sake. However, he was really just acting for his own benefit. When the clan couldn't help him anymore, he stopped caring about the clan. Maleficus put so much more into Stria than Malevolon ever did. He was the one who raised the gods who were loyal to their clan. He was the one who created a system to provide them with a constant source of talent. He was the one who handled the economic and political needs of the clan. In almost every way, the Stria clan actually belonged to Maleficus, but he never wanted to be the one everyone looked to for leadership. That was a job his brother was more suitable for. Since they were in this situation now, he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Either he took control or the clan got destroyed. It wasn't a choice he'd made yet, but the frustration he felt because of it all, who would he release it on? Naturally, it was the first enemy he saw, and unfortunately, that was Claire. Boom. 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 Darkness blasted through the air like a rain of ink. The sea of darkness below was Maleficus' domain. Claire couldn't touch the ground if she wanted to keep fighting an even battle. The explosions that were being thrown around weren't particularly harmful, but they were meant to probe her power so Maleficus could determine the best way for him to fight. He was primarily an assassin. He liked attacking from the shadows. However, he wasn't bad at fighting directly. It just wasn't his preferred style. Well, when it came to Maleficus' preferences, the method that killed the enemy most efficiently was the one he'd want to use. Claire knew that well, so she was giving him nothing. She used the most basic material creation to fight him, using powers that even regular elementalists could use. Still, with Claire's power as its base, even these simple defenses held great power. Claire's creation law was far more developed than Iris. While the two women used the same power, it hardly bore any resemblance. Iris never confronted Claire for advice on her power. It wasn't just because of pride, but because of their individual takes on the law. While Iris focused more on material creation, taking it to its heights to create stars and galaxies, Claire raised her arm. Boom, a massive shadow appeared and covered the ground. However, it never stepped foot into the sea of darkness. Roat air, a terrifying call from a beast over 1,000 kilometers long. It wasn't a beast that had appeared here without notice. It was a beast that had been created. Claire's speciality was not in the creation of materials. Claire focused on the creation of living organisms. The best way to understand her power was to think of her as a summoner. The beasts she summoned were not merely physical entities, but full true godly beings that had their own laws and abilities. Every single one of them had been formed with years of effort, and with the power they'd been bestowed, they gave Claire access to a wide variety of powers. She rarely fought in close combat, which made her completely the opposite of Maleficus. Stria, and as the two faced each other on the battlefield, one backed by a massive god beast and the other backed by a million-kilometer sea of darkness, they didn't look too unmatched, but how long would that image of fairness be able to maintain itself? Chapter 1564 Danger 3. There were 12 beasts under Claire's control. Over her several millions of years of life, she'd only ever made 12 who'd become permanent companions. All others were only ever meant to live for a single battle. The 12 of them had their own names, ancient and in a tongue that was no longer spoken. However, after experiencing life on Earth, Claire had changed their names to coincide with the 12 zodiacs. It was something of a memento of her time as a human. The beast she summoned this time was the snake. It was once an earthly beast, but as she grew, it evolved as well until it was like a manifestation of Apophis. It was a true world serpent, able to fly in the sky and maneuver like a dragon, yet keeping its main form as a snake. Its true form could wrap around the entire heavenly world, but it was quite inconvenient to move around like that, so it kept its smallest possible form, yet, even that was hundreds of kilometers long. Maleficus saw it spawn from thin air. He continued to attack as he had been, but subtly made distance to observe the creature. Go see what he can do. But don't push too hard yet, Claire ordered the serpent forward, but also held it back. Serena still hadn't arrived yet. She didn't want to do anything drastic until she was absolutely assured of her advantage. Claire was no longer young. She wasn't someone who acted wildly no matter what the situation was, and she had far too much to lose. For her to even return to the battlefield at all was already an extraneous circumstance, but for the sake of her husband, her son, and her people, she did so without hesitation. Under her watchful gaze, the serpent slithered through the sky and approached Maleficus. Its movement seemed slow, but it didn't take more than a second for it to both arrive and start attacking. The snake swung its tail. Despite the massive size of its body, it moved at an impossible rate. The air exploded under its force, but as the tail continued to move unobstructed, the air's destruction became an additive force to its destructive power. Boom, it swept by Maleficus' position with extreme power. Space trembled as countless cracks were formed in this film. Reality itself trembled as the heavenly god plane absorbed the latent power and disallowed it from going out of control. Bang! 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 His darkness formed spikes that shot through the sky and stabbed into the snake's scales. Unfortunately for him, the serpent wasn't so weak as to be pierced by such a light attack. Maleficus was small in comparison to the serpent, which was his advantage. His maneuverability combined with his power meant that beasts of this size would actually suffer against him. It wasn't his first time fighting an enormous beast. He already had the strategy to defeat them. Maleficus flew up above the serpent and charged his mana. A star formed above his head, burning with a halo of white around its dark core. It rapidly expanded to the size of a sun, and as if he didn't need to put any effort in to create such a mass, he swung his arm and casually threw it at the serpent. Boom! It exploded into a rain of light, letting loose the laws contained within. Darkness was a law that most people used in the same way. To corrode and corrupt, it was the easiest use of the law, after all, and it could be taken to the highest level without a problem. However, it wasn't the only way darkness could be used. Maleficus' darkness could be most accurately described as a law with the ability to suppress and swallow. He used it as an aggressive force as well, but that wasn't where its strengths were. As the darkness struck the sky serpent, it didn't gain any visible wounds. It didn't seem to be affected at all. However, the darkness latched onto its body and refused to let go, coating it like an armor. Roar! The snake roared as it sensed its enemy's hostility. Its mouth opened, and its massive fangs dripped what was, to a human, an ocean of venom. Boom! A darkness different from Maleficus appeared in the snake's maw and coated that venom, forming into needles filled with it. As if it was shooting a breath attack, the snake aimed at Maleficus and fired. Xiu! Shio! Shio! Xiu! They cut through the sky and cut the sky itself. Maleficus flew rapidly and dodged them. However, they were not as simple as mere projectiles. They turned on a point and followed him like there were no laws they had to obey. A bang! 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 Maleficus let his darkness loose, throwing several blasts at the needles. The two forms of darkness fought each other, but in the end, the serpent's darkness did not submit. The needles continued to chase, forcing Maleficus to take a defensive stance. Watching from the rear, Claire narrowed her eyes. It looked like the serpent had the advantage, but she didn't think the same. He's stalling. Maleficus was not fighting at his best. He could definitely do better than this, since the serpent wasn't one of Claire's strongest summons. The problem was that Claire didn't know why. The law of the dark star. No matter how much we try to research it, we can never find much. It was one of Stria's most guarded secrets. The palace had tried many times to discover the truth behind it, but they'd never once succeeded. Still, Claire's instincts told her that there was something wrong with this fight. It was a feeling that provoked her to attack with her fullest power immediately to end the battle as soon as possible, which, in normal cases, went against her best judgment. To wait or to fight, she chose to wait. Push harder. The serpent immediately registered her order. Its slow attack style completely changed, and in response, Maleficus was forced to change as well. The sky was immediately lit up by the extremely high-speed clash. Bang! 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 Maleficus continued to dodge for the most part. Every once in a while, when he saw an opportunity, he threw some darkness at the serpent to add to the armor that was beginning to encase its entire body. Is it time? He wanted to end this fight as much as the next person, but he was currently working with other people. His fight with Claire wasn't just a way for him to vent the anger in his heart. Currently, Grand Duke Famas was confronting Damien Void, the main target of the foreign nobility. Maleficus wasn't like his brother. He didn't necessarily have a contract or loyalty to the foreign races. However, if he wanted to survive past this ordeal and keep Stria alive as well, he needed to benefit from them. the foreign nobility was the only long-term ally Stria had, and since they wanted Damien, since he had a feud with Damien's parents and family, he was willing to hold back and prolong this battle. When he got the signal he was waiting for, the darkness he spread could finally serve its purpose, and Claire Eloin, could be swallowed. Chapter 1565 Danger, 4. Currently, there were far too many people around Damien for him to be comfortable. The foreign nobility had yet to attack, but there was no way Damien would believe they didn't have the intention to. They want me dead. This, Damien knew for a fact. He had Duke Horacio's memories. He knew exactly how the Dark God had ordered them to find the anomaly, and he knew that he was that very anomaly. Duke Horacio had lived well. It wasn't that clear. His memories were covered in a fog, not because they were locked, but because even Horacio's own existence couldn't particularly remember what it had experienced. There was something strange happening within the bodies and souls of the foreign nobility themselves. But that wasn't something Damien could currently learn the answer to. All he knew was that Duke Horacio had accompanied the Dark God's forces to raid several cosmos, and that the process of eliminating anomalies was practically streamlined. Corner them, eliminate all variables, and destroy without mercy. Anomalies weren't always people. Sometimes they were objects with great power or even concepts and laws themselves. In all cases, the best way to remove anomalies and create room for the Dark God's interference was to isolate them from anything that could help them and force them into a situation where they couldn't resist. This way, there wouldn't be any risks associated with the moves either. Damien glanced around. Grand Dukes Famas, Klaus, Lance, and Maveth, they took each cardinal direction and kept Damien surrounded. Even they were aware that Viscounts and Counts didn't stand a chance against him. The Dukes could probably contain him properly, but why would they risk it after they already lost Horacio? Damien's power didn't make sense. When they were facing someone they couldn't understand, their first and only instinct was to make sure that person had no openings to exploit whatsoever, and they did so perfectly. Damien stood in the middle of their encirclement and tried to figure out a way out, but with the existence barrier and his enemies teaming up to keep him contained. There was really nothing he could do, unless I can kill them all and escape. It just wasn't possible. The Grand Dukes were gods stronger than Claire and Maleficus. Damien was at the level of a duke, sure, but even several dukes together couldn't fight them. The established hierarchy among the foreign nobility was absolute and unchanging, but it's not like I can give up here. Letting them have their way simply wasn't an option. Then I should just, bang, kachashish. Damien gritted his teeth and grabbed his wrist, or rather, the stump where his hand was a second ago. Don't do anything stupid, Grand Duke Klaus mocked him with a smile. His arm was still outstretched with two fingers pointed forward. A mere flick, a motion Damien couldn't sense, was able to instantly destroy a piece of his body. They can read me. Damien didn't care about his hand. He didn't regrow it, just for safety, but he wasn't too worried about the damage. What concerned him was the fact that Klaus had sent him a warning shot the instant he had the thought to fight. What do you want from me? Damien growled, pretending to be uninformed. It was only half an act, since he still couldn't figure out why they were stalling. What we want. Well, obviously it is your life. If you are wondering why we aren't attacking, Grand Duke Famas looked around. Do we have a need to? He questioned. You are a unique entity even among the anomalies we have seen in the past. Isn't it okay for us to entertain our curiosity a bit before you die? Famas was assured of Damien's defeat. He talked big, acting arrogant, but he wasn't actually as overconfident as he seemed. This situation actually wasn't a first. This had happened once before, but at that time, it was a different void. Dante had been surrounded after he'd been deemed an anomaly, and the overconfidence of the foreign nobility gave him the opportunity to escape. That day, Grand Duke Famas suffered a terrible defeat, and the foreign nobles were forced to stand down as the Stria clan and the Divine Order took over and finally captured Dante in the Celestial Prison. The prison turned Dante into a cripple who could no longer be a threat to the grand plan. He was meant to be killed eventually, but before that happened, the Celestial Prison itself was stolen, and the thief was none other than his son. Famas wasn't stuck in his ways. He learned from his mistakes, and because he refused to let his confidence blind him, he made sure that the plot against Damien was far more elaborate. He was only being contained for now, because before they moved to kill him, they needed assurance that he wouldn't be able to escape, assurance in the form of a hostage, Claire Eloin, his mother. If they had her in their possession, would he still be able to fight and resist? Wouldn't he be prepared to give his life so she could live? He would. The Grand Duke wasn't wrong about that. But he severely underestimated Damien's mentality despite all of his preparation. See, Damien wasn't a man who would give up when he was forced into a corner. He wasn't a coward who would accept the worst-case scenario no matter how bad things got. They could put his mother in danger. They could take her hostage if they wanted to, but why would he trust them to let her go after he died? Oh. Has it been established? Grand Duke Famas suddenly spoke, attracting Damien's attention. Snap, he snapped his fingers, summoning a mana projection in the air in front of Damien. I'm sure you were curious, so I made sure you'd be able to see for yourself. As the projection cleared up and formed the picture being transmitted to it, Damien's eyes narrowed. There she was, his mother fighting against Malefistria. She had 3 beasts in front of her, each serving a different purpose. Meanwhile, her enemy was zipping around like a sentient comet and fighting all 3 of them without breaking a sweat. The battle was raging on quite spectacularly, but that wasn't Damien's focus. The projection he was seeing, it couldn't be Malefistria's work. There's someone else there, another enemy in the vicinity, someone she can't sense. Danger, Hugh. Damien's breath was loud. In the silence of this place, it resounded and echoed as if to make everyone acknowledge its presence, but that was the only reaction he showed. He closed his eyes and steadied himself. With every second that the projection continued, Damien got angrier, and the angrier he got, the calmer his mind was. There were only 2 questions he continued to ask himself. 2 questions that ignored the concepts of possibility and impossibility in favor of rage. Those 2 concepts didn't matter to Damien anymore. Impossibility only existed if he allowed it to, so there was really only one thing that mattered. When was the last time he found himself as cornered as this, and just how long would he allow this to continue? Chapter 1566 Danger 5. It was quiet around Damien. His situation had yet to erupt into something uncontrollable, mainly because he was controlling himself. However, it wouldn't be long before it erupted, and when that happened, well, the consequences of offending Damien didn't need to be mentioned, did they? Currently, Claire was the one in a more serious predicament. As the battle progressed and Malefice revealed more of his power, she was forced to call out 2 more summons to both protect herself and attack, along with the snake. The horse and the rat had also been summoned. The snake's fighting power was a bit weaker than the rest. It mainly focused on containing enemies within a certain area and cornering them. The horse was its perfect support. A beast that had mighty physical power, the horse's legs could produce power that could shatter stars with ease. As for the rat, he was a king of his people. His power came from neither attack nor defense, but from numbers. The rat's body was made up of trillions upon trillions of smaller rats. They could move as a swarm through any environment, able to survive in even the harshest conditions, and they would not stop until their goal had been achieved. They didn't care if they died, nor did they care about their fellows. The only thing that mattered was Claire's order. The rats had an extremely high reproduction rate, higher than almost any other animal. As such, no matter how many of them died, more would always be available to replace them. The rats usually didn't come out, since Claire never had the need to destroy large populations or areas. However, they were not being used to attack this time. The massive horse, which was winged like a Pegasus yet not a Pegasus at all, clopped through the air confidently, rapidly approaching Malefice with the speed of lightning. Bang! It whipped its body to the side and kicked him fiercely. Malefice blocked with his arms. He was sent flying back by the momentum, but he wasn't injured, though his power swirled to life. He pushed his arm forward, setting up a defense against the horse that was already charging again. Shio! Shio! Xau! He narrowly avoided the snake's projectiles, and before they could turn around to aim at him again, he shot several waves of darkness out to destroy them. Bang! 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 They exploded in the air, raining venom into the sea of darkness below. Meanwhile, the horse arrived and slammed into the barrier he'd previously set up. The mana shattered instantly, but the horse's momentum had also been completely destroyed. Whoosh! Malefice stepped on the air and rushed past the horse. As he skimmed its massive body, he extended his finger to just barely touch it. A line of darkness followed his movements, attaching itself to the horse that turned around to attack him. Flying higher into the sky, Malefice charged up another dark star, throwing it downward without aiming at anything in particular. The dark light produced by its eruption blinded the horse's vision for just a moment. The darkness splattered outward and hit the snake. At this point, only its eyes remained uncovered. Malefice narrowed his eyes. He flicked his hand forward, collecting his mana together. A line of energy shot from his finger, flying past the snake and the horse. It headed for Claire directly, attacking the summoner rather than the summons. With 3 of her main beasts out, Claire had a lot more room to observe the battlefield from the backline. She didn't miss the tiny sliver of energy shooting towards her. But she also didn't trust it in the slightest. Rat, WHOSH, it wasn't a sound of wind. More like waves crashing against each other, they appeared from nowhere and multiplied instantaneously, like zombies in a world apocalypse. They crawled over each other and formed a massive wall around Claire. Zoo, boom. 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 The line of energy split into three and slammed into the rat wall. The 3 points exploded into masses of blackness that warbled and fluctuated strangely. Millions of rats were immediately trapped within the blackness, and as it registered targets within its grasp, it transformed into 3 black boxes that felt oddly similar to Damien's dimensional cage. The concept was the same. The law of the dark star managed to combine darkness and space in such a way that it could create an improved version of the dimensional cage, which, in the techniques of the Stria clan, was known as the Dark World. It entrapped its subjects in eternal darkness as space compressed around them and squished them into a paste. If it hit Claire, nevertheless, she sensed the danger before the attack was even close to her, and she acted accordingly. Horse and rat aren't enough. On top of that, the serpent was no longer responding to commands. The instant Malefic's darkness covered its eyes, it became frozen in the sky like a statue. Claire could sense its life fluctuations, but its connection with the outside world had been completely cut off. Those 3 It's not time yet. There were 3 summons among the 3 who absolutely could not be summoned, because the chaos that would be wrought onto the world with their mere presence was not something Claire could easily let loose. As for the others, the rabbit simply wasn't suited for combat. It was a healer. The ox and goat wouldn't be of much use in this situation, while the rooster was also not a combat summon. In the end, there are only 2. Claire's power was extremely limiting. She'd made it that way on purpose, because the things she did when she didn't have a limit went against the heavenly order. If she continued on that path, the world would be brought to ruin. She may have been a user of creation, but there was a reason Damien was born with an affinity for destruction. His father was a monster, and his mother, she was a monster that only his father could stop. The 12 summons who were now zodiacs were her limiters. Without them, dog, pig, she called them out, and they naturally appeared. One was a massive shadowhound that seemed to have come from the depths of hell. As for the other, it was just a regular-looking pig. You know what to do. Claire didn't need to give them orders. They were some of the more intelligent beasts in her collection. AWOO, the shadowhound let out a howl, a war cry, and instantly shot into battle alongside the horse. As for the pig, it remained beside Claire, its expression unchanging. Do you think you'll have to use me? It spoke. Odd coming from a pig, but not so much considering Claire blessed it with sentience. I do not know. I am making preparations just in case. The pig glanced at her. It had been with Claire the longest. It was created before she even knew how to create biological matter through pure happenstance, and despite how long it had traveled together with her, Claire had only ever used its power twice. It didn't know why it had been called out at a time like this, especially when this battle didn't necessarily seem like one she would lose. But since it was here, she thinks she might die. It was true. Claire wasn't assured of her survival, not necessarily because of Maleficstria, though she hasn't come. Serena Crone, her sister and the person who was supposed to be fighting this battle with her, she was late, and if she, who ruled over time itself, was late by even a second, then something had gone horribly wrong already. Chapter 1567 Danger 6. Serena and Claire left the palace at the same time. They took different paths for one reason only. Serena felt something odd in the folds of time. She was someone far more connected to time itself than anyone else in the world. To her, time was an extension of her own body. Every single instance when someone in this world manipulated the law of time, she sensed it. That included when Damien used it. However, what she sensed this time was not merely someone using time laws. She felt the presence of an existence who bent the spacetime itself. There weren't many people who could do so without trying. Whether it was a friend or a foe, Serena had to find out what they were up to. As such, she planned to briefly observe the target before meeting back with Claire and fighting Malefice. That, of course, didn't end up happening. Half of it was because Malefice drew Claire into the heavenly god plane before she could wait for Serena to arrive, and the other half. As Serena approached the area where that being was, she immediately felt danger. The general area was empty of all other people. No, it was empty of all life in general. The environment was so quiet that no sane person could ever believe it was safe. There was only a single man standing there. He was familiar to some, but to those of the heavenly world, he was a stranger. But he was not someone Serena had never seen before. Famas, with ashen gray skin proudly displayed and an aura unmistakable for anyone else, Grand Duke Famas was standing there as if he was waiting for her. How, when he was currently supposed to be with Damien? How, when he was supposed to be transmitting the scene of Claire and Malefice's battle? How was he here? Damien had yet to realize it. It would hardly matter if he did. considering that all of the other foreign nobles were surrounding him. The Grand Duke Famas who existed in the hidden principality was only a clone. His real body was here, happily awaiting the moment when he could completely ruin the family that Dante Void left in this world. Famas, Serena said, not hiding her approach. It didn't matter even if she tried, since she wouldn't be able to escape his perception. I didn't think you would come back here after. What happened last time? Your face looks different from before. I guess that's what it takes to hide those scars. Grand Duke Fama's eyes flickered in her direction. Scars. They are signs of battle, medals of honor. However, that is only for barbarians. I may have hidden those scars, but you must remember, girl, Voom, his aura boomed to life, you are not the one who gave them to me. Serena's eyes narrowed. This attitude he once wore, Damien had been saying it, but now that Famas was here, it was unequivocally true. The foreign races were once again trying to conquer this plane. I assume you're here for me? Serena asked. If not you, then who? Famas responded coldly, I see that in your overall plan. Funny, TCH, Serena wasn't stupid enough to think she would gain any information through the question, but she was at least certain of one thing. If the Grand Dukes are moving, then Artemis is shut down. Artemis, the name for the worldwide barrier magic cast by Dante Void to keep the sacred Abyss universe and true Void universe apart. It was an extremely complex spatial mechanism that morphed existence itself to achieve its purpose, but it seemed it had lost its function. Grand Duke Famas finally turned to face Serena directly. The debt between me and that man cannot be solved with the death of a mere woman like you, he said, sneering slightly, and it is a shame that he will not be able to see what has happened to his clan in the time he was gone. Despite his words, he already had Malik in his hands. He clearly didn't come here just to chat. Do not fret. Before I send him to meet you in the next life, I will make sure he can see your remains with his own eyes. Though, I cannot say if he will recognize you after this. He immediately attacked. Malik went flying through the air, enclosing the two of them within a space of his own creation, and after making sure Serena could not escape, he centered his body in the world, creating a connection with the heavenly god plane. Come, he said, his voice colder than ice, fight valiantly before you die. Serena said nothing. This situation was already set. She could escape, but if she let Grand Duke Famas roam free, a far greater disaster would befall the heavenly world. She had to fight, and compared to when she was younger, she didn't think she was as disadvantaged against this man anymore. Grand Dukes were dangerous, but one had to remember Serena's current position. Dante Void and Malevolanstria were outliers. Aside from them, she and Claire were the most powerful people in this world. That was true without a doubt. Serena took a deep breath and released her mana, following Grand Duke Famas in connecting herself with the world, her mana and his. Malik clashed in the space between them, and a connection with the heavenly god plane was formed. The souls of the two gods were transported to a new place. As it was, it didn't look much different from the outside world. That was because the heavenly god plane would replicate the surrounding environment to support the battles taking place within. As for the true face of this plane, none had ever seen it. Nevertheless, a battle between two great forces began, one far away from the battle where Serena was originally meant to be. Originally, it seemed like the entire plot the foreign races created was meant to target Damien himself. That was partially true. Damien was their primary target and the only one they truly had a mission to eliminate. However, he was not their only target. In fact, the feud between the foreign races in Void Palace began long ago. Back then, it was Dante Void and his party who fought against them and pushed them back. Claire, Serena, Hugo, and Persia were all hated by the foreign nobility. At least one powerful noble had a vendetta against each of them. Currently, it wasn't just Claire and Serena being targeted. The Stria clan acted as a proxy for the foreign nobles who had to focus on Damien. Both Hugo and Persia were currently stuck in troublesome predicaments of their own as well. This was a plot to eliminate Damien Void just as much as it was a plot to destroy Void Palace entirely, and as more projections appeared before Damien to show him exactly what his family was going through, this fact became abundantly clear to him. The answers to the questions he'd asked himself, he already knew them. It had been a very long time since the last time he'd been this cornered, if ever at all, and he wasn't going to just sit back and let it happen. The rage in his body was growing unbearable. It was getting harder to stop himself from making reckless decisions. There was really only one straw left. The second it snapped, Damien would truly lose all regard for rationality. Chapter 1568 Danger 7 Boom. 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 The longer their fight continued, the more disadvantaged Maleficus seemed to be. He was hardly able to attack at this point, and was mostly dodging as the dog, the horse, and the rat continuously pushed him further and further. the sea of darkness he created was hardly useful at first glance. However, that was only at first glance. Every attack Maleficus performed was powered by that sea, and as it continued to exist without being inhibited, Maleficus' power only grew stronger. The explosions that rung out were mainly caused by him. The law of the dark star swarmed the air, turning it into something of Maleficus' domain. He was fighting against multiple enemies, all of whom had great power. It was difficult for him, but Maleficus was someone who benefited from prolonged battles. As his darkness flooded the atmosphere more and more, it splashed into all of Claire's summons, and their states started to look a lot like the serpents. Their movements were slowed, which made it far easier for Maleficus to attack Claire herself. Shio! Shio! Xiu! 3 needles of darkness flew toward her at untold speed. Maleficus took some notes from the snake's techniques, filling his darkness with the power of corrosion to combine 2 separate strikes into one. The needles hit the rat wall with extreme force, piercing through with ease. The rats were incredibly dexterous and had a relatively high defense. However, they were far more equipped to damn with blunt impacts than piercing strikes. Tens of rats died as the needles shot through their defense, but the main person who needed to be careful was still Claire. She raised her hand, creating several walls of hard obsidian-like rock in front of her. Bang, bang, bang. Bang! Their momentum was slowed with every wall they broke through, but they continued to push as if they didn't have enough momentum to lose. Claire put her focus on those attacks, and using that opportunity, Maleficus got behind her and struck again. Bang! It was the first time he'd come close enough to give her no time to react. A punch, filled with the energy of the dark star, slammed into her back. Kaichish. Claire held her groan of pain back as she turned around and swept her arm. Through the air, Maleficus didn't retreat. Instead, he dodged and twisted his body, giving himself the chance to counter. Boom! Maleficus' fists weren't weak by any means. It was actually the opposite. The law of the dark star allowed him to control weight to an extent. When he struck with his fists, he made sure they weighed as much as a dying star. Claire's back was hit directly with that kind of force. She was a god as well, so the damage she took wasn't fatal, but it wasn't small either. That kind of force hit her soul directly. It hurt more than anything, and while it crippled her fighting potential to an extent, she didn't allow Maleficus to realize that Claire was a summoner. She rarely fought in close combat, but that didn't mean she couldn't. She swept her arms to the side. 2 swords spawned in her hands as she pushed off the air and charged at Maleficus. Shing! 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 Her swords cut through the air with such precision that one could see the atmosphere itself get sliced, pushing Maleficus and giving him no room to back out of the confrontation. Claire's swords were like 2 individual beings of their own. Strong. She may have taken a back seat when Dante Void and his son were messing the world up, but that didn't mean she didn't have the ability to do the same, merely, she chose not to. Now that she was showing her power, it became clear why she was regarded so highly in this world. Maleficus dodged and dodged. His body went right and left and spun in impossible ways, but he couldn't avoid all of Claire's attacks. TCH, he clicked his tongue as the 2 swords slashed into his shoulders. The pain didn't affect him, but his arms were effectively ruined for at least a few seconds. Bang! He charged mana into his body and released it forward. The move didn't have much attack power, but it created a great deal of momentum that pushed him back and outside of Claire's range. However, Claire didn't bother to chase him. She'd already achieved her purpose. Maleficus wouldn't be able to throw any more of those heavy punches. Not for a while, at least, which meant that, during this period, Claire would be safe from any close combat attacks. Good, she wasn't losing. The uncomfortable feeling in her heart didn't go away, but she didn't think it was coming from Maleficus anymore. Then, if Maleficus wasn't the enemy who made her feel danger, then someone else was in the heavenly god plane watching them, waiting for the time to strike. The heavenly god plane was called as such because it really was a massive plane of existence. All battlefields within were connected, and while it was rare, it wasn't impossible for people who entered from different places to encounter each other. If someone had been waiting in the heavenly god plane for them to arrive, if they had been watching this fight the entire time, they are far more dangerous than Maleficus, because Claire hadn't even begun to sense them. BOM, the battle continued to rage on. She and Maleficus were relatively equal in standing. Maleficus had been injured several times by Claire and her summons, and Claire, well, her summons were slowly beginning to refuse her orders. Rather, they were unable to do anything. The horse followed the serpent, then the dog followed the horse. The blackness that Maleficus spread through every corner of the battlefield stuck to them and slowed them, encasing them in stone. the rats were able to live on due to their numbers. However, Claire's attack power had been turned into nothing as her other summons were frozen into statues. It may be necessary to bring him out, the pig said from beside her. Its body had the ability to turn ethereal, so it was the only summon completely unaffected by the so-called Medusa effect. Maleficus hadn't even realized its presence on the battlefield. Claire was the only one who could perceive it. If I release him, then you will never be able to go back to peace. Yes, is it truly necessary? Claire liked her life. She liked being a mother, she was proud of her son, and her husband was getting better every single day. The stable and joyful family life that she'd yearned for was almost possible. It was just barely out of reach, right now. Did she want to give up peace right now, at the very last moment? I really don't want to. However, Maleficus retreated several hundred kilometers back. It seemed like he was separating himself from the battle, but really, there's someone else. The person Claire had only just realized the existence of had revealed their existence. I have no choice. As that person's visage became clearer, Claire had to accept reality. If she wanted to win this battle, then she had to sacrifice herself. There simply wasn't another option. Chapter 1569 Danger 8. The different levels of godhood were relatively difficult to quantify. As one entered the final stage of power, the differences between people became more obvious. Every god was unique. Nobody could reach this level by using the common laws and concepts that everybody else used. Each and every one had their own speciality, and because of that, the way they ranked up differed. It was hard to put a universal term on the different levels of godhood, but people had obviously tried many times. Ceaseless research and an unbelievable amount of testing and effort created a system that most could acknowledge, even if it was impossible for it to be completely accurate. Lesser gods were those who had just ascended to godhood. People like the two Damien fought when he was still working for Veritas were at this level. They had godly power and connections to the heavenly god plane, but power-wise, they were far worse than any of their peers. True gods were those who had gone past this level. They were roughly at the level of a peak foreign race count or a lower-tier duke, and already had a grip over their power. True gods were the real start of godhood. This was where they began exploring legends and the soul to an extreme that people below their level simply couldn't comprehend. Above them were high gods. This was the level Duke Horacio was at, and the level Damien could fight at. These gods had not only control over their power, but a level of experience that others couldn't match. High gods were usually more focused on a single concept within their law than the entire law itself, because they could take those concepts to the extreme and even make them surpass themselves. That was the ultimate purpose of a god. To take a law beyond itself, to make the heavenly order adopt changes based on their comprehensions. Finally, above all others were the supreme gods. Claire, Serena, Maleficus, Malevolon, and the Grand Dukes. All of them were somewhere within this level. The concepts they'd taken interest in would automatically become far stronger. Their mere presence was enough to twist the laws of the world, and they had already gone beyond what even high gods could imagine. Rather than external goals, they focused more on themselves. Because there was nothing defined after the level of a supreme god, the only people who had ever exceeded that level, at least of those who existed in the two cosmos in the current day, were Dante and the Dark God. They were the unrecorded. It was not the title of one man, but a title given to all those who surpassed the existing levels of power. The unrecorded were called as such because nobody else could figure out their power or their goals. No matter how close one got to that level, no matter how much research was done on the minds, bodies, and souls of these beings, nothing about them could be comprehended by those who had not reached their level. Nobody had ever seen the unrecorded fight each other. However, fights between supreme gods, while rare, weren't non-existent. The main supreme gods who ruled the world rarely showed their power on the battlefield, but they were not the only supremes in the world. There were a number of them who hid themselves from society or simply didn't desire status the same way others did. These gods were the ones who tended to show others what a supreme could do. However, currently, those same leaders who refused to show their power were the ones putting their all on the line. Claire fought valiantly in a fight that didn't seem like it would end anytime soon, but the situation was different for Serena. She thought it to herself before she even started fighting. She wasn't weaker than a Grand Duke anymore. There weren't as many explosions in this battle as there were in that one. After all, Serena used time as her main law. Countless projectiles shot through the air as they did in most battles, but before they could come close to Serena, they were trapped in a field of her creation. It existed in a 10-foot radius around her body. A barrier of time that forced any attack that entered its folds to return to a time before its creation. When it came to defense, there weren't many who could keep up with her. This field was the extent of her research and training over her span as a god. It was the very thing that allowed her to be so connected with the time laws that ruled the world, a constantly activated defense that never left her open, and just because she focused on defense didn't mean she was unable to attack properly. Xiu. Xiu. Xiu, bubbles of time, able to change one's age at a level beyond mere physical difference, whizzed through the battlefield, assaulting Duke Famas. He moved his body quite agilely for someone who liked to act as unconcerned as him. His speciality wasn't speed, but power. However, Serena's attacks needed to be avoided. If his soul was touched by a power that could change its age, it could be extremely detrimental to him. After all, not only would his soul aging make him weaker, his soul gaining youth would erase a great deal of his achievements. It was a terrifying power indeed. Despite talking as if he was much more powerful than her, Grand Duke Famas was forced to accept that this wouldn't be an easy battle to win. But that only made him angrier. While he had remained stuck at his current level, they had grown to the point where a girl he considered trivial in the past could now make him feel danger. This rage acted like fuel for him. Famas kept himself stable most of the time. He was a composed being that didn't allow others to see his emotions. However, it wasn't that he was indifferent. That was no more than a facade. Grand Duke Famas' power was fueled by emotion. The happier he was, the sadder he was, the angrier he was, the stronger he'd become. He wasn't a fan of this power. It didn't match him at all. Still, there was a reason he made it to supreme godhood with it as his foundation. Even if he hated it, he was a genius at making it work. The anger he felt towards himself and his circumstances for allowing his enemies to reach him, the anger he felt towards Serena and Void Palace for the events that had taken place in the past, the anticipation for a victory that would cleanse the shame he felt, it all stacked up, enhancing Fama's power by manifold. Serena watched it happen. She remembered the past, the pain they'd experienced at the Grand Duke's hand before. When his emotions reached a peak, he became a true monster that still gave her nightmares to this day. However, that nightmare was just a memory of the past, standing in front of him now, watching his power grow by the second. She didn't feel the same terror. No, her thoughts were completely different. This is surprisingly doable. She believed that she could win, and she would make that happen as soon as she possibly could. Because if a Grand Duke was sent for her, she couldn't even imagine what Claire was facing. After all, when it came to monsters, was there really anyone as terrifying as Claire Elowen? Chapter 1570 Danger 9. Damien didn't know. No matter what he learned, there was no way for him to understand his mother's strength. After all, the records of the things she'd done back then had been erased from the world entirely. Even those who knew were forbidden to speak a word about it to others, lest their souls be taken by samsara. Claire made a sacrifice all the way back then. She sealed her power in return for silence, vowing to never bring it out again unless absolutely necessary, and now that Dante was no longer able to calm her, it was unknown if anyone would be able to stop her if she truly let loose her power. Nevertheless, because Damien didn't know, seeing his mother get injured was something he simply couldn't stand. His body twitched. He was absolutely prepared to do something stupider than anything he'd done in his life before by challenging the group of gods around him. After all, his mother's situation was getting worse. As if Maleficus wasn't enough, another person appeared in the vicinity, another enemy. He was the person who set up the video feed that sent information back to the hidden principality. Now that it had been modified to work without being directly controlled, he was also joining the battle. Damien knew who he was through devoured existences. Claire knew who he was through experience. His name was Erwin Elowen. Right, Elowen, he was, by bloodline at least, Claire's great-uncle. However, that connection had been destroyed a long time ago. Back then, before the Elowen clan that Claire formed was ever a thing and they were just a large family in the southern region with a decent amount of influence, he, along with her grandfather, were the ones who led it. They practiced creation even at that time, but they kept their laws unknown to the public so they didn't cause too much havoc with their existence. This was the tradition their family had upheld for generations. It wasn't just for others, but for themselves as well. Hidden in the shadows, they were able to live peacefully and properly foster their gifts of creation. Plus, they hid a secret only known to the clan patriarch that made it absolutely necessary for their existence to remain a secret. There was never a problem. At least, before Erwin Elowen, he had a different belief. He thought the clan's techniques needed to be broadcasted. Thinking about the status and benefits they could gain, he was overcome by greed. As he clashed heads with the patriarch, he was slowly isolated from the power structure of the clan, practically abandoned. That was when he lost all reasoning. After a fierce fight, he killed the patriarch and ran off. His power corrupted, turning from creation to destruction, and with the battle wreaking havoc on so much of the surrounding landscape, it became impossible for the Eloin clan to keep itself hidden. The mere existence of a clan of creation users was a goldmine to many. They were hunted, sold off, and used for a variety of means. The majority of them were eventually executed, and the very few members that still remained were saved by Claire later on and brought to the palace to be incorporated into the new Eloin clan. If it wasn't for Dante, even that much wouldn't have been possible. The almost complete extermination of the original Eloin clan was entirely the doing of the man standing in front of Claire now. And he was no longer someone corrupted by power. Over the years, he'd managed to control it and reach the supreme god level through destruction, but he still didn't know. He killed Claire's grandfather before he could ever know, and Claire's father died protecting her back while she escaped, leaving only her aware of the secrets hidden within her body. The second he appeared, it was like a switch flipped inside Claire's mind. The enemy she'd never been able to find, the man who managed to disappear from space and time entirely, he was now standing in front of her without any protection but his own power, the monster she tried so hard to suppress. If it wasn't for him, it wouldn't have ever had the chance to escape in the first place. And now that he'd become a trigger for its appearance, all thoughts of peace she held were thrown out the window. Dragon, tiger, monkey, she summoned all three at once, and all three answered her command: a massive golden dragon with an aura of absolute majesty, a white tiger just as massive surrounded by a ferocious blue light, and a humanoid monkey with a crown around his forehead, holding a staff made of gold. Each represented a seal. Dragon, take that guy. Yes, milady. The dragon glowed golden and morphed into a humanoid form. It still had its horns and tail, along with scales covering its extremities and neck, but it mostly looked like a human man. Tiger, monkey. Take the other one. The tiger transformed as well. It was a woman with beautiful white hair and piercing blue eyes. She looked the exact opposite of the dragon, perhaps because the two of them represented completely opposite concepts. With their forms adjusted for combat effectiveness, the three of them shot forward towards their assigned targets. The battle was about to become entirely different. However, Claire didn't stay to witness it. The instant her enemies were occupied by her summons, she rushed away from the battlefield as fast as possible. She could feel it boiling up inside of her, a malevolent darkness unlike anything else that existed in this world. Claire had a special body. In a sense, she herself could be considered a type of portal. She was born with a mysterious connection to another world. That world was completely outside the heavenly world and had no connection to either the true void universe or the sacred abyss universe. It was completely inhabited by beasts, all of whom were far superior to all those except this plane's god beasts. Through them, Claire was able to gain the inspiration to create the 12 summons she relied on most. However, the connection didn't just give her access to them. It gave them access to her, the ruler of those beasts, a shadowy behemoth whose only features Claire had seen were its crimson red eyes. Had taken a special interest in her. It used her connection to invade her mind, corrupting her with her darkness. It wanted control over her body. It wanted to use her to create a portal that connected it to this world, but if it was only this much, then Dante would have been able to cure her with his own power. The real problem was that world itself. Its existence had been slowly transferred into Claire's. The two overlapped until Claire essentially became a vessel of that world, and though that granted her access to talent far beyond even the most talented geniuses, being influenced by an unknown world didn't come without its negatives. Claire's body became the vessel for a monster. A rogue world core who'd suddenly gained a chance to live as a human, and that world core was not a gentle existence. The dragon sealed her bloodlust, the tiger sealed her power, and the monkey sealed her madness. These three seals had now been released. Those things she'd kept locked away now flooded her mind again, and the Claire Eloin that Damien and others had come to know well, vanished entirely, replaced by a being of chaos. Chapter 1571 Monster 1. Claire fled the battlefield because she wanted to try and control her transformation. It was an impossible endeavor, but that didn't mean she didn't want to try. Claire's beautiful amethyst purple eyes morphed, becoming somewhat draconic. Her pupils became slits, and her body snapped into place, its anatomical structure changing. The skin of a human that she wore didn't change much. Other than her eyes, there weren't many external changes. Her internal body, on the other hand, was no longer human in the slightest. However, the most noticeable change was in her aura. Claire was like her grandfather and father. She'd been instilled with values of peace since she was young. And though the world corrupted those values, she tried to gain them back when she matured. Her aura was gentle, welcoming, and heartwarming. She was like a hearth that made anyone feel like they were at home, like they could relax and be at peace. this aura caused people to trust her automatically. When Dante disappeared, she was able to take the reins of the palace precisely because of this aura and this demeanor of hers. It was all gone now, replaced by those reptilian eyes. Claire's aura had turned a bloody red and black color resembling destruction. Her mind clouded over. She fought the battle for control valiantly, but she didn't have the qualifications to defeat the demon within her. Not even as a supreme god. After all, the entities who used her as a vessel, the dark creature and the corrupted world core, were both unrecorded in another cosmos. They were not beings she could resist. Click, it wasn't a real sound, but a representation. Claire's rationality was effectively lost. Her fight didn't last more than a second. Her fierce struggle didn't get her anywhere. Her body was no longer hers. She stood up straight, but if one looked closely one could see a strange hunch in her back posture. She looked unnatural, like a parasite pretending to be a human, and though she had been taken over, she did not do anything in particular. There was no life nearby. Claire specifically got hundreds of kilometers away from both Malefistria and Erwin Elowen. She made sure that nobody else was near her before she turned. Why? Because the beings possessing her body didn't have complete sentience. Perhaps their true forms were extremely sentient and smart. If not, they wouldn't have been able to abuse a connection to another cosmos at all. However, if they wanted to take over Claire's body, they still couldn't use it as their own. That was Dante's contribution. He was never able to truly destroy those beings, but he could at least protect Claire's mind from being shattered when they were released. As such, the current Claire was a beast of instinct. If anything or anyone appeared in her vicinity, she would make sure it died, but until then, she would remain in stasis, searching for a place where chaos could be let loose. It wasn't a perfect plan. It wasn't even a good one. But in the short span of time she had, it was the best she could do, to risk herself and herself only, to make sure nobody else would get hurt as she let her power free for the first time in a long time. For now, at least, Claire was succeeding. It was quiet around Claire. Perhaps if someone entered her vicinity, the true nature of her current form could be revealed, but with the current situation, she was essentially out of commission. Her summons, on the other hand, were putting in the work expected from them. The dragon swept its tail through the air in a way similar to the snake, but its speed and power far surpassed its fellow. The tail slammed into Maleficus, giving him no opportunities to dodge. The Stria god let out a loud groan of pain as his body was sent flying back. The dragon opened its mouth, charging a ball of energy that was rapidly shot at the flailing man. The ball cut through the air, its energy elongating into a beam of sorts. Maleficus put up his defenses and tried to correct his body position, but he wasn't able to do so in time. Boom, another massive attack struck him square in the chest. More blood was coughed out of his mouth, and if one could see the state of his internals, it became very obvious that he was not in a good state anymore. Bang! His body slammed into the ground, creating a huge crater. As he pulled himself out of it, the dragon had already approached. It didn't give him a single second of time. Damn it, his arm flew into the air wildly without any grace. His fingers curled in as if he was grabbing something, and he pulled his arm in ferociously. It was a move he was saving for a final fatal attack against Claire, but that wasn't going to happen anymore. What was the point of saving it if he was going to die before he could use it? If one looked back at Maleficus' fight with Claire, one would realize that he didn't actually try to attack her many times. Even when he did, he was mainly doing so to distract her from what was going on in other places. All of Maleficus' non-fatal attacks, the very attacks that turned Claire's summons into statues that floated in the air, those attacks weren't as simple as they seemed. WHOSH. A huge roar of wind slammed against the ground as an even greater force was propelled towards it. Maleficus took control over the nearest darkness and threw it at the dragon wantonly, and the darkness responded. Suddenly, a statuesque serpent, roughly 500 kilometers long, descended rapidly, catching fire as it rubbed against the atmosphere. The man-made comet made it to the dragon as the dragon targeted Maleficus, catching it by surprise, and though it managed to avoid the physical impact, that was only the start of it. Maleficus' darkness had completely overtaken the serpent. It was already dead, turned into a bomb that Maleficus could use whenever he needed it. It was unfortunate that it didn't meet its destined enemy, but it was used properly nevertheless. Darkness exploded forth, creating a massive egg around the dragon. The egg of darkness squished and moved like a school of fish swimming through the air, compressing itself as it tried to swallow the dragon as well. Black splotches appeared all over its golden scales, connecting to each other and forming a web that couldn't be escaped by normal means. In most cases, nothing could escape this net. No being had the power to remove Maleficus' control. As long as his darkness covered enough of their bodies, it was impossible for them to resist enslavement. However, as a bright golden godly aura covered the dragon, and as a bloodlust beyond any other was released into the world, Maleficus was forced to accept that his usual means wouldn't work this time. The cards Claire had been hiding. It was best to say that after fighting the dragon for a few minutes and seeing out of his peripheral as Erwin tried to fight the other two, Maleficus completely understood why Claire was regarded as an expert leagues better than him. He understood why his brother decided to retreat to the sacred abyss universe and participate in the war against the heavenly world as a true member of the foreign races, because unless he had power that far surpassed what his base human form could achieve, how was he meant to win against monsters like these? Chapter 1572 Monster 2 OM. The battle that was once mentioned for not having many explosions had now joined the rest of the pack, as Grand Duke Fama's power reached its potential. His every movement started to cause problems. If he was in the heavenly world instead of the heavenly god plane, the folds of reality would have been straining themselves to even hope to contain his presence. The Grand Duke, a man whose power was completely opposite to his personality, was a close combat fighter. He used his fists more than he used weapons or ranged attacks, which, in most cases, was fine. After all, as long as he could reach his enemy, he could kill them with just a few punches. He didn't need more than a single moment of opportunity to end everything. This battle had already been underway for several minutes at this point. The power of the Grand Duke's fists was imprinted into the world. However, facing Serena, his disadvantage rapidly showed itself. He hadn't even been able to hit her once yet. The Grand Duke was a powerful man. It was a bit of a shame that he was being underrepresented like this. But what could he do? He couldn't even get close to her. Shio. For needles filled with the law of time whizzed past his body, while one managed to puncture his shoulder and push through. His skin immediately withered away, making his left arm unusable. Luckily, he managed to avoid soul injury, so without minding the loss of his arm, he continued to push forward. Bang, he threw a punch with his right. Space and time collapsed under the pressure of his fist, and a gap formed in Serena's permanent defense. Without wasting a second, he pushed forward through it and prepared himself to attack again. Good, Serena wasn't surprised. She'd led him into this trap. The longer she and Famas fought, the more she realized her advantages. He didn't know what she could do. It was a bit insulting, but when they'd fought in the past, she was nowhere near the level necessary for him to take note of her presence. While she had a vendetta against him, he was only focused on Dante. The only reason the Grand Duke knew who she was because she was married to Dante. As for her power, her intelligence, her fighting style, her anything, really, the Grand Duke was simply unaware. All he knew was that he had to be wary of her because she had reached his level. Since she used time laws, Famas assumed that he knew the extent of her power. Everyone who used time as their main law fought the same. But, just like everything else he thought he knew, that was simply incorrect. It was perfect for her. The Grand Duke could be a terrifying enemy, especially in an environment where his power could be used at its full potential. However, she had the opportunity to rid him of that environment and lull him into a false sense of security. She could win this battle without even allowing him to show the world why he was a Grand Duke, and the instant she understood the possibility, she immediately went to work to turn it into a reality. The Grand Duke may have shattered spacetime, but he had not shattered Serena's barrier. She consciously removed it so he could be kept under that illusion. And as he approached to attack again, she watched him carefully, slowly closing her barrier around him as he reached the point of no return. The Grand Duke slammed his fist out again, once again causing intense damage to the laws that upheld the heavenly god plane, and the moment his force was mere centimeters away from her, Serena made her move. Time laws were more unique compared to their peers. Regardless of their level, it seemed like the method to directly use them to attack never changed. After all, while time was incomprehensible to many proper and out of reach to even more, it was relatively simple in the way it actually worked. It flowed calmly, providing a backbone for everything. Sure, blasts of time could be shot out as Serena had been doing thus far, but if she wanted to deal a truly lethal blow, could she do the same? No, naturally, she had to put some more effort into it. The attack she had in mind was already prepared by the time the Grand Duke reached her. Since the time to release it had come, Grand Duke Fama's fingers snapped backward as they were forced to freeze in place. Their excess momentum compounded into Fama's wrist and shattered it into pieces. The atmosphere changed subtly. Well, it was only subtle for a moment, and then everything went dark. Space still existed. Movement was still possible, but time was no longer a factor. In the surrounding 100,000-kilometer area, the concept of time itself had been completely removed, swallowed by Serena. What did that mean for others? It meant that no change could ever be real. Without time flowing to cement and define change, it couldn't occur. Grand Duke Famas gathered himself and tried to attack again. His fist did the same as always. Its impact still shattered the world as it did before. However, even after he succeeded in striking Serena, she stood there as if nothing was wrong. Her body was impacted by the force, and for a second, it looked like her chest was going to cave in, but it never happened. Reality didn't respond in a real way. The change the Grand Duke had wrought upon the world was reverted. The Grand Duke's eyes narrowed. He retreated backward several hundred meters, only to see himself rubber-banded back to his original position. He tried to exert as much of his power as possible to break the suppression. It simply wasn't possible, because this effect did not come from something being forced onto him, but from something being taken away. There wasn't a way to use his power to overcome this situation. Not unless he could somehow create his own flow of time to counteract Serena's abyss. Grand Duke Famas was an intimidating guy. He really was, if one heard the stories of what he was doing back in the day when Dante and the rest were still growing. One might even relate him to the same emperor in some ways. Of course, he didn't have the latter's heroism or purpose, but in terms of strength, the two were equally terrifying to those below them. That was why it was a shame. No matter what he wanted to do, Serena wasn't going to allow him to showcase even a speck of his power. She removed his everything with a single move. The only reason she let him get so close at all was so I could do this. She placed her hand on the man's forehead. He naturally tried to move, but he sprung back into place as if he was begging her to do whatever she wanted. A scar that had long healed, but one that she'd never forget, a scar that Grand Duke Famas gave her in the past. It was time for her to return it to him in kind. Chapter 1573 Monster 3. Time. It was a law that many idealized, but not one many had the opportunity of coming into contact with. Damien had a chance to take this law to the peak, and for a time, he was extremely interested in its function. However, as his power grew and became broader, he became somewhat trapped within the existing conventions of the law. Serena was different, or rather, Serena was normal in that aspect. For most people in this world, there was only one element. One law that they'd spend their entire lives trying to comprehend. They'd dig as deep as possible, and when they realized that there was nothing left to dig, they'd use the dirt they'd collected to create something entirely new out of the law's existing form. It was the beauty of training. An endless process that not only improved oneself, but contributed greatly to the world and allowed one to leave a mark that could never be erased. Then, how could time be taken beyond its existing limits? Time was an extremely rigid law. Its effects could impact anything and everything, but the actual effects that it could have were limited to just a few options. When Serena first tried to overcome the law, she found that her best course was to study the absence of time. The result had already been made clear. She learned how to contain the time laws within an area inside her body, effectively erasing them from the world. However, that was only one step. That was a power Serena was able to begin developing as a demigod and complete perfectly around the time she ascended to true godhood. She was a supreme god now. The entire length of her godhood had been spent studying other things. As for what those were, firstly, of course, her ability to touch the soul. She could regress someone's power, regress their soul to a state when they were immortal, and age their soul to the point where it could no longer hold itself together properly. This was a power that made her better than the majority of the world. She had a superiority that they couldn't stand against. However, there were still those people who were stronger than her, and those who she needed to use more power against. For those people, she developed something special. It was a power she called the manifestation of the unseen, and as she grabbed Grand Duke Famas by his head, manhandling him as if he was worth nothing, this was the exact power she used. The world split into 6, then 12, then 144. Countless iterations of the world were formed and laid next to each other in a neat blanket that only Serena and the Grand Duke could see. Manifestation of the unseen. It was more about those things that weren't experienced rather than things that couldn't be seen. Every iteration of reality that presented itself in that moment was different. In some, Famas completely overpowered Serena and killed her. In others, their confrontation didn't exist at all. Every parallel timeline, every what if that existed in the world was manifested by Serena's power, and she looked through them like a window shopper considering a purchase. There was a nuance to this power. A certain finesse was necessary to properly utilize it. Serena spent tens of thousands of years mastering that finesse even after her power was solidified, and as someone who possessed such skill, she could immediately pick out the unseen that she wanted to manifest into reality. Her hand reached forward. The Grand Duke watched as she plucked a string of parallel reality out of the blanket and held it up to his eyes. "See this?" she said, making sure he comprehended her words. He was stuck. Even if he wanted to move, he couldn't. He was forced to watch as she humiliated him. "I hope you've taken a good enough look. After all, this," she pushed the string against his forehead, and it disappeared into his body, "is going to be you from now on." The Grand Duke's eyes rolled back into his head. Flashes of memory that he didn't recognize began to imprint themselves into his soul, overriding what currently existed. In those memories, Fama's had never been a foreign noble. His soul, which had been created in the sacred abyss universe, was incarnated into a regular commoner of that plane. That version of him lived his entire life alone, and while he always looked at practitioners and dreamed of becoming one, of having power, he never had the chance to achieve the dream. He was just a regular person, and unlike the true void universe, there was no such thing as equal opportunity in the sacred abyss. Only those chosen by the Dark God were allowed strong power. As for those who reached it without him, the Gehenna tribe's tragic fate was enough to explain what would happen. Right, a completely new Famas, one who could not attach the title of Grand Duke to his name, was born into this place, that which remained unseen, the essence of a parallel reality, imprinted itself on existence and overrode everything else. Fama's entire legend was changed in that moment. His mind still remembered the memories he held before the transition. Of course, Serena would force him to remember it. This was meant to be painful, after all, but it didn't matter if he remembered, because his soul was now a commoner's, and he could not regain the power he held in the past. Fama's body aged severely within a few seconds. He was around 80 in appearance now, and his vitality reflected that. Well, he and Serena were already outside of the heavenly god plane. Just moments ago, he'd lost all qualifications to enter it. The duo floated to the ground under Serena's control. Fama's feet touched, and he instantly fell to his knees. My body. Two sets of memories clashed in his head, bringing him endless pain. His body was ruined by age. It did not work nearly the same as it used to. Hell, in his current state, even walking was a problem. His joints were bad. It was such a mortal problem that it was incomprehensible to him, but this was his reality now. "You have 2 years of lifespan remaining. I've made sure of it," Serena said to the unresponsive man. "Use those 2 years in any way you desire. I don't care what you do with the rest of your life." Serena flew into the air. She had to leave Fama's vicinity because her mere presence was enough to suffocate the current him, but if she wasn't conscious of it herself, she never would have realized. Fama's was still on the ground, unmoving like a statue as he tried to come to terms with his current situation. Serena knew. To someone like Fama's, who'd been born into power and chasing power his whole life, for someone who valued power more than anything else, this was the absolute worst possible punishment, and that was the exact reason she created a power like this. To those who were stronger than her, nothing mattered more than power, so not only would she strip them of their power, she would leave them to live and experience powerlessness for themselves as people even they didn't remember themselves being, without identity, without strength. What was Fama's? What was anyone? I truly hope you take this time to think about it. Maybe when you realize that everything is the result of your own actions, I'll be able to see something fun. They were not words of condolence or advice, but pure vocalized spite. That's enough. Serena was getting bored of talking to someone who didn't show any response, and she didn't want to think about the past anymore. I need to find Claire. This battle was over, but the one that was taking place over there. Chapter 1574 Monster 4. Serena found a more secluded location nearby before re-entering the heavenly god plane to find Claire and Maleficus. She absolutely could have gone straight there in the real world, but she would be able to travel far faster in that plane. Plus, she wasn't that far away. The heavenly god plane was much less expansive than the heavenly world since it usually only showed enough space to contain all the battles taking place within. There were a lot of gods fighting right now, including Hugo, Persia, and the 16 swords, but they were all roughly around the same place. Maleficus and his main subordinates had all moved together. After all, nevertheless, it wasn't hard for Serena to find the location. Claire's summons weren't exactly quiet, and when she arrived, the first feeling that set in was confusion. It wasn't what she was expecting at all. When she finally recognized the 3 summons in front of her, her expression changed. That was when the second feeling set in. Concern. Dante, Serena, Hugo, and Persia all knew about Claire's peculiarity. It wasn't just the one time during their youth that she went berserk. They'd experienced it personally, and they'd been there when Dante finally figured out how to seal the demons. However, if the manifestations of those seals were here, then where was Claire? Boom! The dragon summoned a huge ball of flaming light, which struck Maleficus straight in the chest and threw him into the ground. he slammed into the earth, and his body was embedded several inches inside of it. It didn't look like he would be getting up again. As for Erwin Elowin, the treatment he was getting was horrible. Serena recognized him too, since Claire had shown them all pictures of the people from her past, so she didn't jump in to help or anything. Merely, the monkey and the tiger acting together was a bit overkill regardless of who their enemy was. Erwin Elowin's power had been locked by the monkey's sealing power, and together, the two summons were torturing him slowly. They cut him up slowly. Every time they attacked, they'd slice an inch-thick segment of his body and then wait. Only after he felt the pain of the cut would they administer another. Erwin had come here because he'd followed the money. Stria had offered him many benefits for going against his grandniece, and he happily agreed. Claire was the last remaining vestige of his shameful past. If she could die, then it was better for him. He could finally get rid of that memory and clear his current bottleneck. Was he expecting this situation at all? Of course not. He was being violated, humiliated. It looked like he was a mortal being toyed with by gods. Considering that he was also a supreme god, the strength of his enemies could only be unfathomable. Erwin was going to die soon. There was nothing he could do to stop it. Eventually, his head would be presented to Claire on a stake, but Claire, where was she? She's still in danger. Since her seals were released, her enemies obviously wouldn't be able to do anything to her. The danger in this situation was Claire herself. She was not only a danger to others. If she couldn't be brought back under control in time, her own body would be slowly corrupted and destroyed by that power. I have to find her. Serena spread her awareness and immediately rushed in the direction where she found Claire's aura. It took her a minute to find her, but it wasn't that hard. Claire hadn't moved since the start of her transformation. Every bit of will inside her was used to make sure she wouldn't encounter others, but that didn't matter if others encountered her. Claire, Serena yelled out, announcing her presence. She was aware that she was putting herself in danger, but she had to check and see how far Claire had gone. If there was no response at all, then she was too far gone. Only Dante would be able to fix her. If her bloodlust concentrated on the newly discovered target, then she'll attack wantonly until she's completely worn out. Serena used her power to contain the explosion as much as possible, dodging everything she couldn't disperse. There's good news and bad news. Claire had locked onto her. This meant that Serena was in danger, sure, but it also meant that Claire could still be saved. As long as her power was properly exhausted, she would have the chance to wrestle control back from the beings who currently had her body. However, to exhaust Claire's power, I'll try my best. If only Dante were here, right? That seemed to be the common thought among people who'd fought by his side. It was a little funny how much he and his son had in common. It was almost as if they were the same person, just born in two different generations. Boom. 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 Claire's fighting style had changed completely, but the foundation was still creation. Now, Claire was using a power more similar to Iris, where she controlled the non-living side of creation. Serena had to move a lot more than she did when she was dealing with Famas. She zipped through the atmosphere, expertly controlling her barrier to disperse the majority of Claire's rampant mana. This fight was not one where her goal was to kill the enemy. That was a huge problem for Serena, whose whole power existed to decimate her foes. Contain, not kill. It was a lesson she'd had to learn in the past as well. But as long as she used her power properly, it was still more than possible. But until it becomes possible, she glanced at Claire, who was staring back at her with those reptilian eyes. I'll have to fight. It had been a very long time since she and Claire last fought. And at that time, they'd vowed to never fight again after establishing a solid relationship as sister wives. Another massive explosion rang out, covering both Claire and Serena and hiding them from view. That was the last thing Damien saw. The projection that Erwin Elowin set up to follow Claire was cut off, whether it was by the force of the explosion, because Erwin himself died, or because Claire and Serena moved too far out of range. Damien didn't know. The clone of Grand Duke Famas disappeared as the man himself was turned into a regular human. It was unexpected, even though Famas' fight with Serena was also being broadcast to this place. 3 Grand Dukes and 15 Dukes. While this number was still quite impossible for Damien to approach, he didn't have much of a choice anymore. The situation had changed. It wasn't his mother against her enemies anymore. He couldn't just trust her to come out on top. The ones fighting were his mother and his aunt, and from the looks of it, something was horribly wrong. I need to get there. He couldn't stay trapped and stuck in the background anymore. It was time for him to enter the fight as well. Chapter 1575 Escape. 1. Damien hadn't done anything until now. It was only natural for him to fade into the background. It wasn't like Damien was afraid of the consequences. Despite being surrounded by a force it was impossible for him to beat, he was never afraid of confronting them. However, he still held his anger back. Even as he saw his mother get injured and lose herself, he held his anger back, because he couldn't say for certain whether the others would be safe or not if he decided to directly attack the people around him. They had him in a precarious situation where they controlled everything. At least, that was how it started. The current situation in the field was completely outside of their expectations, none of them showed it. But the instant Grand Duke Famas became just Famas, they'd put their guards up. There usually weren't so many people this powerful. In other cosmos, a Grand Duke was an inviolable force. Even if several of their peak gods appeared at once, they wouldn't be able to stand up to a single foreign Grand Duke. The true Void universe was a completely different ballgame. Serena was already so powerful, but Claire had suddenly achieved a level that even surpassed the Grand Dukes. She was just a step below unrecorded, at least, by the perception of those who watched her, for the last scene to appear on the projection to be Claire and Serena fighting while everyone sent by them was dead or dying. Naturally, the foreign nobles felt a certain way about it. However, they had Damien locked away, and that was their main priority. The plans Grand Duke Famas made were all thrown out the window. He'd been given the lead of this entire operation, but look what happened. He was consumed by his own emotions and died while chasing a dream that was never possible. It could be considered a side effect of his power, but the usually calm Grand Duke was always on the edge of breaking. That edge just couldn't hold him anymore, and when he saw perfection approaching, he became hasty and lost it all. The chain of command specified that if Famas went off the rails, Grand Duke Mabeth would take control, and while he had been silently allowing his comrade to do as he pleased, he was never a fan of the way they were doing things. Mabeth respected the hierarchy established among them. Not because he respected the others at his level, but because it was what the Dark God ordained. But Famas was gone, and Mabeth had been making preparations for this moment for a very long time. Move. Mabeth said only one word, but all of the foreign nobles understood what he meant. There was no need to wait and give Damien more time to think. There was no need to obsess over those from Void Palace. They'd die when their time came. Right now, they only had one goal: to eliminate the anomaly in front of them. Before Damien could act on his thoughts, the nobles around him attacked. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, causing ripples in the existence barrier. Damien had already teleported away. I guess there's no need to think more. Since it had come to this, Damien's thoughts completely cleared out. His entire mind was focused on the current goal, escaping. Grand Duke Klaus appeared behind him before he knew what was happening, sending a fist into his back. Damien barely felt it when it was only a few millimeters away. He didn't have time to block or dodge. However, the explosive force of the punch shot through the location where Damien was as if he wasn't there. His body had turned ethereal at the final moment. He just barely managed to keep himself unharmed. Bang! 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 The dukes, counts, and viscounts knew they couldn't play a major role in this battle, but that didn't mean they were useless. Without even caring where Damien actually was, they peppered the sky and ground with attacks to limit the amount of space he had to move around. Is that everything? Of course it wasn't. Even more useless numbers were added to the equation, just in case their presence inhibited Damien even a little bit. The foreign vanguard was also present within the hidden principality. The 5 types of manufactured beasts used by the foreign races to invade the world, hundreds of thousands of them swarmed the ground below, creating a dark blanket across the entire hidden principality. Originally, they'd been brought here for a simple reason. Their presence caused the corruption to spread faster, which worked towards the main goal of the Dark God, conquest. Now, they'd been repurposed. Not that Damien cared either way. There are only 3 I have to pay attention to, the others needed to be kept in mind, but not actively watched, and the main goal isn't to win the battle. The main goal was to escape and find a way to his mother so he could mediate her current circumstances. I don't know what's happening to her, but if Aunt had to fight, then it can't be good. If she's been possessed or something similar, then the concept of order is the perfect solution. If his mother had some sort of long-term problem that he didn't know about, then this was his opportunity to help her permanently fix it. Okay, Damien rapidly turned to the side, narrowly avoiding another projectile. His own energy blazed outward, pushing away the Malik around him. It was not mana, nor was it Malik. It was a mixture of both, a combination of the 2 forms of energy used by the conjoined cosmos. Damien flicked his hand up. The Malik around him halted and turned around, targeting the people who originally brought it into the world. Boom, boom. 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 Boom, a Viscount died just there, forcing the rest to pull back and focus on hiding while then attacked. The dukes pushed forward to protect them, but even they were just at the same level as Damien. He wasn't going to let them outdo him. His attacks were accurate and formless. He didn't focus on form, instead focusing everything on what went into the attacks. As such, form-wise, all he released were waves of energy. However, each wave was equipped with something magical, a mixture of laws unlike what anyone else could create. Damien whizzed around, and for a second, it looked like he'd be able to turn this situation into something advantageous. Against the dukes, counts, and viscounts, at least, he could hold his own without a problem. But even if it was Damien, there were limits. He wasn't yet at a level where he could avoid them. With 3 Grand Dukes, 3 Supreme Gods trying to kill him, it would have been strange if Damien could make it out without some suffering. Grand Duke Maveth stood on the ground, watching as the battle raged on, and he snapped his finger while Damien was occupied. He didn't sense the attack, nor did he feel it until it had already happened. Blood spurted into the air. This was the start of Damien's torturous attempt to escape. Chapter 1576 Escape 2. Searing pain attacked him first. Grand Duke Maveth was a unique case where 2 abilities manifested in one person. On top of his regular abilities, which he had yet to reveal, he had the power to heighten the pain sensitivity of his victims. Every time his attack struck, the victim's pain would be squared. With a single attack, Damien was caught in the cycle, already feeling pain at twice the normal rate, which was why he could feel it at all. His arm had been taken off with that attack. It was already regrowing, and with Damien's tolerance, losing an arm for a moment didn't mean much at all. However, he felt the sear as his nerves tried to send signals to an arm that wasn't there. He even felt the phantom pain after his arm healed. Dangerous. Damien made a mental note to watch for Maveth's attacks. If the pain amplification got too high, his perception would be limited by the nervous responses being shot through his body. Boom. 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 Damien continued his defensive strategy. He took control of the Malak around him, sent attacks back to those who attacked him, and used his own mana to create chaos in his vicinity so others couldn't easily approach him. The entire time, Damien remained connected to his existence, connected to reality, feeling the existence barrier around him. Damien gritted his teeth. I can't lose focus. He had to split his attention between the battlefield and the barrier. With the sanctuary locked away and separated from him, he couldn't summon Alexander or Damien to aid him. He was on his own, forced to take the entire burden with his singular main body. Damien spun around, accurately gauging his situation. The main attackers are Klaus and Maveth. Grand Duke Lance had disappeared into the shadows. He was likely waiting for the perfect moment to land a fatal blow. Maveth has pain amplification and force control. The power was similar to Damien's in that it manifested as a formless wave. It was hard to sense and even harder to see, but when it struck, it could hit one with the force of a million suns. Unlike Damien's power, Maveth's waves were consistent. The power contained within was always the same, and only the amount of force changed. However, it was a powerful ability that also contained some aspects of spatial control. Maveth could summon force from anywhere. He didn't just have to shoot it out of his body. For instance, the attacks aimed at Damien right now. Boom. 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 Boom, that were spawning directly on him, giving him no more than a flash of a second to dodge. Unfortunately, that amount of time wasn't enough when there were tens of force explosions taking place just inches away from each other all around Damien. Bang, he finally got struck. The pain he felt was amplified to 4 times the normal amount, and the attack wasn't as simple as a severed arm. Damien's chest caved in. His heart was pierced by a loose rib. Gritting his teeth, he held his scream and willed the authority of immortality to heal him quickly. Whoosh, that was when Klaus appeared behind him again. A massive swirl of Malak covered the two of them, and as Damien was thrown into a world of darkness, a single speck of light illuminated his vision. Dodge. I have to, Vumun. Klaus grabbed Damien in a bear hug and squeezed as tight as he could. Bang. 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 Damien immediately threw several needles of mana out of his back. But Klaus didn't let go. The dot of light became brighter and bigger as it approached closer. Soon enough, the form of a spear flying faster than the speed of light became clear to Damien's eyes, and it was aimed straight for his heart. Damn. Damien summoned spatial mana and attempted to teleport. His body began to fade into the spatial layers, but exactly at that moment, crash, the spatial layers themselves shattered, leaving Damien stuck in the open. Force control. Maveth's power wasn't just useful in attacking other people. Its effects on the atmosphere could be just as devastating, with Klaus holding him in place and Maveth blocking his escape. The massive spear that Lance threw was able to strike him without an inch of inaccuracy. Shick, the spear stabbed through his chest. Klaus immediately backed off. Boom! An explosion of dark light swallowed Damien whole. His skin burned off and his flesh was seared. His bones began to melt, and as if that wasn't bad enough, Maveth saw this as the perfect opportunity. Bang! Another wave of force struck Damien. Bang! Then another. Bang! Then another again. Suddenly, his pain had been amplified from 4 times the normal amount to 65,000 times what any human should have ever been forced to feel. Damien couldn't hold it back anymore. He screamed in agony. He couldn't even explain the absolute atrocity that was being committed on his body right now. His mind went blank. He couldn't think about anything but the pain. His body froze. His muscles locked up as they were bombarded with enough nervous stimulation to shatter any normal person's mental world into a million tiny pieces. Damien held on by a string, forcing himself through the pain, but that was not something his enemies would allow. Boom! Klaus struck him from the back. He was a simpler battle type who had extreme speed and physical strength, but when his power was combined with his peers, he became a monster beyond monsters. Lance's power was nuanced. He could throw anything at speeds incalculable to the human mind. As long as an object was flung by his arm, it could become a weapon stronger than any godly artifact. Those two were the main damage dealers, and Maveth thought he just watched from the back, constantly heightening Damien's pain and assuring that he would never find an opening to escape his torment. Famas laid out a solid groundwork, but he was too emotional for his own good. When someone who was cold and calculating like Maveth took charge, those preparations could be fully exploited, leading to a situation where even someone as great as Damien couldn't fight back. Why was he so confident? Despite knowing that it would end up like this, Damien was still more concerned with his mother and aunt's situation than his own. How was he able to approach the battle when he knew he'd experienced so much suffering? The answer was quite simple, actually. He didn't consider it at all. He didn't even think about losing, nor did he have a thought about any sort of pain he'd have to face. Now, he was in it. He couldn't back out anymore, and the pain was already upon him. However, he refused to fold. With every passing second, as he felt the constant impacts tearing his body to shreds, Damien regained a tiny bit of rationality, and with that rationality, he was able to seize control over the existence in his possession. All things were trivial in front of him, all concepts were his to dominate and rule. As long as he remembered that singular, extremely important fact, Damien could do anything. Even if that meant destroying a piece of existence itself. Chapter 1577 Escape. 3. It couldn't be overstated how little Damien understood his own power. He'd been comprehending existence concept by concept, and his general understanding of it was spectacular. If one asked him to showcase the concepts of existence themselves, he could show them something wondrous. However, ironically enough, Damien, who valued freedom so much, was restricted in thought. He simply could not foster an imagination wide enough to experience the full brevity of existence. Of course, Damien never stopped trying. His recent curiosity towards the different paths of life and the ways humans could change was related to his desire to expand his mentality. His efforts were applaudable, but they just weren't enough. At least in terms of usages of his power in battle, it was impossible for Damien to understand them until he found himself in that precarious situation. No matter how powerful he became, the fundamental rule of practitioners didn't change. Practical experience was always the most valuable. Right now, Damien was experiencing something preposterous. His pain had been amplified by over 1,000,000 times as Maveth continued to attack him. That wasn't just the pain of a paper cut. The base force was already godly strength. His body was in the process of being decimated. It kept regenerating, somehow faster than Klaus and Lance could attack. Damien never truly died no matter how many times his heart and head exploded. It was a troubling matter for his enemies, but what was it like for him? Frankly, he couldn't even feel his body anymore. When the pain reached a certain point, it just became numb. There was only a certain level that even Damien's evolved physique could handle, and rather than inhibiting him, that numbness helped Damien. He, who had kept his rationality throughout it all, was suddenly given the freedom to act on that rationality. The pain wasn't shattering his thoughts anymore, and that was when he realized it. Wasn't pain just a concept? Wasn't everything around him just mana, malic, energy? Humans, foreign races, living beings, the earth, the winds, the heavens, wasn't it all just a bundle of forces under his control? Wasn't reality something he could toy with as he saw fit? It was hard for Damien to not underestimate himself. He was incomprehensible, but he still judged himself by the standards others had set for this world. It was normal, wasn't it? That was exactly the problem. Damien was not normal, and perhaps his failure to throw away all convention was the exact thing holding him back from his full potential. He had to realize at some point, he was the one who would rule the world. He was the person aiming to be absolute. The arrogance he thought he was suppressing was not arrogance, but confidence with obvious backing. He did not need to suppress himself and be humble, because if he really held all of that back, he would never think he had the capability to do things he actually could do easily. A switch clicked in his mind. All of the habits he'd drilled into himself to keep himself humble and aware of all possibilities were thrown away. Everything that could possibly limit him was forced back. He had a goal he needed to accomplish, he had people he needed to save, and he absolutely could not fall here. All of it. Damien's eyes flashed open. I want all of it gone. Voom. A massive pulse of energy was released from his body. Everything went dead silent. As if all the sound in the surroundings had been swallowed up. Malik and mana, both were different forms of the same thing, and at the end of the day, both were energies that could only make up a fraction of void energy. Damien's formless aura enveloped the entirety of the hidden principality. It had to be remembered that existence was only half of what Damien needed. The main energy he used, the main power he chased, was not existence alone. Before his chaotic yet absolutely pure energy, both mana and Malik were forced to kneel. All of the energy in the vicinity settled and dispersed. In that moment of silence, Damien looked at Grand Dukes Maveth, Klaus, and Lance. He looked at the existence barrier that he once saw and believed to be greater than him. None of this matters, none of it was real, no danger could affect him. If I want to leave, Damien pushed his hand out. He allowed his mana to flow however it wanted to, uncaring of everything else around him. Boom. Boom. Boom, the sound of explosions. It was muffled to the point where it was hardly audible. The three Grand Dukes and their noble lackeys continued to attack as they saw something strange happening around Damien. They weren't just going to sit back and allow him to do whatever he pleased. However, there was a barrier around him, a barrier of existence. After being trapped inside of one for so long, it would have been strange if Damien didn't learn how to recreate it for himself. Right, whether it was force control or physical strength, Malik or mana, nothing could get through to the current Damien. The pain in his body vanished, his arms and legs grew back, and his organs returned to their normal positions as his chest returned to its regular position. Nobody can stop me, nothing could hold him. Not even existence itself. Another huge pulse of energy ripped through the air. The Grand Dukes were thrown back, while the Dukes and those beneath them found their Malik incapable of functioning. A bright white light covered Damien's body, growing and growing until it was brighter than a supernova. Light clashed against barrier, existence clashed against existence. The entire hidden principality fiercely shook as it seemed like the cave could collapse at any time. Crack, it was a subtle sound that only Damien heard. Crack. 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 Crack, it repeated itself as a small crack turned big, expanding across a large surface, and eventually, when the cracks added up, crash, the entire structure collapsed. It was 0.00000000000. It came out of nowhere. The second the existence barrier disappeared, all of the force it had absorbed was spread back into the environment. The entire hidden principality was bombarded by its weight. The Grand Dukes were forced to go on the defensive, and together with the Dukes, they provided cover for their entire group of over 100. The vanguards, on the other hand, weren't so lucky. Hundreds of thousands became none as rampant energy and falling rocks claimed the lives of every artificially engineered soldier. Chaos ensued in full, not giving anyone present time to do anything but survive. But Damien, he was not a part of that group. The instant the barrier was destroyed under the weight of his partially completed void energy, he had disappeared millions of kilometers into the distance. Only the foreign nobility were left to deal with the aftermath. No words were exchanged. However, the intents of all involved parties were transmitted clearly: the rage, humiliation, and annoyance of the foreign nobility. And the clear sentiment Damien left when he escaped. Bender, this time, they'd won. However, if he ever met them again, he would make sure to finish what they'd started. Chapter 1578 Chaos 1. It was a curiosity, wasn't it? How was the connection inside Claire formed? What did it mean? Despite living with it for so long, even Claire didn't have answers. Her situation wasn't a common thing in the cosmos. or even in all of existence, the nature of the connection remained unknown, which meant the actual implications it had were the same. The best Claire and those around her could do was seal it off and make sure it didn't cause too much damage, but it was still anomalous. For instance, why did Claire's power change? Why was it that the beings controlling her had an equal and opposite understanding of Claire's laws? She used creation regardless of her form, but the types of creation varied so much that it was almost like two completely different people. When both sides were combined, an ultimate weapon would be born. Was that the main purpose? Serena didn't know, but as someone who'd fought Claire before, she felt the clear difference between her two sides. She was relentless. Unlike the usual Claire, she was heavy on the attack and left no space for her enemy to do anything. Serena had to fight back. She wasn't given another choice, however, to fight back. How could she do that without aiming for the throat? Boom. 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 Serena could dodge without a problem where she needed to. Since time and space shared a lot of similarities, she could maneuver in ways that mimicked teleportation. Her barrier was also perfect against someone with a power like Claire's, since objects had a far easier lifespan to control than energy. No matter what Claire used, no matter how powerful or mind-bending it was conceptually, Serena didn't have a problem keeping herself safe. But she still couldn't find a way to take Claire down. I might have to kill her, in the worst-case scenario. She would have to hope that Claire had brought the pig out in preparation. But it can probably only use that power one more time. If Claire died here, there wouldn't be a next time. Was it worth the risk, or was there a better method? No, neither. I'll have to play defensive and hope she can regain control when she starts running out of divine energy. How long that would take, Serena didn't know. It could be months or even years, considering how massive Claire's mana capacity was. However, there was no other choice. She had to. All of a sudden, an aura arrived on the horizon. It didn't have an owner. Nobody approached, but that aura clearly displayed itself in the heavenly god plane. That is, it was familiar. Of course it was, though he wasn't her biological son. She still saw him as one of her own. They'd only known each other for a small time, but she was already more than familiar with his aura and character. Damien was here, not in the heavenly god plane, but in the real world, and somehow, just when did that boy get so strong that he came with an aura almost rivaling theirs? Serena didn't know what Damien was planning to do. She knew it was dangerous around Claire right now, but she had no way to transmit that information to him unless she left Claire alone here and returned to the real plane. I hope he can stay safe, and if he was going to create another miracle outside, then I have to make sure Claire stays contained until he can work out a solution. The last person who was able to solve Claire's problem was her husband, Dante Void. Her son was a spitting image of him in many ways, and even more of a genius. It wasn't too far of a stretch to believe that he might be able to find the solution that she couldn't, to keep Claire's occupied so it couldn't cause Damien trouble. That is a far easier task than bringing her sanity back. If it was just that much, she could do it without a problem. Time, after all, was something she could create at will. Damien had indeed arrived outside. It wasn't hard for him to find his mother since he was the one who originally received the reports about where each member of Stria had positioned themselves. On top of that, the projection allowed him to pinpoint the exact location, so he didn't have to search around when he reached the place where the battle was supposed to happen. Claire wasn't that far away. She stood in the air, alone and radiating such a field of thick energy that not even another god could easily approach her. Malefistria was nowhere to be seen. It was the same with Erwin Eloin, who'd already died. The latter's real body dispersed into ash when he met his end in the heavenly god plane. As for the former, Damien didn't care about any of that. His mother was in a precarious state. He confirmed this suspicion the instant he arrived. This energy isn't hers. For the most part, the assumptions he'd made were all correct. Claire wasn't in the right state of mind right now. She was likely possessed by something. The cause, Damien would find out soon enough. Her soul is in the heavenly god plane, but I should still be able to read it. His perception changed. The human outline that Claire's body was disappeared. Her soul became clear to him as the ethereal superseded the physical. Damien instantly saw what his mother hid. It was something spectacular, especially in the eyes of a man who'd had more experience creating galaxies and universes than anyone. The portal in Claire's soul was almost completely material. It worked as if it was being powered by strong spacetime laws. But there was nothing of the sort. It existed purely because it existed. There was nothing that could explain it. Wow, that was a concept that meant a lot to Damien. For something to exist without a basis, to exist just because it did, Wasn't that exactly what he needed to make his power absolute? Putting that aside, the problem was easy to see when one had such a clear look at the soul. There was a dark energy leaking through the portal and corrupting Claire's soul. It manifested with the will of those who produced it and possessed her, forcing her to act against her own will. The base of the problem is the two-way connection between Mom and the other world. Damien couldn't just get rid of the portal, because just as much as it cursed her, it was a source of Claire's power. Instead of completely removing it, what Damien needed to do to save his mother and permanently solve her problem was turn that two-way connection into a single line, making it so that only Claire had control over what came through the portal. Easy, right? Not so much, because if Damien wanted control over that connection, then I have to fight the beings on the other side. Damien put his focus into the portal, carefully maneuvering through Claire's soul so as to not damage or change anything, and his battle begun, a fight against beings that even his father could not defeat. Chapter 1579 Chaos 2. So what truly lay on the other side of the connection? Claire had seen them, but even she didn't necessarily understand what they were. She defined them as the world core and the beast. There was no other way to word it, since that was all she was able to see. However, as Damien entered the portal himself, he was able to see what others couldn't. Those two entities were indeed as Claire saw them, but it was a bit more than that. There weren't two entities at all. From the start, it was only one. Claire's body hid a massive secret. It's not that she's connected to another world, no, the thing she assumed was a world wasn't anything of the sort. Her soul is linked directly to the core of an alternate cosmos. She was a practically living cosmos, something that should have been impossible. The problem is that she's never been able to actually access the majority of her power, so we can't tell why she was born with it in the first place. Claire had never seen that alternate cosmos. It wasn't because she wasn't powerful enough, but because something had hijacked her connection. That being was the equivalent of a supreme god in its universe. When it sensed the disturbance that was Claire's presence, it found an opportunity to become unrecorded. Somehow, using its understanding of laws, it was able to block Claire's connection and occupy it. Then, using it as a foundation, it parasitized Claire's soul for its own benefit. It was massive. Its true form was bulbous and hard to distinguish from a world. It had continents on its back and bodies of water that flowed off into the void. A myriad of life forms had been bred or migrated to this being's back, and for all intents and purposes, it was indeed functioning as a world. Claire saw both a beast and a world core. At first, one would believe that it was because the beast had a similar function to a world core. However, that wasn't the case. Instead, the beast had swallowed a world core at some point in its life and was now in a sort of symbiotic relationship with it. They were two halves of the same being, bound in body and spirit. It's not an inherently evil being. If it was, then there were far more efficient ways to use the life on its back to increase its power, but its energy is malevolent. There were two ways this could happen. The first was that the law the being practiced was close with darkness. The second is that the beast commits evil even while acknowledging its wrongdoing. That one made more sense considering the effects it had on Claire. It's trying to break her and take her over. As for what it plans to do after that, Damien's eyes narrowed. I can find out through its memories. Regardless of what kind of beast it was, it would die by his hand today. Its strength simply did not matter to him. It's not from here. It couldn't see him. It couldn't interact with him because he was currently in a form that it couldn't perceive, but I can see it, and he could attack it as he pleased without an ounce of resistance. Damien summoned his existence. He blocked the connection between Claire and the alternate cosmos completely so that the effects of the battle wouldn't backfire on her. What Damien proceeded to do from that point forth could only be considered cheating. He camped in the ethereal plane and peppered the beast's body with attack after attack. It was like a cataclysm had dawned for the beings living on its back. Boom. 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 The beast was instantly alerted, and it obviously spread its senses to try and find where it was being attacked from. It even let out an instinctive burst of energy to kill or disrupt any enemies in its immediate vicinity, but nothing it did would work, because Damien wasn't actually there in the first place. The situation changed in the heavenly god plane. Claire's body suddenly jerked. Serena rapidly cancelled the attack she was about to throw and rushed towards her sister, catching her before she fell. Claire, she said worriedly. No response, but her vitality was still strong. Claire's body slowly turned incorporeal as she vanished from the heavenly god plane and returned to the real world. Serena immediately understood what was happening. Damien had succeeded somewhere, or he'd failed miserably. Whatever the truth was, she needed to get to where Claire was expeditiously. She hastily left the heavenly god plane as well. Her main body was still far away from Claire. She needed some time to get there, that was the problem. Even if some time was only a minute, nobody had stopped to check what happened to Maleficistria, had they. That Damien's mind was too absorbed in Claire's situation, so he was left vulnerable in the outside world, and that was when he approached him. Maleficistria had been ruined by the dragon. The attacks he received from Claire earlier inhibited his combat potential, and as the dragon who sealed Bloodlust fought against him with all of its power, he was rapidly outclassed. He'd been beaten and beaten again until he couldn't even recognize his body anymore. His soul was so weak that it would wither with a single gust of wind. However, he was still alive, his body was embedded in the ground and forgotten. He managed to barely leave the heavenly god plane in time to save himself from more damage, but his injuries wouldn't heal themselves, he was crippled for life. In his current state, he would slowly lose divinity with time until he eventually rotted away in some corner of the world. That was not how he wanted to die. With how things were going now, Stria is done, there was no hope for the Stria clan, that was the last straw for Malefice. Without Stria, my life has no meaning, everything he built up had been lost, and even his own kin was no longer on his side. What reason did he have to maintain his life? The cause of all of this. It all started with Void, and it would all end with Void. Malefice was already there. Damien didn't sense him, Claire wasn't mentally present, and there was nobody else there. Malefice arrived behind Damien, only one goal in mind, die. He wanted that man dead, his life was worthless, so he didn't care if he had to sacrifice it, as long as that man ended up dead. Malefice's mana disappeared into his body and concentrated in his very center, his soul, his energy, and his everything concentrated into that single location, forming into a ball of existence that was Maleficistria. But this coagulation wasn't created to define him, no, this was the sacrifice he made. Using his entire self as payment, he created a force so massive that it could destroy galaxies, and only a few feet away from Damien, he allowed that force to ignite, and ignite it did, so well, in fact, that the light it produced could be seen from billions of kilometers away. Chapter 1580 Chaos 3 Boom. The explosion was truly incalculable. It contained the entirety of a supreme god's existence within it, so it had to be at least that big. Malefice's law was based on darkness. But his final moments produced an unreasonable amount of light, enough to blind even the strongest experts. The sound was also something that had to be mentioned, fierce, roaring winds behind any other. They roared like they were mourning the death of their closest person, like they wanted to destroy the world in their rage. It was a true spectacle, and absolutely not something the heavenly world could see often. This was the true extent of a god's power in its rawest form. To some, it was a beautiful moment. To others, it was a spectacle. Those caught inside were vaporized instantly, and only later would they be mourned by those they left behind. Serena thought she was far away from Damien and Claire. But that turned out to not be the case, as even she was caught in the edge of the explosion. Her eyes widened in immense surprise as she put up all the defenses she possibly could. If this came from where they are, her instincts immediately kicked in. I have to get there. She pushed forward through the rampant energy that refused to stop raging in the atmosphere, using every drop of her power to push towards Damien and Claire. Because if they were in the very center of all of this chaos, right, that was what it was, chaos. Damien's attention was immediately brought back to reality in the split second that the explosion took to reach him. He was forced to make a rapid decision without understanding the full extent of the situation he was in. Damien's existence barrier went up and clashed again, the explosive force in that small amount of space. The energy repelled off the barrier and collided with everything else that was happening, making the space around Damien extremely bright. He could feel the force through the barrier. If he used a weaker force, he wouldn't be able to protect himself and his mom. Speaking of, he'd completely taken his attention off of the battle happening in her soul. Claire's body jerked and spawned in the air. Malevolent energy swirled around her as her appearance started to morph towards its possessed state. Crack, she thrashed, still unconscious. Damn it, Damien didn't have the mental capacity to speak or think. If he left his mother's situation alone, the barrier he used to block her connection with the alternate cosmos would falter. The full force he'd exerted on the dark beast on the other side would rebound on her, and that would lead to the worst-case scenario. If Claire didn't leave her life, she'd be left vulnerable, and that being would not miss the chance to seize her body permanently. It was wary now that it had been attacked. It was waiting for the moment a flaw appeared so it could fight back. Damien had no choice but to split his attention. With half of his mind, he desperately sent blasts of existence raining down on the dark beast, continuing the attack and maintaining the barrier. With the other half of his mind, he maintained the barrier on the outside world, maneuvering it so that the outside force would naturally disperse itself, it was straining enough doing one of these things. To do both at the same time, Damien felt like his mind was being ripped apart. It had to be remembered that he'd just come from the hidden principality. He may have taken away the pain he felt, but until he was absolute, he couldn't will away the exhaustion caused by the overuse of his power. He still vividly remembered that pain, and his body desperately wanted a break so it could recover. However, he was now in an equally precarious situation. Damien roared. With only half of his mind focused on it, the existence barrier became flimsier. Streaks of energy made it through the cracks and struck him all over his body. The Ananta matrix worked in overdrive, cycling and circulating energy to the best of its ability. It absorbed everything hitting Damien and repurposed it to aid his release of power, but that didn't mean Damien didn't feel the impact they would have had. On the other side, the situation hadn't changed much. The problem was that Damien wasn't attacking nearly as fast, and with the dark beast getting riled up, it wouldn't be long before its injuries started reflecting through the connection. Damien had two barriers to uphold. One physical and one ethereal. To do so while he attacked the dark beast was less than ideal, to say the least. Still, he put his everything into it. The suicide of a god in this manner caused a release of energy that couldn't be easily comprehended. The explosion that it created, the dome of light and chaotic energy, wouldn't disperse for a few days, weeks, or even months. Damien would be fighting it for a very long time if it continued like this. An alternative, he needed to find one, and as he searched, he found his answer in chaos. It was the same force coming from both sides. The chaotic explosion fueled by Malefic's legend reeked of chaos. As for the dark beast, the malevolent energy it used was chaos itself. Damien may have split his attention, but at a certain point, the two sides started to blend together. It's all just chaos, and chaos was a concept of existence. It was almost funny how fast things flowed into Damien's head when he finally got a grasp of what he was looking for: chaos. Now that he'd found it, comprehending it was like a breeze. Its functionality, its purpose in the universe, all of it was easily understood and registered in his mind as the concept of chaos joined its peers in his repertoire of knowledge. Perhaps it was because the concept was a direct opposite to order, which he'd already comprehended. His experience with the foundational laws made him exceptional at deciphering laws from their counterparts. Whatever the reason, it all clicked in Damien's head at that moment. This chaotic explosion that put the heavenly world itself at risk, his mother's lifelong curse, to destroy both at the same time. There was a solution, a way to make both problems disappear from this world at the same time. Damien's existence barrier expanded. In Claire's soul, it got larger until it encompassed the entire portal to the alternate cosmos. In the real world, it split into two and covered Damien and Claire individually. "Mom, I'll be right back." Damien pushed his arm out. He grabbed the essence of Malefic's self-explosion and released his mana infinitely. It expanded and expanded, becoming a massive net that contained the entire blast radius within it. Damien focused on the energy. "I need to grab it and nothing else. Any and all matter, any living beings or natural landmarks, needed to stay excluded." Okay, he managed to do it since he'd already found the core, and on Claire's soul side. Preparations had already been made. Damien's mana surged once more, the air warbled around him, and space itself manifested like a massive blob of water that moved and flexed like it was alive. Bang! It was not a force, but compression. In a single instant, the explosive light compressed to a fifth of its size. Bang! Again, it got smaller. Bang! And again, the sound resounded over and over again, getting more and more frequent until the entire explosion was contained within the palm of Damien's hand. This is it. He'd been careful not to mess anything up thus far, but this was the moment of truth. He brought the two pieces of existence closer to him, and he activated his power of chaos. The warbling space droplet opened up. Its proverbial jaws stretched around Damien and the objects in his possession. "It's going to be a bumpy ride." Damien closed his eyes. Whap! The space anomaly swallowed him whole, and everything went black. Chapter 1581 Chaos 4. Damien disappeared from the heavenly world, as did the massive dome of light that seemed like it'd exist for eternity, as did something within Claire. Her eyes fluttered open only moments after the scene regained peace. They were no longer reptilian. Claire had regained her sanity. What? She held her head as she tried to remember what had happened after she went berserk. The memories were foggy, as they didn't necessarily belong to her. The fact that she was never able to know the chaos she'd wrought in her crazed state was one of the most terrifying things about her power. But somehow, she'd returned to normal. "Claire." Her eyes snapped to the side as she heard a voice call her name. Serena approached from the distance, phasing in and out of reality as she stopped time and essentially teleported closer. She reached within a few seconds and instantly hugged Claire. "What happened?" Are you okay? She glanced around, trying to gauge the situation through the surroundings. Nothing. It was incredibly confusing. The explosion was. If Claire is alright, then was it worse at the edges? But that doesn't. Serena tried to make something of what she knew, but it was practically impossible. Nothing she could imagine could explain what was happening now. She was downright stumped. Claire wasn't any better. I don't know, she muttered. I just woke up, that's good. Isn't it? Serena replied with a sigh of relief. Then Damien must have succeeded. Where is he now, Damien? Claire echoed, yes. I was trying to stop you in the heavenly god plane when I sensed his aura from here. You only started improving when he came. Serena smiled slightly. That's a good son you have. It's just it seems he had something urgent to attend to. She didn't know where Damien was, but if he'd left so hastily, then there had to be another important matter at hand. Her nephew was a filial and caring person, and she didn't mind covering for him in moments like these. However, no, Claire felt differently. Something was wrong. Damien was here. That wasn't right. How could he have come, if he saw her in that state? No, that wasn't the problem. Her son was not that type of person. If he saw her in that type of state, and he wanted to help her get out of it, no, she felt it in her soul. There was a difference in the scourge that had plagued her all her life. The fluctuations of its energy were much calmer now. Rather than trying to invade her soul, it felt like it was strengthening it, and beyond that border, she no longer saw that terrifying beast. She saw a picture of the universe, strong and proud. It was an image that filled her entire body with energy and ideas. This is not possible, even Dante couldn't do it. If he couldn't, then who? No, there was no denying it. Her son had been here. Where's Damien? Serena frowned. Her heart sank as a bad feeling set in. She'd been ignoring it until now because she wanted to focus on the fact that the situation was resolved rather than why it was resolved. But the question came back to her in that moment. How did Claire regain sanity, and where did the massive amounts of rampant mana coiling through the air go? The only outlier in the entire situation was Damien himself. The answers to their questions were with him, but he was nowhere to be seen. He definitely had the ability to, but there was no way he'd just leave. Serena was able to feel Damien's concern through his aura. The two women looked at each other as a realization dawned on them both. We need to go. It was a consensus between them. They needed to return to the palace immediately. Using all of the resources and manpower at their disposal, they needed to make sure their child was safe. A lot of things changed from that moment. Damien Void's disappearance was confirmed by many sources. He was not anywhere in the heavenly world. It was normal for Damien to disappear at this point. He'd been caught in many plots like this and had ended up in several wild places where he found new adventures to give him strength. But this time was different. Back then, Damien didn't have something like a home. He had his wives, but he was still a wanderer in his core. He never truly had a place to settle down and truly call his own. Because of that, the only connections he made were fleeting. If he found something that lasted through it all, then he would celebrate it, but he never actively tried to create relationships that would last a lifetime. He was used to being alone, traveling as he pleased to places where others couldn't go. Void Palace was a new thing to him. His biological family was one thing, but everyone else in the palace also considered him as family. They loved him and respected him in so many ways. They trusted him and put faith in him, absolutely believing that he would take them to greater heights. So his disappearance had far more impact than it ever had before. Countless people were mobilized throughout the heavenly world to find a trace of him. The Stria clan was even further isolated and the war against them raged on in a completely new way. The current Stria was just doomed for destruction. Its head had been thoroughly chopped off. Of those who knew him, only his wives remained unconcerned. It was definitely unexpected for a situation like this to occur at this point in their lives, but they of all people had gotten used to this. They could feel Damien's soul. He was alive and well somewhere in the planes of existence, and as long as he was alive, he'd always return. The four of them further entrenched themselves in their current missions, remembering their goals and why they wanted to get stronger. Still, while they knew he was alive, they had no way of knowing where he was. Only one specific group had that knowledge, and they had no plans of sharing it. After the destruction of the hidden principality, the foreign nobles were forced to return to their homeland to hide for a bit before they could target Damien again. The Dark God was playing the long game. He never intended to wage a full war against the true Void universe. He wanted to see it slowly destroy itself. As such, those under him had to be careful with their movements. It wasn't yet time for them to reveal themselves openly to the world. It was depressing, but they had no choice. For Grand Duke Maveth, who took the lead of the operation against Damien, the defeat they faced was an especially humiliating one. However, it wasn't long after they'd returned in shame that they sensed it, all of them at once. Some of them shot to their feet, while others immediately grabbed their weapons. He's here, there was no doubt about it, the presence of Damien Void. It was now in the Sacred Abyss universe, chapter 1582 Chaos, 5. Right, the place where Damien ended up was the Sacred Abyss universe. It wasn't an accident either. Damien arrived just as he wanted to, carrying with him everything he intended to take away from the heavenly world. With a slightly volatile grenade, Damien looked at his left hand, where a yellow orb the size of a bath bomb calmly pulsated as if it wasn't made of godly amounts of chaotic energy that could blow at any second, and some sort of interdimensional cosmic entity. Damien looked at his right hand, where he held that beasts contained in a barrier of existence. It was trapped for now and wouldn't be able to do anything he didn't let it. I think this is going to be a pretty fun road trip. Damien's disappearance. It was partially out of necessity, and partially because he figured out a great way to use his time. While he took the entity from his mother, he also purified her body with the concept of order, which completely absolved all of the problems she'd had. And when he had the entity trapped in his grasp, he realized that killing it wasn't the best option, especially not when he had this much rampant energy around him. He had to find a way to get those things out of the true Void universe. That much remained true. However, his decision to come here was a bit nuanced. The battles he had to fight, he figured he'd get them over with as soon as possible. This was the foreign nobility's home ground, so they had somewhat of an advantage, but he was also able to approach them as he wanted to. He didn't have to be trapped in their schemes anymore, and more than anything else, there's almost nothing to lose here. Talia and the Gehenna tribe wasn't related to him in the eyes of everyone else, so as long as he stayed away from them, they would be safe too. The main point was that Damien could fight here without worrying about any outside factors, so I should use the things I was given to wipe out the foreign nobles. Malefic's core explosion was right about powerful enough to kill a supreme god, right? And while I'm at it, maybe I should try to meet that dark god of theirs. Damien wanted to end things here and now so current events wouldn't repeat themselves. His goal in this place was the complete elimination of all hostile foreign races. It's just like my time on Alcatraz. Except, Damien grinned to himself, unlike Alcatraz, I don't plan to do any sneaking around here. He was just continuing the combat circuit he never got to finish. For now, I should put these away. Damien stored the grenade of Malefic's power in a safe storage space he created specifically for that purpose. As for the dark beast, he just threw it in his proverbial pocket. Since the existence barrier was all the containment it needed, learning from last time's experience. Killing a noble means I inherit their territory. I already have Count Varix's land under control, but I guess I should go see what Horacio was up to before he joined our side. Damien immediately vanished from his position. Wherever he was, all he knew was that he wasn't anywhere near Count Varix's territory, and he could feel the direction of Horacio's territory. Nevertheless, he had to move. They should know I'm here. With how they'd locked onto him, there was no way they didn't feel it when he arrived. I just have to control our encounters. He had to be the one in charge of it all. This territory, it must have belonged to a viscount. It was quite small, as if to further that assumption. Damien wasn't subject to the territory boundaries that held him when he came the first time. He didn't use a dimensional crack, after all. As such, he was able to move through the Sacred Abyss universe just as easily as he could the True Void universe. Is this place also one planet? It was a thought Damien couldn't help but have. This land was so expansive that it could truly compete with the heavenly world. However, the stars in the sky are real. There was truly a horde of celestial bodies floating through the void of space. It was completely different from the artificial skies of his home cosmos. This planet belongs to the foreign nobility, but it's not lacking other peoples. If this is where the majority of civilization is, then what's out there? It wasn't a question he could answer right now, but he did plan to have it answered before he returned to his homeland. Okay, everything was set. Plans had been properly made. Now, let me return unto them the things they did to me. It was going to be an exciting few months. Let me return unto them the things they did to me. It was going to be an exciting few months. That was when it started, a wild goose chase with disastrous consequences. The foreign nobles could sense Damien's position, but they didn't have an exact measure of it. Especially since he zipped around so fast, Damien never stayed in a single territory for too long. Anytime he senses incoming presences within a few tens of millions of kilometers, he'd warp away, leaving them completely unaware of his position. When it came to running, there was really nobody who could defeat Damien. At this point, it might have been better to stay back and try to triangulate where he'd appear next, but even that became difficult. because Damien wasn't just running around for fun. There were 128 barons, 64 viscounts, and 32 counts before they'd met Damien. That number had slightly decreased through his interactions with them, but it was nowhere near the catastrophe he'd caused them since he came back to their world. There were now 68 barons, 12 viscounts, and 15 counts. Those were all nobles he'd killed while the others tried their best to catch up to him. The low-ranked nobles were easy to kill, especially the demigods, who couldn't last more than a single attack from him. Damien was able to move quite fast since he didn't have to be too focused during battle, but he still had a lot of distance to cover. It was almost like this world had been divided in such a way that would cause Damien the most trouble. The weaker nobles were all separated, strewn about in random parts of the world. Meanwhile, the more high-class nobles remained concentrated. It was almost impossible to attack one without being spotted by the others, but Damien had it all planned out. He was slaughtering the low-rank nobles just for convenience. His main goal right now was information gathering. By the time there were only dukes and grand dukes remaining, I'll be well equipped to make sure they join their friends in hell. The foreign races didn't know what kind of enemy they'd made out of Damien. The Dark God didn't know the consequences of attacking the true Void universe. The anomaly they'd encountered this time wasn't a person they could defeat with the strategies they'd used previously. No, if it was Damien at the center of everything, nothing more needed to be said. Chapter 1583 Chaos. 6 months continued to pass. It was far less time in the heavenly world, but that didn't change how long it had been in the sacred Abyss universe. It would have been strange if Damien had been able to go untouched for all of this time. Perhaps it was normal for a few months, but after a while, it became a question why the foreign nobles kept chasing him so aimlessly. Well, it was because their chase wasn't aimless. Damien had been caught quite a few times, and while he did manage to cause some injuries, he never actually managed to kill anyone above the count level. He was always quick on the escape, just like when they'd first met him. In the end, it became obvious that they couldn't catch him through normal means, but until Maveth and the others who stood on the backline finished creating a way to properly trap him, they still needed to chase, so that he would never lose the sense of danger around him. If he put his guard down for just a moment, if the stress got to him and he snapped, they would immediately make sure he became their prey. Definitively this time, Damien was quite aware of their plans. Though they didn't broadcast them to everyone, the counts he devoured still had some tidbits of information about what was happening in the world. It was good they thought the way they did. It means they're acting exactly according to plan. Was Damien unable to kill a duke? Obviously not. Was he unable to do it fast enough? Perhaps when he fought Horacio, but now Damien had comprehended the concept of chaos when he tried to control the absolute chaos that raged around him when he was trying to save his mother. That concept was just as offensive as domination, having a far more direct impact on his combat power than something like order or harmony. Damien didn't quite know how strong he'd gotten. Just like every other time, it was a vague feeling that he couldn't define without fighting, but now wasn't the time. There were 5 gems in the Emperor's crown. Only one short of completion. Theoretically speaking, a duke wasn't Damien's enemy anymore. However, he couldn't test that, because he couldn't let them know that he'd gotten stronger. I may be able to fight a supreme god properly now, but I'll for sure be at a disadvantage. He definitely wasn't at the level of those who had been supremes for millennia yet. But if it was a recent supreme, Damien didn't think he would lose easily. That doesn't mean I'll be reckless. Though, he needed to make the foreign nobles underestimate him as much as possible. Convincing most of them was easy, but his main target, Grand Duke Maveth, was not. Maveth was calculating beyond any of the others. Damien truly had to put on a show to convince him that he wasn't strong enough to fight, especially after what he'd pulled in the Hidden Principality. That was why Damien got rid of all of the barons, viscounts, and counts within his first year of being here. Most of that time was spent traveling, and more importantly, claiming the territories left behind by those he slaughtered. Damien had a considerable claim to this world now, though he didn't know what it meant for him to possess it. However, he would have ample time to figure it out. There was no way to convince Maveth that Damien was completely powerless. For that reason, Damien chose a different approach, to make him believe my power is specialized in the wrong places: concealment, defense, and escape. If Maveth was absolutely certain that Damien was strong in these aspects and weak in others, then he would move in a way that Damien was more than prepared to exploit. He'd already convinced the man of his power to run away. The fact that he was still alive after the torture he'd been put through when they fought was enough proof of his defense. Now, all he needed to do was put the icing on the cake. There were only 15 dukes and 3 grand dukes remaining, which made it a lot easier for Damien. His next trick is to disappear. Damien gathered his mana, converting it all to Malik. he phased through the world, appearing and disappearing from countless points across the land simultaneously, making it impossible to see where he actually was. His body began to change, becoming exactly like a foreign race. His soul changed, mimicking what he'd seen in people like the Saintis and Talia. His legend hid itself deep, almost sinking into non-existence, and the entity known as Damien Void was completely eliminated from this plane, replaced by someone completely different, someone who wasn't anomalous. The instant Damien's transformation finished, he promptly vanished. He didn't use warp or any other space-twisting movement techniques. He traveled directly through existence itself, making it impossible for his enemies to track him. He arrived at a city within a random territory of the ones that belonged to him. At that moment, the Damiens warping through the sky vanished all at once. He had effectively been removed from all forms of detection. The main problem was his status as an anomaly. Through it, the nobles could find him whenever they wanted. They were quite literally bred with the skills to track anomalies. However, gaining chaos gave Damien a way to cut them off. Just a slight bit of chaos in his soul, just enough to scramble his readings but not enough to make him feel like an imposter, went a long way. The anomalous nature of his soul could now be hidden under a veil of talent. And when that was taken care of, Damien's pre-existing abilities were more than enough to make him invisible. Good. I now have freedom, Damien nodded to himself, walking through the city and blending in with the local population. I've left enough clues and I'll keep leaving more, so I can be sure they won't go looking for trouble in the heavenly world. And while he led his enemies by the nose, he could take a second to see what society was really like in this world. It was a place he didn't know, and observing the common people would always bring him unexpected boons. We say the Dark God is an evil person, but is that really true? What was he like at his core? What was he like to his own people? These were all curiosities Damien held in his heart. The dilation of the sacred abyss universe gave Damien a surprising amount of time to use freely. Even if he spent a year here, no more than a month or two would pass in the heavenly world. That is, if he watched the time flow and stayed in locations where the dilation was stable. He could even make the dilation more pronounced to give himself more time, so while he waited for the moment to come for him to initiate the next step of his plans. Wasn't this the perfect time to explore the things that set the sacred abyss universe apart from the rest? Chapter 1584 Chaos 7. Living in one city could only ever introduce one to the culture of that one city. To understand the world, one had to see the world in some capacity. For Earthlings, this wasn't too hard. The internet made it easy to connect with others and learn of their circumstances regardless of distance. Cultures became prominent and melded together to form new forms of culture. It was a truly interconnected world, but surprisingly enough, it was also an outlier. Perhaps it was because mana was a new thing for Earth. For most worlds, mana would awaken before life managed to take root. The presence of mana would transform the environment, making it inhabitable for life forms. This was why certain concepts of physics were ignored as the worlds in the universe drifted down their own paths. Mana had fundamentally altered those laws for its own benefit. On Earth, life came first. It evolved, eventually creating the food chain that existed there now. And without mana to aid its development, its dominant race found another way. Electricity was such a basic form of energy, but it wasn't something everyone had learned to harvest. Plus, the sort of connectivity achieved by Earth just wasn't desired by most worlds. Satellite technology and other similar branches were completely unnecessary when men and women could fly into the sky and achieve the same results with their bodies. As such, when it came to technology that connected the world like cell phones and the internet, the actual number of societies that used them wasn't high at all. Of course, the sacred abyss universe was especially dull, so perhaps it was too much to expect technological development from them, but Damien didn't expect their society to be so backwards. It's like they're still in the Dark Ages. The Gehenna tribe was different. They lived away from society, and thus, their lack of societal development in some aspects was understandable. It was different when the people in question were living in large territories like these. They were developed in the most necessary ways. They had a proper currency and economic system. They had extreme technological development in fields like agriculture and production, but their society had never evolved in terms of entertainment. There's no political structure since the politics are non-existent. There's no societal growth because the people are forced to live in an established hierarchy that never changes. Overall, from the perspective of someone who'd seen other circumstances, it was bleak. However, that didn't mean the people were miserable. They didn't know any better than what they had. They didn't look at the greener grass on the other side and wish for it. They made do with their situation and found their own happiness. Perhaps it was hard for things like equality to thrive. Perhaps discrimination was frequent based on random features that some of them had, but there was good inside the bad too. This was something Damien realized immediately. The common people are the same almost everywhere. The mundane lives that people lived without power were all uniquely theirs, but also eerily common to how their peers on other planets lived. It was almost beautiful in a way, the fact that sentient beings would always find a way to satisfy themselves, regardless of their circumstances. Nevertheless, I'm not here just to sightsee. Damien's main goal as he traveled from city to city in several different territories to experience their cultures was not a vacation. He had a decision to make. What were the people like in this world? Was the sacred abyss universe worth saving? Life would have been a lot easier if the answers to these questions was no. Just like the cosmos where the dark beast came from, if the sacred abyss universe had no value besides as a tool, he could do with it as he pleased. However, he came to realize that the people here had potential. It really set in when he went to his own territory, or rather, the territory led by the new Saintess, Talia. Her leadership was completely different from that of her predecessors, and her reign begot more change than the citizens she ruled knew what to do with. To accept her meant to throw away the old ways. The longer a society remained in stasis, the harder it was for its people to accept change. For the people of Sacred Abyss, it should have been almost impossible, but it wasn't. They changed and adapted in ways Damien could never believe. Their minds were strangely receptive. Despite being entrenched in prejudice for generations, they were now a society that was closer to Earth's than any other. Compared to the other territories surrounding them, they looked like they came from a completely different world. If these people, innocent people, were to die just because they existed, it just doesn't sit right with me. Damien didn't like involving people who didn't do anything. It felt pathetic to include their lives in the slaughters that took place. The fact that the Sacred Abyss universe had these common people, people who were willing and able to adapt to change, at that, I have to conquer, not destroy. Damien had a bit to think about it. It's not much of a problem, especially if I take precautions. This world never had to be the main battlefield, did it? Yeah, but they're all here, and I can't really leave this world out of it until I kill them all. It was useless to consider saving the world before he could kill the foreign nobles. Drawing them into space wouldn't be beneficial at all, so it was better to just fight them, kill them, and worry about things like saving innocent lives later. On that note, now that another year had passed, the foreign nobles were getting a bit desperate. They'd stopped scouring the world themselves and had instead resorted to something they'd borrowed from the masses: technology. There were drones in the sky at all times, as if it was a science fiction work instead of fantasy. They blanketed this entire world, leaving no spot untouched. Despite the fact that the world itself was as large as the heavenly world, every being existing in the world was constantly being surveilled. It made Damien's life a bit harder, but it wasn't the end of the world. He could still travel from city to city by disguising himself as existing people rather than creating new images. Plus, even with all this surveillance, they couldn't find him. If they've spent all of their time and effort in the past year to create a system to find me, then my bluff should have worked. At this point, Maveth was probably confused as to what Damien's purpose in this world was. If he was simply hiding without attacking or retreating, so I'll show him. It was just another step in the plan, another deception that would ultimately lead Grand Duke Maveth to his doom. With a trusty little gadget in his hand, a calm manifestation of absolute chaos, let's get our first boss kill. Grand Duke Lance was first on the menu. Today, as Damien declared, he would die. His fate was already set. Chapter 1585 Chaos 8. Grand Duke Lance's power was throwing. It wasn't a power fit for a Grand Duke. Usually, someone with this position would be expected to have some grand power that could control the laws of everything. Lance was an outlier. He was born with something that didn't seem to have any use at all, but with his ambition as fuel, he worked and worked until he turned that talent into a goldmine. Throwing was an incredibly tedious and repetitive power to train. Lance had to understand the movements of his body beyond anyone else, and he had to obtain the most perfect form to even reach the starting line. Eventually, his power became massive. Throwing was taken to a new level. Anything Lance touched could be thrown as long as he pushed it with his arm. And as long as something was thrown, he could control it like his own limb. His projectiles could reach speeds beyond light and almost beyond mana. Their power didn't need to be mentioned at that point, but throwing was an incredibly tedious power to train. The work put in to make it shine was worthwhile. But it didn't leave Lance with much time to practice anything else. There was a reason he took a supportive role in battles and never confronted enemies head-on. He had the power level of a Grand Duke, but only in a single factor: if one was able to get close to him, he was the weakest of the three that remained by far. That very fact was what landed him at the top of Damien's list of targets. Dukes weren't a problem for him, but he didn't want to start attacking them and give Maveth a clue about his real strength. What Damien wanted to paint was a picture of desperation, luck, and triumph. It was a picture that would crumble the second he ran out of luck. To convince Maveth that he still wanted to fight, he had to kill someone. However, how was he to do that without putting on a show? That was very simple. Just like Grand Duke Lance's daily schedule when he wasn't on the battlefield, Lance was great at legislative things. When it came to ruling a territory, he was the best of the four. In fact, even the other three Grand Dukes often relied on him to manage their territories, as they were inept in some areas. In the Sacred Abyss universe, off the battlefield, was where he shined, but working an office job made one sedentary. Lance didn't move much if he didn't have to. He would always be in the same places, doing the same things. Even if he somewhat deviated from his routine, he'd eventually end up at one of the locations he spent every day at. There was a small coffee shop he visited in the mornings, though they didn't sell coffee, but whatever the Sacred Abyss equivalent was, in Damien's opinion, it was worse. It didn't have the same effects as caffeine and the taste was much blander. But that was beside the point. After he left the coffee shop, he'd walk to his office building, which was actually quite inconspicuous and built to resemble the surrounding infrastructure. He would stay in that office for at least 8 hours every day, and when he left, after another visit to the coffee shop, he'd make his way back home, which was no more than a 10-minute walk. He's almost human. That was Damien's feeling as he continued to observe the man. His actions were like those of a modern politician or someone of similar status. To think he was a supreme god who could destroy this entire world at will if he desired, it just didn't feel right. Regardless, that's how it is. It was night by the time Lance left the coffee shop and made his way home. The shop usually closed earlier than this, but it would specially open back up at this time every day to serve Lance his coffee. The commute home wasn't anything special, and it wasn't like Lance had anyone waiting for him at home. Why did he live his life like this? It was just easier. Lance had throwing because he did. He was a supreme god because he was. None of those things were what he was good at. He was born for stability like this, and it was the environment in which he thrived. As such, he never left behind his routine. Not even when he was acting as a Grand Duke with his peers, the walk home. It was a time for him to calm his mind and embrace the monotony of life. The streets here were empty, since not many people lived in this quaint city hidden in the countryside of his territory. The atmosphere was to his liking. However, he'd gotten too predictable. Alleys were not common. The buildings either had too much space between them or not enough at all. It made sense why people would forget to be mindful of them, but for Lance, the mistake was a lot more than just a small blunder. As he walked home like normal, a shadowy figure rushed out of a nearby alley and attacked him. He immediately reached into his pocket to grab one of the any small objects he kept with him so he could always use throwing. However, a door of light appeared in front of him and passed over him, transporting him somewhere new. He looked around. This is not my territory, same world, but not nearly the same place. Yo, a voice called out to him. It was the voice of the man who brought him here, Damien Void. Grand Duke Lance's eyes narrowed. He flexed his fingers as he prepared to send a message to Maveth. I can't let you do that, Damien noticed immediately. It didn't matter, though. This space had already been prepared and covered in an existence barrier so nothing could enter or leave without Damien's permission. That's right. It may be confusing for you, but this has been in the making since the moment I arrived here. Damien nodded his head with a smile, drawing a glowing yellow grenade out of the air. Lance's eyes went to the bomb and widened instantly. Why, it's too late. Damien dropped the grenade, letting it free fall. Using the same portal he used to enter the barrier, he left, closing it behind him. Grand Duke Lance's eyes shot around as he assessed his situation. Several projectiles hit the existence barrier at horrifying speeds, but none of them could do any damage. In the split second he had to try and make a difference, Grand Duke Lance did whatever he could, that, at the very least, couldn't be taken from him. However, as Damien released the restrictions on the bomb and allowed the chaos within to reign free. As the full force of Malefic's hatred, which had been condensed and strengthened by Damien's concept of chaos, was released into the world, Grand Duke Lance was able to understand just an inkling of what Damien was forced to endure in the hidden principality. It was a sweet, sweet start to his revenge. Chapter 1586 Chaos 9. Once again, the core explosion revealed itself to the world. Damien had a hard time containing it at all. Unlike the Dark Beast, it was incredibly volatile and always waiting for a moment to burst. He kept it in a plane without space and time, so that its explosion absolutely couldn't happen, but the instant he brought it back to reality, it blew. Damien knew to leave as soon as possible. Even then he was hit by a little wave of chaos that made it out through his portal with him. However, the majority of the explosion was contained within the barrier he set up, completely engulfing Grand Duke Lance. It had to be remembered that Maleficus wasn't much weaker than Malevolon, which meant his core explosion was at a level that had more than enough power to harm and kill supreme gods, but Grand Duke Lance was still a god in his own right. He immediately used his mana as a defense, blocking or redirecting the majority of the energy that came towards him. Throwing was a nuanced power once he got used to it. Even if it was energy, as long as it was thrown, it fell under his domain. As such, a defense like this was easy to hold up. It looked like Damien had underestimated him. Well, that's probably what it looks like, but that wasn't the case at all. Damien never underestimated Lance, even if he was the weakest of the Grand Dukes. If he wasn't capable of at least some self-protection, then he would have already been dead, right? Grand Duke Lance was the weakest only because he was being compared to people with unreal strength. As someone who was trying to kill him, Damien was forced to respect his strength and respond in kind. That explosion which returned to the world was not the same as it was when it first appeared. No, it had been enhanced beyond belief. Damien toyed with it while it was in that place without space and time. He played with forces that should have never been touched. He tried to master chaos. It was the force of uncertainty. It existed to do things against the grain, to rebel against the ordered structure of the heavens, because only with chaos could there be progress and change. It was a force just as related to time as it was to destruction. Damien had a hard time at first, because he was trying to take an orderly approach to comprehend it. That was wrong from the start. Chaos was chaos. If he wanted to comprehend it, he needed to let it run wild and do whatever it wanted to do. The bomb was the perfect test subject. Damien could let it change and grow as it pleased because he was going to release it to kill. He didn't need to worry about chaos ruining things because that bomb was also chaos incarnate. As such, he injected so much chaos into it that the bomb's base properties had changed. Now, Grand Duke Lance experienced it firsthand. His barrier was torn apart, and every barrier he created after that was instantly dispersed into the environment. He pushed his arm out, grabbing the energy so he could use his throwing talent to defend himself. However, he couldn't touch anything. His ability wasn't working like it normally did. He'd lost his power to grab energy like it was physical and use it to his advantage. The Grand Duke's power was limited in uses. Controlling energy was the most creative possible thing he could do with it, unless he wanted to mimic telekinesis. He didn't have any ability to create, with his Malak unable to form a proper barrier and his power fluctuating as if it forgot its identity. He was left defenseless in the storm. Whoosh, the sound was atrocious. It was hard to concentrate on anything when it felt like his eardrums were about to shatter into a million pieces. His godly body was filled with the energy of chaos. His skin burned off and his flesh melted like it was drenched in acid. Grand Duke Lance roared as pain overcame his body. He reached out with his soul, seeing if there was a way for even it to escape, but the instant it touched the outside chaos, something snapped within the Grand Duke. That single ounce of pain was so severe that his spiritual world was shattered, leaving his mind in crumbs. His body and soul would follow soon enough. The power that was contained in that explosion. It was enough to destroy a universe if it was used in the wrong place. Even if it was a supreme god, survival was hopeless. After all, it wasn't an explosion that would end in a few seconds or minutes. No, this explosion would continue to rage on for months on end, and by the end of it, nobody could know whether Grand Duke Lance would even be left with remains to bury. It was like a bass drop. A sound struck the earth and traveled through it until it was audible from anywhere on the planet. Everyone looked in the same direction, and even if they were on the opposite side of the world, they could see the bright light on the horizon and feel the tremors that it caused. Those in the immediate vicinity made treks to see it, realizing that it wouldn't be going away anytime soon. Those who managed to reach it in time found themselves encountering an invisible wall that completely protected them against the terrifyingly beautiful energy storm taking place on the other side, and vaguely, some of them thought they saw the figure of a man, or perhaps it was a ghost. An evil spirit who was being tormented for his sins. The massive dome of energy became a source for many folktales and rumors. Some even took it as an act of God and worshipped it. The only people who could really know what was taking place were few, among them, Grand Duke Maveth. He knew that energy. It felt quite familiar, and he wasn't the only one. A man who'd come here thinking it could become his new domain, Malevolonstria. He felt an energy that was close to him, one that touched his very bloodline, the energy of his brother, an energy that could only be released if he died. He stared into the horizon with dull eyes that didn't reflect an ounce of emotion, but deep in his heart, there was rage, my things. If Malefith's death aura was here, then nothing he left in the heavenly world would remain if he ever returned. It wasn't a feeling like grief. The things he owned, the things that were his, those things were being destroyed, and that filled his heart with more hostility than anything else. Damien Void, the Grand Dukes had been mentioning him frequently. It must have been his doing, the last time we met, that he humiliated him and ran off with the celestial prison, a revenge, and a reckoning. Malevolon Stria made his way towards the shining light in the distance, and he wasn't the only one. The enemies Damien was trying to draw and were all attracted to his bait. This was the moment he'd been waiting for, with Grand Duke Lance's death as his opening gift. Damien was going to show them what a real reckoning looked like. Chapter 1587 Lore 1. That's an unexpected aura. As Damien stood, watching Grand Duke Lance burn, he sensed someone approaching at a rapid pace. They were obviously headed for him, and they were more than just familiar. Malevolon. He wasn't supposed to be anywhere close to here. How did he reach so fast? It was truly curious, but Damien didn't spend time thinking about it. That's my father's greatest enemy, and a guy who caused me a lot of pain too. Malevolon fled to the sacred abyss universe because he gave up on the heavenly world, but he likely never expected that Damien would bring the fight to him, and now that I've used something like that, he can't hold back. Despite all of Damien's alteration, the energy bomb that was currently erupting was still Malefith's work. It contained his legends, and completely hid Damien's interference as if to tell people that this was exclusively Malefith's work. That was a clever lie for another purpose, but it seemed like it had inadvertently become bait that led a big fish over. Malevolon is, in terms of power, Grand Duke Lance definitely didn't match up to Malevolon. Famas had a similar power level, but Famas ended up dead because he was being stupid. Malevolon wouldn't be the same. He was cold and calculating. He never made an emotional move. Even now, as Damien felt his rage and desire for vengeance in the approaching aura, he didn't believe that Malevolon was actually trying to get revenge for his brother's death. He's here because of a personal vendetta. Since he remembers me by my strength last time, Damien's eyes narrowed. I'm just an easy target to him. Unfortunately, Malevolon would have to be disappointed. It won't end the same way. He'd said it before, hadn't he? Perhaps it wouldn't be a clean fight, but if someone put him up against a supreme god, he wasn't necessarily going to lose. It was worth the risk, especially since Damien also wanted to settle the score with Malevolon. If it wasn't for him leading the traitorous forces in the heavenly world to chase Dante, going so far as to interfere in the lower universe just to catch him, then Damien's life story would have been completely different. At the top of it all was, of course, the Dark God, but right under him, the person with the most fault was Malevolon Stria. For his own revenge and his father's, Damien left Grand Duke Lance behind. His body flashed away, and when it appeared next, he was already above Malevolon. His hand was in the sky, and Malek raged in the atmosphere, creating massive energy clouds in the sky that sparked with electricity. Malevolon was given a fraction of a second to process the situation and respond. It wasn't much, but it was barely enough for him. A lightning bolt of pure energy came down from the heavens and tried to strike him, but he managed to narrowly dodge by taking a few wobbly steps to the side. He glanced up and saw his attacker for the first time. I was just about to come find you. He didn't respond in surprise. He kept that same robotic demeanor as he pushed his own hands into the atmosphere, summoning his energy. Malevolon's energy was weaker than normal right now. He had begun the process of converting his mana to Malek when he first came to this realm, but he didn't have enough time to both covert his energy and regain control over it before Damien started causing a scene. Malevolon didn't quite use Malek, and he didn't quite use mana either. His energy was somewhere between the two, but unlike Damien, who could bring them into harmony, Malevolon had to cope with the constant repellent force they exerted on each other. Nevertheless, he fought as if he didn't have any problems whatsoever, simply refusing to believe that Damien could match him even with these negative conditions. As Malevolon moved his arms, 3 balls of the mana Malek mixture formulated, shooting towards Damien on separate paths. That one's a physical attacks. Damien pushed his hand out, using creation to manifest multiple layers of stone in front of him. Bang! One of the balls slammed against the physical barrier, exploding it into pieces. Meanwhile, the other 2 pushed forward as if the barriers didn't exist. That one's a soul attack. Damien didn't have to do anything to block that one. His void soul, what could a mere soul attack do to it? It was created so that even the void itself couldn't destroy it. So wouldn't it be a bit embarrassing if it showed weakness here? A pulse of energy was released from Damien's body without his prompting. It phased through all material things, but as it came in contact with the balls, another one shattered instantly. The third was approaching at a rate Damien couldn't block, but he really didn't care, and that one, it slammed into his head, is a mind attack. Needless to say, it instantly collapsed against Damien's impenetrable mental barrier. Valiant effort, but it's not enough, Damien mocked, looking at the stria below him. Malevolon stepped back slightly. He had a look in his eyes as if he was re-evaluating things. My strength doesn't make sense to him. Damien understood what that look meant. Malevolon was completely overturning the preconceived notions he had about his enemy. It's not his fault, though. My strength doesn't make sense to me either. Damien smiled. Either way, he's done. Maybe the regular Malevolon could have put up a fight, but this one, boom, Damien pushed his leg down, putting pressure on the air. It collapsed under him as a wave of chaos was spread through it, infecting the environment. Malevolon was caught in it, and immediately he felt his senses blur. His vision turned hazier just slightly, and his other physical senses suffered similar tiny adjustments that could lead to terrible consequences. His perceptive range was strange. It wasn't a perfect circle anymore. In some places, his perception would extend for several hundreds of millions of kilometers, while in other places, he couldn't see 5 feet in front of him. Whether mana, malic, or a strange combination of both, all energy turned chaotic under the pressure wave, rebelling against its users. Damien didn't really understand until recently. Obtaining chaos was the biggest step he'd taken towards becoming absolute thus far. Nothing could ignore chaos. Whether it was a common bug or a supreme god, if afflicted with chaos, they would become its prey. The concept was inverse to order, but it had far more strength in the universe, since it needed to be incredibly strong to properly influence such an ordered cosmos. Supreme gods were scary. Even as he currently was, Damien wasn't confident enough to haphazardly challenge them. However, maybe Malevolon Stria knew it better than anyone else. The current Damien wasn't someone whose body would break from just a touch of his aura. No, that boy from a few years ago had grown into an even greater monster, and even if he was arrogant, even if he wholeheartedly believed in his strength, even Malevolon was forced to admit that Damien wasn't an enemy he could take casually anymore. No, he was now someone with the power to kill him. He was a real enemy, and at the same time, an equal. This man who, astonishingly, still had the aura of a demigod, was a bona fide supreme god himself. Chapter 1588 Lore 2. Boom. Damien didn't give Malevolon even a second. After fighting so many people who'd had contact with him, Damien had gained a rough understanding of Malevolon's power. He used the law of the dark star that his brother used, but it was different. His version of the law was much colder and more precise, aimed to completely crush enemies with force. Malevolon and Maleficus were different in almost every way. They had a connection as brothers that went beyond their personalities, but at the end of the day, they were just too different. But perhaps that was why they were able to rule Stria together so perfectly for so many years. Nevertheless, Malevolon was a person who liked to fight with full force from the front. He liked to end things fast, but he liked his enemies to be well aware of why they died. Damien wasn't necessarily afraid of his power, but he was definitely wary of it. Malevolon was hard to beat, mainly because he would never give his enemy the opportunity to fight back once he got hold of the momentum. That was why Damien used the full force of chaos in his current existence to make sure Malevolon couldn't do a thing but block. Boom. 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 It was really a nonsensical sight. As Damien's power grew, it really did become a lot more random. Creation bloomed, creating stars and heavy objects that slammed into Malevolon at high speeds. Destruction joined it, amplifying every impact so they were all more than fatal forces. The elements raged about. The twisted fires and waters of the sacred abyss universe, its jagged winds and free-flowing rock rose from the ground, swirling around and attacking Malevolon whenever they saw an opening. Space and time were already in chaos. Malevolon's body moved incredibly slowly as if he was walking through molasses, and as his perception of time was altered, his ability to fight was majorly inhibited. Shing, a razor-sharp blade of malak sliced through his side. It contained the essence of life that suctioned out his vitality. The wound quickly turned black and necrotic, signs that death also played a part. The foundational laws were all used in some way to keep Malevolon busy, and as if that wasn't enough, Damien made sure to use the concepts of existence as well. Order and harmony were the bane of the law of the dark star. They completely unraveled the law's core principles, so one could imagine what happened to Malevolon's techniques when he tried to defend himself and attack. Domination was even better, since Damien could directly control the law of the dark star and learn its properties, and, of course, the mist was by Damien's side, helping him control existence with fluidity that he simply couldn't achieve on his own. It was a monstrous showing of skill. This was the first time Damien had ever used every single ability he had to its fullest capabilities against an enemy. And the scene he created doing so was, well, it was beautiful to say the least. The lights flashed in all different colors, creating a nebula in the sky that created even more legends in the eyes of the common people who saw it. The sheer amounts of energy being thrown into the atmosphere caused it to destabilize and collapse, ripping open to display the chaotic void beyond. Malevolon was forced into a tighter spot than he'd ever imagined he'd be in. This is not possible, he was practical about it. Considering the level of skill Damien was showing, he wasn't an enemy that could be killed unless Malevolon had all of his power. For that, he first needed to finish converting his mana to Malik. I must leave, this wasn't the time to fight Damien. He needed to retreat and return at a later time to finally face this battle properly. He didn't like it at all, but that didn't matter. The most practical solution was always the one he'd take. Malevolon used pure energy to defend himself. He could already tell that the law of the Dark Star wasn't going to respond to him, so he didn't bother trying to control it. His mana was also rebelling, but it was far easier to control. He was a supreme god, after all. He had just as much of a dominion over energy as someone like Damien did, at least for now. Boom. 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 It was difficult to adapt to the multi-directional attacks. There was no way for him to know where an attack would come from, how much power it had, or even what law it contained until it was right in front of him. Deflection was a good skill, but it could only take him so far. His eyes still darted around, looking for an opening. Damien didn't leave him any, but he was certain that at least one opportunity would appear, because he wasn't ready to die yet. Damien could contain him with this, sure, but he couldn't yet kill him. Explosions continued to ring out. Damien also knew he couldn't kill Malevolon with any of his current attacks, but Malevolon wasn't his current goal. He was just causing a scene while tormenting an enemy he'd wanted to torment for a while now. His main target, there he is, an aura appeared on the horizon. It was the man Damien had been waiting for, another Grand Duke. This time, Klaus. Maveth obviously wouldn't show up yet. He was too cautious, but Klaus was probably sent by him. Damien turned his attention to the horizon. His attack on Malevolon became slightly weaker as the mist took full control over it. WHOSH, the atmosphere roared with sound. The roar got louder and louder until it was enough to shatter eardrums. Then, bang, with a huge explosion of air pressure, Grand Duke Klaus appeared nearby. He moved with pure physical strength. The natural phenomena he brought with him were merely a result of the sheer power of his movements. "You are a hard man to find," Klaus said, sneering. "I try my best," Damien responded in kind. His eyes flicked to the side. "He's gone." In that single instant, Malevolon found an opening to escape. He was so far gone that he wasn't even worth chasing anymore. "I can get him later. It would be more fun for him to die when my father wakes up." Damien withdrew the forces targeting Malevolon and focused his attention on the Grand Duke. He was the one I wanted to bring out anyway. The next part of the plan was the same as its predecessor. Damien was going to use a mysterious force to kill a supreme god, putting on a show for his favorite Grand Duke Maveth. By the end of it, the Grand Duke would be properly fooled and playing right into the palm of his hand. For that to work, Mr. Grand Duke Klaus here is going to have to play a big role. Damien smiled widely. It was incredibly disconcerting to Klaus. He didn't know why, but he couldn't help but feel like something was very, very wrong here. And little did he know that he was going to find out why at this very moment. Damien held his hand out, the same smile on his face, and a small existence barrier appeared on top of it, the dark beast that hid away within Claire's body. Wasn't it time for it to get some air in this cosmos? Chapter 1589 Bait 1. That beast, it had a name, and it had a species name as well. Damien had been calling it the Dark Beast because he didn't really know what it was. It didn't exist in his cosmos. After all, if he wanted to know what it was, he needed to draw it out and read its existence. That would have been nice and all, and knowledge about another cosmos was always something interesting, but it could all be pushed back for later. The Dark Beast had much more intuitive uses for now. Damien drew the existence barrier out, but the Dark Beast didn't understand what was happening. In its eyes, it was experiencing something unimaginable, somehow, out of nowhere. It had been assaulted and promptly plucked out of the sky, only to be placed in a white room with no bounds. Time didn't pass in this place. It felt like it was living its life normally just a moment ago, but more than enough time had elapsed for it to ruminate over what happened and try to find a way out. Naturally, its attempts were unsuccessful, but that was beside the point. The Dark Beast was enraged. It was a great being that none dared to offend, something like that cosmos' first primal sovereign. So how would that being react when the white room faded, giving way for a place it had never seen before? Naturally, it went berserk. Boom. The second the existence barrier was removed, the dark beast returned to its original size. Damien teleported very, very far away. Not just to avoid being crushed, but also to avoid being recognized. The planet they were currently on didn't have a name. Almost nothing in the sacred abyss universe was named. It was the dark god's way of forcing conformity, making bleakness the norm. Damien didn't understand why the dark god treated his cosmos like this. He would definitely benefit more if he properly nourished it, but that was beside the point. This planet was huge, as mentioned several times before. The dark beast was planetary, easily 3 times the size of Earth, but it wasn't anywhere near large enough to dwarf this place. Rather, it fit within this world's atmosphere. It was massive, sure, but it looked more like the size of a mountain than the size of a planet. Still, that didn't change how powerful that being was, and that didn't change its rage. The dark beast opened its eyes as it adapted to the atmosphere and laws of this new plane. For a moment, it felt excitement at the confirmed discovery of alternate cosmos, and on the other hand, life. There was a living being in front of it, and a dying being trapped in a swarm of light to its side. There were countless mortals all across the surface of this world, and as it saw the sky and the vast expanse of stars there, it became excited for the possibilities this new cosmos held. However, it didn't focus on those possibilities. These kinds of rational thoughts only lasted for a single moment. Wasn't it said before, when the beast saw light again, naturally, it went berserk? It didn't totally understand what was happening, but if it had just been released, then one of the 2 beings in the vicinity had to be the culprit behind its evident kidnapping, and it was hard-pressed to believe that the one who was currently half dead was able to capture it. Its attention focused on Grand Duke Klaus, who wasn't quite sure of what Damien had done. It must be a summon. He was familiar with Claire's power, so he assumed that her son had followed in her footsteps and created something similar. That was the mentality he approached this battle with, leaving him none the wiser. It wasn't wrong to compare the dark beast to Claire's summons. If it had to be put side by side with them, that maybe it could take down the dragon and the tiger, the beast had to be considerable if it wanted to possess Claire. It was just that it didn't have a chance to show its power yet. All of the built-up animosity it had was released at once, and the onslaught that was originally meant for Damien was released onto the forces of the sacred abyss. Boom. The beast was shaped like a turtle. It moved its gigantic leg just once, and it created a tsunami of earth that destroyed over 1,000,000 kilometers of land. Grand Duke Klaus was caught by the air pressure and thrown backward. He summoned his Malik, stabilizing his body. He was a physical fighter, so compared to others, he had a far easier time withstanding such an attack. The dark beast glared down at him with its huge eyes. It registered the energy coming off of him as something different from its own, and, the strange energy it contained, which was similar to chaos in many ways, changed and morphed. It wasn't being transmuted. It was imitating its surroundings, blending in to the point where even the sacred abyss universe's heavenly order couldn't distinguish it from what naturally existed. Only then could its full aura be felt. It was still being suppressed by the world before that, after all. The second the dark beast regained its full strength, it went on the attack. Boom! 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 Massive tendrils extended from the surface of its shell, like massive tree roots that chased their targets to oblivion. At the same time, massive hexagonal swatches of land ripped off in chunks and threw themselves at the Grand Duke. Klaus was immediately met with physical attacks to combat his physical attacks. Both him and the beast could use other means to fight, sure, but this kind of combat was where they felt the most comfortable and where they could kill the easiest. Boom! The dark beast took another step, digging the ground for several million kilometers, another several thousand kilometers deeper. This area, compared to everything around it, was already a gaping chasm, a new natural wonder. Bang! The roots that chased him were difficult enough to block. Klaus used his fists to slam them away one by one, and while he was fully capable of deflecting them, the hexagonal discs were different. Not only were they as heavy as continents, they were infused with chaotic energy that messed with the flow of Klaus Malik. Grand Duke Klaus slammed into a wall of the chasm, gritting his teeth as he pushed off of it and shot back towards the beast. It was able to keep him away, so it was able to corner him, but pushing him into a wall was the wrong move. Now that everything was in front of him, he could see the path. One step took him off the wall, and the next bounced him off of a hexagonal disc and propelled him towards the beast. His every step was calculated, and the enemy's attacks suddenly became cards for him to use to his advantage. Before long, he was in its face, staring into its eyes that resembled moons. Grand Duke Klaus raised his fist and pulled it back. He infused it with a gargantuan amount of energy, and, Chapter 1590 Bait, 2, Grand Duke Klaus' fist, containing a force rivaling the explosive death of a galaxy, slammed against the dark beast's snout, sending ripples through space and time. The massive impact's force could be best seen in its effects on the environment. It truly caused a catastrophe in the sky, and the waves that struck the ground started chain reactions that led to natural disasters all over the planet. Damien was watching from the distance, and even he had to admit that the impact would have shredded him. His powerful physical body would have been ripped to shreds. His only path to survival was the authority of immortality. That was an extremely strong attack. It was absolutely worthy of being something Grand Duke Klaus believed would change the tides of the battle. But the dark beast, what happened to it while everything around it was being plunged into destruction? The punch forced its head to the side. It closed its eyes as its thick skin absorbed the force. It was strange to see such a hard external layer ripple, but it did happen. Not because the skin was loose, but because the spatial and temporal position of each particle was being shifted as the spacetime layers shook. There was no external damage, but surely the beast was injured internally, right? Just as Klaus tried to entertain this thought, he was proven wrong. Because once the beast opened its eyes again, it attacked with even more force than before. Klaus was close now. It didn't need to use such tedious methods to attack. If there was one problem with being so large, it was that range of motion became a non-existent concept. When a target was far away, it was forced to rely on a different attack technique and even different methods of perception to fight. However, when the opponent was close, the dark beast had a lot in common with Klaus. Really, boom, its eye dilated, and energy concentrated in its pupil. A beam of chaos erupted forth and slammed past Klaus, swallowing him whole. TCH, the Grand Duke clicked his tongue as he rapidly used Malak to protect his body. The beam eroded his energy, making it difficult for him to continue blocking. Fight, that was the only answer. Klaus gritted his teeth and slammed his foot into the air, shooting upward. He left the beam's radius, but it followed him as he continued to fly. Klaus watched the beast's eye. The beam would only last for as far as its eyes could physically see. So as long as he could get out of sight, he zipped around, zigzagging to confuse the beast as he rushed towards its back. He did reach. Klaus was faster than the beast in every way. That was inevitable. He pushed against the sky and landed on its back, putting all of his weight into his legs. Boom, the beast's body rattled. Its legs bent slightly as the force transferred through. Boom. 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 Klaus moved a few inches backward and started raining down punches on the exact position he landed. His fists were extraordinarily accurate, and with the strength of a supreme god, Klaus was able to produce galaxy-shattering force with every single strike. He didn't have to charge his power for that kind of impact. If he was charging his power, boom, tendrils rose from the beast's shell to attack the man who invaded it. That place was large enough to make up several continents. When all of that space was used to create offensive force, it truly did create a sight to behold. Hundreds of thousands of earthy spines shot out of the dark beast, completely changing its shape. They twisted and wormed through the air as if they had minds of their own, and while they moved independently, they were all focused on one target. Bang. 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 One by one, they slammed down on Klaus and tried to crush him. He fortified his barrier, refusing to give up. Bang. 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 Bang, his own strikes eventually synchronized with the tendrils attacking him. Aggressive, monotonous bangs resounded through the environment, audible from light years away. Klaus reached a flow state. He punched the turtle's shell and upheld his barrier. He used the force attacking his barrier to strengthen and reinforce it. All of these processes happened simultaneously as Klaus lost sight of everything else, and the results were clear to anyone. Bang, crack, bang, crack. Crack, the dark beast's shell was cracking. Those cracks were connecting and widening, creating an access point to the beast's internals, but the dark beast wasn't just sitting around either. It saw that its attacks weren't working, and it redirected its energy towards something else. Klaus was too dialed in to realize that the frequency of attacks against his barrier had decreased greatly. He also didn't notice as the shell he stood on started to heat up. The event could be better described from Damien's perspective. Something like a tangled web of ribs lashed around on the dark beast's back. Those ribs crushed each other and everything around them, creating huge storms of dust that obscured the man they were attacking from any onlookers. Through that dust, lines of orange began to show themselves, getting brighter and brighter by the second. The dust melted into nothingness, and the dark beast's shell had completely changed. It was once a world that inhabited life. So it was built in a similar fashion. Its ridges were mountains and valleys, and it even had artificial oceans that ran across its back. One would never look at that shell and believe it to be part of a living organism, but it was no longer like that. All of its previous beauty was gone, the shell darkened as its antiacacies burned away. It looked like it was made of miasma-filled volcanic rock, with lines of lava highlighting the hexagonal grooves between each piece of the shell. It still looked natural. It was much more exaggerated than any natural area, but one could easily mistake this new variation of the shell for a volcanic island. However, it was nowhere near that. Those orange lines weren't magma. After all, that was a pure essence of chaos, a force that even Damien had to work hard to control. His eyes were peeled as he watched the beast and the Grand Duke's every move. That thing is a lot crazier than I gave it credit for. It hadn't shown much, but it had already pushed Klaus into a corner, and more than anything else, the attack it was preparing now was something monstrous even in Damien's opinion. They say sealing is easier than killing. If Damien actually tried to fight that beast on an even playing field, he didn't know if his current capabilities were enough to guarantee a win, and if I can't guarantee anything, then neither can he. Damien could only imagine Grand Duke Klaus' mind right now. Did he still want to fight, or had he accepted that he'd die? The answer was neither. Grand Duke Klaus remained blissfully unaware of everything that was happening around him, solely concentrating on the hole he was boring into the turtle shell, all the way up until the moment when those jagged lines of chaos finally burst. Chapter 1591 Catch 1. Grand Duke Maveth never once approached the action. He was the first to sense Damien, as he was the current strongest noble. However, even then, he remained hidden behind countless walls as if he was the weakest. Why? Was it because his mind was better than his strength? No, Maveth did have a great mind. He was able to create technological systems like the drones that blanketed the world and search for Damien after glimpsing similar technology in the True Void universe. The Sacred Abyss universe didn't have anything of the sort as precedent, so Maveth could only be considered a genius. Still, his strength was his best asset. Maveth trained from his youth as a warrior, not an intellectual. His mind was just an added plus, a talent he could use to further boost his true power, but that left the question unanswered. Why did Grand Duke Maveth seem to fear direct combat in this instance? The truth was, he didn't. Maveth was just like his peers. He had absolute confidence that he could defeat Damien if they fought in single combat. He'd done it before, hadn't he? Yet Damien underestimated his pain amplification power, but that was because he didn't realize how fast things could get bad. Maveth squared the pain. He didn't just double it. If he had hit Damien with even one more attack, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to find a way to escape. His reason for staying back was different. This wasn't battle. This wasn't a personal grudge. This wasn't something that required respect or emotion in any form. This was a hunt for prey. It was the elimination of an anomaly, a process that was highly streamlined. Damien had shown them too many mysteries. He was dangerous and cunning. If they didn't properly understand him before attacking, they would lose. This had been proven over and over again. First, he escaped them in the heavenly world. Then, when he came to the Sacred Abyss, he humiliated them endlessly. The barons, viscounts, counts, and even dukes were inconsequential. However, I am the last remaining Grand Duke. Grand Duke Lance's life signature had already vanished. While the chaotic explosion still continued to rage, as for Klaus, huge beams of orange chaotic energy splashed out of geysers that formed on the dark beast's shell. At the same time, an ear-shattering bang rang out. Klaus managed to pierce the turtle's shell, creating a path to its fleshy inner body. Unfortunately, his timing was off. Those waves of chaos crashed down on his barrier like a tsunami. Instead of pursuing the opening he'd made, Klaus was forced to block with all of his power. Boom, boom, boom. Chaos was a terrifying force. It had no meaning, no rhyme or reason behind its actions. Chaos would do as it pleased, and everything else was forced to cope. The force of that bizarre independence was hard to hold, especially when using another force close to chaos. Malak was a darker energy in its essence, so it naturally felt subordination to the dark beast's energy. Mana, on the other hand, was a more orderly power. It would have had a far better chance in the current situation, but Grand Duke Klaus could not use the energy of the True Void universe, and that was only one of many reasons that led to his eventual defeat. The dark beast's use of true chaos was the turning point. From the moment Damien saw it happen, he knew the battle was over. Maveth was the same. He was the last Grand Duke from that moment. Because only a minute later, Klaus broke under the weight of the dark beast's onslaught. As his body fell through the air, limp and lifeless, another shadow appeared. Maveth stood up, his eyes trained on the projection of those events that he was watching as they happened. Damien grabbed the dying body of that man. He isn't dead yet. His soul is still alive, his body was finished, but he was trying to escape in his ethereal form so he could live again. Unfortunately, that's not happening. Pitch black energy surrounded Damien's body and enveloped the body of his enemy. It ate, crunching the Grand Duke into a wave of essence and existence that showered its owner. Damien glanced down at the dark beast below. Its eyes were also trained on him. He used his energy, and it instantly snapped out of its frenzy. That is the energy, this was the true culprit behind its kidnapping. I'm sure you've realized it by the look in your eyes. I'll say the same thing to you. Unfortunately, it's not happening. The dark beast's eyes were filled with malice and vengeance. However, Klaus had served his purpose. He created the opening that Damien needed, and when the dark beast's defenses were gone, when Damien could see its weaknesses with his naked eyes, it was done. Existence rallied at his call and shot into the hole in the dark beast's shell. It struck the fleshy body beneath and infected it, eating away at the great being. Existence was a very useful power, because Damien could do anything he wanted. Since he wanted that beast to die, his power found a way to kill it. It appeared out of nowhere. From the top and the bottom of the dark beast's body, a beam of pure white energy burst forth, slamming into the ground below and the sky above. The dark beast was pierced by a godly force. Its shell exploded along with its insides, leaving a gaping hole in its body that was big enough to house a nation. It's like an Achilles heel, because every other part of its body had been fortified to the point where even Klaus could barely damage it. The body the beast hid inside of its shell was incredibly fragile. The dark beast died, its body crashing to the ground and deepening the chasm it created by another margin. Damien watched it from the sky, and, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Another hack. At this point, he was practically vomiting organs, his face turned pale and his body wobbled in the sky. Soon enough, it looked like he couldn't take it anymore. Damien started to fall, desperately reaching out. Boom, his body crashed into the ground, but, as it turned out, he'd managed to recall the corpse of the dark beast into his storage. But even with that, he is severely injured. It was too much for him to mess with Klaus' soul and then try to kill the dark beast. Even if he had incredible power, it was too much for him to think he was a real god. Ever since he got here, he'd been using trick after trick, evading everything even when he could have easily fought. He is not a coward, but he was aware of his limits. That was Mabitha's final assessment of Damien Void. He'll be going into hiding again now. Until he recuperated, Damien wouldn't show his face, and as had been proven over the past year, they wouldn't be able to find him, which meant, we have to act now. No, there was no longer a we. Mabith had to end this himself and eliminate the anomaly while he had the chance. He had to join the battle. Chapter 1592 Catch 2. That should be what he's thinking, right? Damien was able to easily read the flow of Mabitha's thoughts, because he was the one who created it. Mabitha's carefulness had been slowly broken down by Damien's schemes. The dark beast in Grand Duke Klaus just served to perfectly wrap everything up and absolve the rest of his doubts. Damien needed to find a way to keep up his facade while reaping all of the benefits of the plans he set up. When Klaus died, Damien was able to sneakily devour him because Mabith didn't know what devour was. If the dark beast disappeared the same way, then suspicions would arise. As such, Damien coughed blood as if attacking Klaus and the dark beast required him to sacrifice something. As he fell, he acted desperate and used fluctuations of spatial mana to pretend he was storing its corpse. When he was actually devouring it whole, Damien gained a lot from those too. Klaus didn't have as much to contribute since Damien didn't need more knowledge about the foreign races at this time, but there was definitely something interesting in his memories. That was a story for another time, as was what Damien gained from the dark beast. Power-wise, his pre-existing knowledge was strengthened to another degree, leading his control to improve yet again. None of it really mattered to Damien. More than for his benefit, Damien devoured them out of habit, and a little bit of another reason. Nevertheless, with the performance he put on, the main goal of this operation had been achieved. Damien stayed on the ground, collapsed and seemingly lifeless. Blood pooled in his mouth, and his eyes seemed hazy, his head swung from side to side, his consciousness slipping from reality. Mabith arrived in an instant. He was far away, but he could cover these distances easily in the sacred abyss universe. He glanced down at the ground, not approaching it just yet. Damien felt an aura rinse over his body as Mabith scanned him with his awareness. The state he can gauge should put me somewhere near death. Damien tried his best. His insides really were a mess to keep up the illusion. Since Damien's body hardly relied on them anymore, he was able to destroy and rebuild them as he pleased. His soul was also giving off incredibly weak fluctuations, which was the most important factor for a god to consider. His entire image lowered Mabitha's guard, even though his guard was supposed to be all the way down before he even arrived. Damien could never be too careful. He wanted Maveth dead. He didn't want to wait for a long time and slowly whittle him down. He wanted him dead right this instant. For that, his current strength simply wasn't enough. Even if he fought, he would need days, months, or longer to bring Maveth close to death, and that was if he could keep Maveth fighting for that long. I've gotten a lot stronger, but right now, the best strategy is still to use external force. Eventually, it would become completely irrelevant. Unfortunately, that was not now. It didn't matter how much Damien could dominate against people under the supreme god level, did it? His enemies were still above him. Damien's cards didn't end with the ones he'd already used. He didn't have a lot of supreme level powers, so he had to carefully plan how he was going to obtain them and kill. Maveth at Malefic's essence killed Lance in such a way where Damien couldn't devour him, but Klaus was different, as was the Dark Beast. Damien only needed the memories of their existence and the essence of their legends. The actual power they'd built up. Their law comprehensions, techniques, and pure energy. Since when did Damien need any of that from anyone else? All of it had been stored, compressed, and morphed into an essence incomparable to its original form. Everything that the Dark Beast in Klaus had accumulated was turned into power to be used against Maveth. Damien truly didn't have any better use for it. Why was it described in such detail? Everything was laid out so Maveth didn't get the chance to fight. Pain amplification. Wouldn't be allowed to see the light, neither would force control. None of Grand Duke Maveth's strength as a supreme god would be exerted. That was the perfect future Damien envisioned. And one he assured would happen through extensive preparation. Grand Duke Maveth approached slowly. He carefully set up a barrier around himself as he got closer to Damien, sending his energy out before him so he could test the waters. Bzzzt. Damien's body was shocked by the Malik. His pain was immediately doubled, and his body jerked as if his nerves were being controlled by the electricity. Maveth watched his limp body flop around and return to normal, though more rigid than before. Bzzzt. He struck again. At 4 times the pain, Damien's body gave the exact same reaction, and his lifeless expression and lacking vitality didn't change in the slightest. Is he truly? Maveth was close now. Just a few more feet. Damien waited patiently for his moment to strike. Bzzzt. Yet another strike. This one was far worse than its predecessors, a combination of several attacks in one. Damien immediately returned to the mindless state he reached when he was trying to escape the hidden principality. All of the pain Maveth tried to inflict on him was pushed away, and his body was able to give the same natural reaction without giving anything away. How could Maveth not be convinced at this point? No proper living being should have been able to handle that much pain without even the slightest micro-expression. If Damien was truly in an almost deceased state, if he was truly only a breeze away from passing. Grand Duke Maveth took the last step, and Damien sought his opportunity. His arm flashed out. It passed through Maveth's Malik barrier as if it didn't exist and grabbed hold of his leg. That's game. It was a phrase that Damien was starting to like a lot. His eyes connected with Maveth, and they both had the exact same thought. He got played. I was fooled. Maveth had a flash of an instant to react, and to his credit, he did succeed in doing so. He pulled away, ripped his leg out of Damien's grasp, and summoned his Malik to create a stronger barrier. But if Damien was relying on something as flimsy as needing to maintain contact, then he never would have implemented this plan in the first place. No, the concoction he created had mounted itself on Maveth from the moment they touched. A shining blue light pulsated under the skin of his shin, highlighting the veins and arteries hidden within. It got brighter and brighter, alerting Maveth's attention too. Schick, feeling the chaotic energy, he severed his leg without hesitation, but as Damien said, it was already game. He snapped his fingers with a smile as Maveth tried to retreat away from his leg. He teleported away, getting clear of the expected blast radius, and, boom, Damien watched as the world was showered in light, and soon enough, he experienced an important fact directly with his body. The expected blast radius was nowhere near reality. Rather, it was the grossest understatement that could have possibly been made, and it made sure to let everyone know exactly that. Chapter 1593 Catch 3. Malefic's core explosion was already big enough to be seen from the other side of the world, right? Well, that explosion was soon dwarfed. Its golden-white light faded and was replaced by a bright blue color and even greater pressure waves. Cracks formed across the entirety of the world's surface. Massive earthquakes and eruptions made the sky and ground extremely hostile, and the world itself cried as it was forced to experience brutal agony. Shit, Damien gritted his teeth as he used existence to create multiple barriers that isolated him from the explosion. The world is going to collapse. He vastly underestimated his opponents, because he'd never fought them at their full strength. He created the explosive himself, but the fluctuations it gave off weren't chaotic enough to produce such horrific results. but order can also do something like this. Perhaps Grand Duke Klaus and the Dark Beast's energies found some sort of common ground and amplified each other. Whatever the reason was, it held true that the world was going to die if this kept going. I don't even need to care about Maveth anymore. Damien had perfectly executed his plan. He had no doubt that the Grand Duke was already dead. No, anyone and anything in the blast radius was dead. There were no survivors. Everyone was aware of how strong Damien was. However, even he could only survive using existence barriers. Without that power, even with the authority of immortality, Damien would have died. He would have been incinerated into nothingness before he could ever begin to regenerate. Against that force, Damien put his arms out and spread his mana into the world, grabbing it and essentially pulling it back together. He used the concept of order, desperately, healing each and every crack that formed until the world had returned to one piece. It was a tedious process, especially with a world of this size. Damien's perception was stretched to its limits, and he felt the world ripping apart as if it was his own body. It was more painful because of that, but he also gained a more intuitive understanding of the flaws he needed to fix, which made his job easier. Blue waves of energy continued to rush past him in the physical plane, unable to touch him. Damien bit down as hard as he could, concentrated all of his attention, and carefully made every necessary move until all of the necessary processes could be automated, and finally, he had the chance to teleport away, delegating a portion of his consciousness to manage the adhesion. Damien only got a true grasp of the blast's size when he left it, if there was a way to describe it. It looked like the moon had collided with Earth, except in this case, the moon was a fiery ball of destructive blue energy. If I had known, I would have done this from the start. Damien put an existence barrier around the area, just like he'd done with Lance. He allowed the explosion to continue its rage, but he contained it within an area that it wasn't allowed to leave. This way, even if Maveth somehow managed to survive, he would die before the force dispersed. It's a shame. He had a short run. It was like Maveth had taken control over his fellow nobles just a few days ago, and he was already dead, along with all of the rest of them. Time really flies. Damien smiled to himself. He let go of his mana as the world finally decided to stay together on its own, and he looked down at his work with pride. The blue star was a sign of his arrival here, a greeting to anyone who was concerned. Those who once ruled this plane would not keep it for much longer. It was his territory now, and would remain that way until the day he personally decided to let it go. Not 1 second earlier. If anyone had a problem with that, then they could come see him about it, right? A lot of the time after that was used for reorganization. With Maveth, Lance, Klaus, and Fama's dead, there was really no structure left in the foreign nobility. Sure, the dukes hadn't been targeted yet, but what could they do? Even if they banded together, they never stood a chance against a Grand Duke. Damien hadn't killed one, but 3 people of that caliber. Why would they try to challenge him now? It was a misconception on their part. Damien was far stronger than an individual duke, but if all 31 came together, then it would have been quite a difficult situation even for him. Their fear, caused mostly by his deeds that were turned into fables by the time they reached their ears, was the cause of their undoing. Damien once again did rounds around this world, since it didn't have a name. No, since it's mine now. He decided to name this world after his home cosmos. It was a simple name, but it was more than indicative of the world's purpose. It was the True Void universe's first success in conquering the sacred abyss. When the True Void world eventually became a galaxy, then a universe, and then the cosmos itself, wouldn't it be far easier to combine the two if they shared the same name? Nevertheless, to create a real True Void world, Damien had to do more than just kill people. He slaughtered all of the dukes without fail, and within a few days, he started replacing them with his own people. Duke Horacio made his return to this world, along with anyone else who had the potential to adapt to this cosmos' laws. Damien still hadn't contacted Talia and the rest, though he was planning to visit after he finished claiming the rest of the world. If it was people he met, then, just a little after he completed his Duke hunt, he went to the sanctuary to consult Lynn and work out some plans for the new world. At that time, he happened to run into someone quite special, Elena. He was really just walking around on Thebel to enjoy the atmosphere of the now fully bloomed world when he saw her at a food stand on the side of the street. "Oh, you're here? I thought you'd gone away somewhere," Elena responded with a smile, causally waving him over. It was a bit painful for him to realize how common his disappearances had become, but at the same time, he was happy his wives had enough trust in him to expect his return so firmly. Damien sat down with Elena and ordered himself a snack. "Why are you here? You never come to the sanctuary. What about you?" Elena returned. If you're here after something like that happened, then you must have some crazy scheme going on. Scheme is a little harsh, no, maybe, Elena smiled. As for me, I don't like using this place as a cop-out, but it still comes in handy as a final resort. You had to escape something that bad, yeah. It was pretty crazy, but you're okay, right? Completely fine. I made it here in time and took a few days to heal. I'm about to head back. Actually, Elena let her words trail off, looking at Damien up and down. Sure, he still looked handsome and well-kempt, but she could see the subtle scratches and tears on his clothing, which is stupid, since his clothes are made of energy. Signs of wear on clothes made from his imagination could only appear if he was exhausted greatly. You're good too? She asked, putting her hand on his. Damien smiled without concern. Yeah, it's all good. At this point, the hard stuff is over with and all I need is a workforce, which is a little harder now that almost everyone is in the heavenly world. Temporary or permanent, well, both, and both need people who are adaptable and talented. Elena nodded. If it's a temporary workforce, I can help. As for the people you need permanently, isn't it easy to get in contact with the others, right? From the sanctuary, Damien could easily contact those at the palace and gather the people he needed. That was why he came, wasn't it? However, it seemed he wouldn't have to do the tedious work. Elena promised to take care of it in his stead, and after a little more conversation, she left. Her story wasn't ready to be told yet. After all, I wish we could have spent more time together, but well, he had things going on, and more importantly, for the first time in a while, Elena had things going on. She was on an adventure that was clearly both dangerous and exciting for her. Because he could feel it in her soul just how eager she was to get back in the field and continue exploring. Their conversation was around an hour long, so in terms of small talk, they'd done enough of it to be satisfied. As for the more gritty things, they just didn't mention it. This wasn't the time for them to get comfortable. After all, nevertheless, that meeting was the reason Damien started going in and out of the sacred abyss universe with not only humans and other natural species, but also with an army of Valhalla souls. The people were placed throughout the true void world, assigned roles in many sectors to promote the world's growth. Those who would lead the population from here on were picked by Damien himself, and with them at the head, he didn't need to worry about there being any problems. With the arrangements made, he finally did what he'd been meaning to do since the moment he killed the last duke. All at once, Damien claimed ownership of every territory in this world, completely making it his own. The world shined. Damien's influence was immediately reflected, as the desolate atmosphere was filled with light and life. Green, blue, and other colors melded with the natural reds and browns of the environment, creating a unique image in the eyes of the planet's denizens. Even the most uneducated of them could tell that something massive was happening, whether that would be good or bad for them. Perhaps they'd only find out in the future, but Damien chose his people well, and he wasn't someone who took pleasure in mistreating the common folk. The true void world would be treated like any other world under Damien's reign. The people would be given the same opportunities if they were able to take hold of them, because this was the seed of revolution. This was the moment Damien's grand merger plan finally went into action. Chapter 1594. Catch. For VOM, it was an endless drone. It was inaudible in most places. The majority of the world's population would be unaffected by it until the day it died down, but if anyone got close to it, they would hear the drone in their ears, never letting them forget that it existed. Not that anyone could forget in the first place, since it was accompanied by a huge blue star that was continuously colliding with the planet's surface. Damien stood in front of it with cold eyes. Boom, a wave of energy forced itself against the existence barrier in front of him and splashed to the sides. There were many bursts in many places, but none of them were as concentrated or powerful as this. It wasn't alone either. BOOM. 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 Over and over again in the same spot. After the first three, it was hard to keep thinking it was coincidence, and if anyone managed to maintain that delusion after the fact. Bang, Damien void, a bloody fist slammed against the existence barrier. The charred form of a man appeared on the other side like something out of a nightmare, staring into Damien's soul. Let me out. Let me out and fight me. Damien void, split and drool splashed from Grand Duke Mabitha's mouth as he screamed like a feral beast, only for it to be evaporated by the surrounding energy. His fists were only half present in their complete forms. The bottom of his right hand and the middle of his left were just bones, reinforced by malak to stay together. Damien had been coming here every so often since he flawlessly got rid of the 3 Grand Dukes. At first, it was just to look at the explosion. But around 3 months after the events transpired, boom, Grand Duke Mabith appeared for the first time. Damien thought he was dead. There was no logical way for him to survive, however, he was somehow managing to preserve his life in there. His body was broken. His head was a skull dyed in blue and black. Seeing how his flesh shifted between non-existent, charcoal, and normal was harrowing. The proud appearance of a Grand Duke was no longer with him. The explosion ate his sanity just as much as it ate his life, but he refused to die. He used force control to keep the chaotic energy away from him, just barely managing to survive. He had to keep his ability active at all times or he'd be shredded. The injuries on his body were the result of his many attempts to try and take a break. The moment he realized it was impossible, he went insane. Now, he had devolved to this, and Damien had come to visit him once a week to see how he was doing. Mabitha's willpower was definitely impressive. Damien didn't particularly enjoy watching the man suffer like this, but it had to be done. He came here not for pleasure, but for the memories contained within that man's existence. Mabith and Famas always stood above Klaus and Lance. None of them had direct contact with the Dark God, but the two of them were aware of his location. Famas had long since died. As for Mabith, even though he looks like this, he's still too dangerous. Wasn't the fact that he'd been constantly expending copious amounts of mana for months and showed no signs of fatigue. He was injured, but his vitality didn't decrease unless he relaxed his energy barrier, an action he was now refusing to take. He's getting more feral too. I don't want to find out what he can do with his power when he doesn't have rationality holding him back. Damien was waiting patiently for Grand Duke Mabith to become no more than prey waiting to be killed. Until then, he had better things to do. He was turning the true void world into a site completely different from its appearance a bit ago. Technology boomed. Well, that wasn't necessarily true. Damien brought a lot of technology over and brought even more experts who could develop and create such devices. With them, he was able to mimic a technological revolution. It would take a long time for the denizens to learn the ways of such a society, but Damien was hoping that introducing them to these concepts beforehand would accelerate their growth. His main focus was the environment itself. He could directly influence it, and he could do so in a short period of time, so he put more of his attention towards this. Grass was now a prominent thing. Crops could grow where they couldn't grow before, and new ecosystems almost immediately started developing. The true void world resembled the heavenly world more and more by the day. Elena's Valhalla army was surprisingly efficient, so the societal development was turning out nicely as well. His family already knew about what he was doing at this point. Elena HSD communicated with them just as she'd promised, and they'd provided as much aid as they could without completely understanding what he was doing. Nevertheless, as Damien continued to develop the true void world and visit Mabith, he secured the true void world. It was more than just the world's growth. He made sure that nothing would be able to challenge its stability, and as he drowned himself in work, that time came. The last remaining Grand Duke's vitality hit an all-time low, and Damien made his move. He entered the existence barrier to see Mabith on the ground, sprawled out as best he could with the remainder of his body. He saw Damien approaching, and his aura instinctively flared in response. He tried to growl and hiss, but he no longer had the facilities to make sounds or express his emotions in any way. Damien looked at him without any expression on his face. This man made him suffer more than anyone else in the entire heavenly world. As a result, his life was ending in suffering. Karma's a bitch. Damien knelt down and put his hand on Mabitha's head. Now, give me what I want. From the start, he only had one purpose. There was one man he wanted to meet, and as Mabitha's memories turned into essence that filled Damien's mind, he got the answer he wanted. His eyes went up to the sky, he snapped his fingers, and the existence barrier shrunk over and over again until the entire remaining explosion was contained in a small ball. Damien grabbed that ball in his hand. Pulling his arm back to gather power, he shot it into the sky at extreme speeds. It broke past the true void world. It broke past the extents of the star cluster where this world stayed. It broke past everything else in this cosmos and arrived at an isolated black hole that not a single person had seen with their own eyes. That was where it decided to explode. The blue energy that ripped apart Grand Dukes like loose-leaf paper barely got to show its power for half a second before it was completely extinguished. Damien never meant it as an attack, though. No, to a being of that level, the explosion was nothing more than a greeting. It was his way of clearing, displaying that he recognized that man's presence. The man in the center of the black hole opened his eyes slightly. His vision spread past the bounds of perception and located the man who called out for him. They stood so many light years away that it wasn't worth trying to measure the distance, but the two of them stared into each other's eyes without a hint of deviation. Damien and the Dark God. Wasn't it time for them to finally meet face to face? Chapter 1595 Meeting 1. That single strike told Damien a lot of things. Mostly about the Dark God's strength. Without a doubt, that man was too strong for Damien to face, but that didn't mean anything to him. He stepped off the surface of the true void world and into the cosmos beyond. He swam through space and time, covering great distances with ease as he approached the dark god. It only took him a few minutes to reach the black hole. "You have come," that voice rumbled through space. Damien's eyes narrowed as he felt the fluctuations contained within. They were familiar, but at the same time, incredibly different. "Did you think yourself ready to come here?" "Not in the slightest," Damien responded honestly. The voice was still touching his soul, making him feel more than just uncomfortable. Still, Damien didn't show fear in front of this enemy. He couldn't see the dark god. He couldn't see anything beyond the massive cluster of energy that was disguising itself as a black hole. That energy, and the voice projected through it, was the impression Damien had of the dark god. It was all dark, malevolent, and filled with violence. There was a feeling as if this being represented all of the hostility that existed in the world, but more than that, Damien didn't feel anything. "I know he's strong, it would be stupid to think otherwise." This was a man who could disperse an attack as strong as that explosion with ease that Damien could never replicate, and he was familiar. There was never anyone else who felt this familiar existence, and something more. As Damien looked into that darkness, he realized that he and this being were treading the same path, just, their progress was at two exceedingly different levels. "Why have you come?" The dark god spoke again, continuing what he was saying before. "But it's strange, why did it seem like he didn't want them to meet right now?" The dark god. Shouldn't he have been reveling in the chance to kill the anomaly that was blocking him from complete victory? His emotions were unreadable, but Damien felt like the dark god was completely different from his subjects, and I don't know if that's a compliment. "You ask me why I'm here as if I have the answer. I just got curious, so I came, and you believed I would entertain you." "I did." The fact that they had gotten this far was already enough proof. The dark god couldn't converse with people. Anyone who came as close as Damien would have been disintegrated already, while those who stood far enough to survive would die if they heard his voice directly. Damien had existence just as the dark god did. He was able to meld into the aura that killed others and protect himself against the voice. For the first time in a long time, there was someone the dark god could talk to. However, he was an enemy. "You are a confident anomaly. None have ever dared to test my patience like this. Have any ever dared to kill all of your followers?" "Many. None of them still live." Arrogance, it was a word that could be used to describe a lot of Damien's enemies, but none of them had it like the dark god. This was a man beyond Damien's scope of understanding. He was someone who traveled countless cosmos and conquered them, reigning over a number of beings that was simply uncountable. That was why he was called the dark god in a world where godhood was no more than a milestone every practitioner aimed to reach. He was the closest thing this world had to a true god. "Are you curious?" Damien already said he was, but he decided not to point that out. "You are a fledgling, aiming to become like me. However, are you aware of anything? Will you be able to do it? And if you do, can you reach that step?" The dark god swarmed him with questions that he wasn't expecting to receive. "What is he talking about?" He was asking as if he didn't expect Damien to answer. No, he was talking like Damien reaching his level or surpassing him was simply a pipe dream. Damien void. "You think I cannot know you?" The darkness in the black hole swirled, expanding and contracting like the beating of a heart. The dark god's voice became louder, booming in Damien's ears. "Your life is clear to me. As is your ambition. You have come here because you believe I will not kill you. And you are not wrong. However, do not mistake my actions for pity or weakness." Vumum. Damien gritted his teeth and raised his arms in front of his face, splitting the wave of energy that flowed towards him. "Did you believe you would gain something from me? Or were you wondering about what I am like as a person? Regardless, you are not worthy." It was strange, the dark god was definitely threatening, but it was as he said. "Why don't I feel threatened?" Damien knew it was stupid to come here. He knew that his enemy wouldn't entertain him or give him anything helpful, but he was still drawn here. It was as if he had to come. Otherwise, he would infinitely regret it. "Am I learning anything?" Damien felt more nothingness from the dark god than anyone else. He wasn't learning. It was more like his mind was losing function the longer they spoke. "You killed them all." Damien's attention was drawn back to the dark god. This was the first time he'd acknowledged what Damien had done to the true void world. "Are you trying to conquer my territory?" Damien frowned. "I am." He was honest, since there was no point acting oblivious at a time like this. "Is that why you are confident?" Damien didn't say a word, but his answer was obvious. Yes. The reason he was confident enough to come face this being directly was because he had been able to accomplish so much in recent times. He'd been able to escape when he needed to escape, and he was able to kill when he needed to kill. Damien found that existence responded to him better if he just acted as he pleased without requiring justification, so that was what he did. The cosmos rumbled. It was like the dark god was laughing. It seems you are yet to understand anything. Damien raised his brow in confusion. You have come for validation, have you not? You wish to see how your power can compare to mine. The black hole shifted with the dark god's emotions. Very well. I will show you the levels you will not be allowed to reach. There was no sound, no great explosion of energy, there was nothing. No phenomenon. No change, no difference, but something did change, and something was different. It was just that, in that instant, he made something exist. Damien didn't know what had been made, nor did he know where it was, but something had just been etched into existence by the enemy. Even Damien would have to work hard to learn what to actually was, and as if that wasn't bad enough, he's not anywhere near done yet. Nothing was changing. There were no differences, but Damien could feel it. The dark god was still doing something. He was messing with forces far, far beyond Damien's control. Chapter 1596 Meeting 2. This was what it meant to truly wield existence, but it wasn't something that could be done with existence alone. The dark god was able to affect the world while ignoring space and time. He was able to implement concepts into reality as if they've always existed, which was absolutely absurd. The memories of all beings in contact with those concepts would be altered at an existence level, and the world itself would be rewritten to reflect the changes he made. History itself would change. The way people remembered things would change. For instance, if the dark god wanted to alter things so that the Stria clan still existed, then he could absolutely make that a possibility. Why was Damien unable to do these things? It wasn't because he didn't have all 6 concepts of existence yet. It was a level above that. What Damien realized in that moment was the gap between them, because the dark god was wielding existence and non-existence fluidly, changing all things as if they were nothing more than concepts to him. Damien's eyes narrowed. I'm powerless. No matter how close he was to the dark god, he couldn't do anything against this. If a being like that wanted to wipe him from existence, would his family even remember him when he was gone? It was a terrifying prospect. And exactly what the dark god wanted to show him. Damien void, his voice rumbled outward, as if cementing all the changes that were made. Do you pride yourself in the slaughter of the nobles? It seemed like a genuine question that the dark god wanted answers to. If Damien had to answer honestly, no, not really, but it makes life a lot easier, doesn't it? The dark god wouldn't be able to push forces into the heavenly world anymore. Damien had bought himself time to rid the world of corruption in foreign territories before he eventually had to confront his main enemy. Time was the most valuable commodity in existence, and Damien didn't feel anything like pride for earning more of it. It was just what he had to do. That is good. The black hole waved, as if the dark god nodded his head. If you are to become my enemy, then you cannot die to something like pride. What? Damien raised an eyebrow. Become his enemy, as in, he wasn't qualified to be one yet, right? Do not be disappointed, the dark god continued, patronizing Damien. If you cannot recognize basic facts, then you truly have no right to call yourself my enemy. Damien's frown deepened. Those nobles you killed, that time you believe you have earned. The dark god released his mana, making sure Damien could feel the full extent of what he was facing. They were never real. Those were the words that started Armageddon. In truth, no words were necessary for the dark god to understand Damien. He could read people's existences, just like Damien. His ability was actually far stronger since he could look past the common existence and see what could not exist as well. Damien managed to get this far because his true strength was always hidden. His trump cards were always in places the enemy could never see, but the dark god, I can see it all, your family, your sanctuary, your energy, and that force. He refused to say its name, but it was clear that he knew very well what it was. Damien void, you are a threat that I cannot tolerate. His tone suddenly seemed far darker. If you are allowed to grow, then perhaps another version of him will be born. The energy raging in the surroundings began to coagulate, merging into several individual pieces. If you would have stayed in your own territory, perhaps I would have continued as always. Perhaps I would have waited another 1,000,000 years before waging war against this world. Damien void, I enjoy watching the suffering and tribulations of those who oppose me. I enjoy watching them fight to their greatest potential and still be defeated by my forces. I am not someone who loves mindless conquering. It was a bad feeling, whatever the dark god's words were leading up to. However, I cannot take risks against a being with your growth potential. The black hole boomed. Suddenly, it possessed a suction force unlike any other black hole, capable of swallowing all of existence if it had the chance. The energy in the surroundings, Damien had been able to feel it from the start, but he couldn't see it. As of now, it had begun to form into shapes he could perceive. The shapes of people, Damien realized, they were never real. That was what the dark god meant. It started with tens of figures. They became tens of thousands and then became millions. Those millions expanded until every last piece of the pitch-black starry sky was covered in them. For Grand Dukes, Grand Duke Famas, Grand Duke Maveth, Grand Duke Klaus, and Grand Duke Lance, they were familiar faces. Faces of people who had died. Another. Grand Duke Famas, Grand Duke Maveth, Grand Duke Klaus, and Grand Duke Lance, there were 8 of them now. 2 of each, and then there were 16, under those 16 Grand Dukes, tens of thousands of dukes, hundreds of thousands of counts, millions of viscounts, and too many barons to count. In a single instant, an army of divinities had been formed in the sacred abyss. I shall give you 5 years. The dark god's voice was like an omen of disaster. As Damien heard it, it sent shivers down his spine, striking genuine fear in his heart. He wasn't afraid for his own life. Instead, in 5 years, I will come. Either you raise your territory and fight back, or nothing more needed to be said. Against a force like this, unless Damien was able to perform a miracle on a similar scale, the true void universe is finished. Damien's eyes slightly widened. His gaze was pulled into the swirling black hole. Its darkness parted, giving way to a pair of eyes that Damien felt like he both could and couldn't see. As his eyes locked with them, he heard that voice again. This time, clearly in his ears. I look forward to your efforts. Damien opened his mouth, wanting to say something, anything at all, but he could not. He did not have the chance. There was no fluctuation in space. There was no shift in the dimension. However, Damien could feel it as his environment suddenly replaced itself with another. I'm not back in the heavenly world. He didn't know where he was, but the atmosphere was filled with mana, not Malik. Damien didn't even take the time to search his surroundings. His body instinctively released an existence barrier, and he collapsed against the tree behind him. Nothing else mattered right now. Where he was, what he was doing, all of that could be put aside. Right now, Damien just needed to sit down. That interaction, it wasn't just about the power the dark god displayed. Nor was it just about the time limit that being had given him. Everything about that meeting, from what happened to what didn't, from what was sensed to what wasn't, from what existed to what didn't. Damien needed to take a moment to register it all. Chapter 1597 Awakening 1. That moment was a lot more significant than Damien realized. The dark god influenced the world greatly when he exerted his force. Things changed, though nobody was able to notice them, and though those changes were contained within the sacred abyss universe, they were reflected in the heavenly world and even beyond. His energy was strong and incredibly coercive. Even if he didn't have a direct impact on the workings of the true void universe, it couldn't help but be perturbed by his release of power. Not many people felt it. Not many were capable of feeling it in the first place, and those who were had no way of making out what exactly it was. But there were two beings who were heavily impacted by the awakening of the dark god's power after so many years. Tiamat began her awakening long ago. Flashes of history flickered through her mind, and her legend began to change. The power that she'd accumulated throughout her life reacted wildly to the aura of the sacred abyss universe, and as she stayed there for longer periods of time, the feeling only got stronger. Tiamat found her way back there a while back. Finding the end of the images in her head was more important to her than anything else, because those things were clues about her origins. She never really cared about where she was from or what she was. She had always been so focused on everything else that she put aside such a primal desire. However, as she found time to herself and a supportive atmosphere, the desire to completely uncover everything and understand herself became inescapable. She hadn't found much. When her thoughts cleared and the shadowy figures within became more visible, she thought the most obvious conclusion was the right one. She was related to the dark god, but it's not true. Her soul rejected the idea. It was like she was an eagle, and a relation to someone like the dark god was a cage. They simply didn't mesh. However, she was certain that the dark god was somehow related to the mysteries behind her existence. Tiamat wanted to search for these things, so she'd been living on True Void World with the Gehenna tribe. She trained here and grew considerably in strength, reaching a level near godhood, and she searched the world for answers. Life had been unfortunate for her. It seemed like no clues existed outside of her own mind, and those clues only revealed themselves when they felt like it. If she wanted to search, wasn't it just impossible? That was what she thought until that day. Damien came to the sacred abyss universe somehow and spread havoc to every corner of the planet. Tiamat and Talia watched his progress from the Gehenna territory. They saw as he destroyed every enemy in his path. And they basked in the deathly light of those massive explosions that had torn apart this world. They were present as the world began to change into something completely different, but Damien never came to see them. Of course, he was likely planning to check on this place later, but what was he doing now? As that thought swept through her mind, Tiamat suddenly felt a change. Voom. A massive energy wave struck the true void world and bounced off of the worldwide barriers that protected it. The wave was incessant, getting stronger and stronger by the second. Nobody else seemed to notice it. Tiamat spread her awareness, and all she saw was people living their lives like usual. However, every time that energy struck the barrier, Tiamat's body instinctively jerked. Something within her was getting stirred. Push, her head snapped to the sky as she felt a portion of the energy make its way through the barrier. It showered the world, causing no change at all, but when it passed through the walls around her and touched her body, Tiamat's head snapped back. Her eyes rolled back in her head as her body floated into the air without the aid of mana. The flashes started again. She was swallowed by her mind, forced to witness scene after scene that she simply couldn't understand. Birth.life. Coronation, she mumbled unconsciously, her words containing no sense of rationality. But that was what she saw, a scene of two boys being born, a scene of them living, and a scene of coronation. She saw a world that didn't exist anymore, and a scene that was so far in the past that barely anyone still remembered it. The energy within her body trembled as it was influenced by the strange force descending from the sky. Tiamat's body was becoming complete. That was how it looked. Her skin gained a new luster, her energy gained an unreasonable purity, and her soul was cleansed. Though it did become darker, the dark god, she saw him, but he was not the one she was looking at. There was someone else. The scenes in Tiamat's head didn't make any sense from the start. They didn't flow chronologically, nor did they have any sound. Tiamat was forced to try and understand them by watching what was happening and assuming the context. She saw the dark god, but she wasn't sure if she was actually seeing him. She couldn't be sure of whether he was actually in the scene or not, and even if he was, she couldn't tell where he was or what he was doing. All she saw was his energy, and another energy next to it. Those two were like polar opposites. They had the potential to be harmonious, but they could never be together without chaos. Tiamat's attention was entirely focused on those two energies. The scene she was witnessing faded into the background as they took up her entire perception. One was light, and one was darkness. One was order, and one was chaos, yet they were both darkness. They were both chaos. Her mind felt like it was breaking as she tried to comprehend even a little bit of what was happening, and on the outside, her body's changes became far more pronounced. The soul was a mysterious thing. It took a very long time for people to gain the ability to sense it, and it took even longer to gain control over it, but changing it was a completely different matter. The soul would grow and change as it pleased, but to consciously influence that change. Most gods still had trouble with it, but gods had the qualifications to try. There were several factors that were taken into consideration before an individual could be considered on the cusp of godhood. It was almost like a checklist that needed to be completed, and at the top of that checklist, the most important step, a change in the soul, the etching of a qualification. When the cosmos deemed a divinity worthy of challenging the peak level, it would give them a stamp of approval that would allow them to meet the remaining criteria. As Tiamat was drowned in foreign memories, her soul changed, and that qualification appeared. Her mind and spirit were being shattered, but something about that energy she saw was the key. Perhaps, at the end of this road, there weren't just answers. Maybe a true godhood was waiting for her too. Chapter 1598 Awakening 2. Tiamat's situation was obvious. The dark god never had children, so it was simply impossible for her to be his kin. However, while her relation to those involved was curious and vague, it was still true that she and that being had some sort of similarity pulling them together. As such, when his non-existence pushed into the true void world, she felt its residual effects more clearly than anyone else. The more curious case was somewhere else. Far, far away from the sacred abyss universe. Actually, it was in the sanctuary with a very familiar person, or was it two? Zara and Aaliyah had faded into the background ever since Damien and the rest came to the heavenly world. Actually, it had been a decent amount of time since they'd even talked to Damien or his associates. It was only partially by choice. Zara's feelings for her adoptive brother were clear. She cared for him more than anyone else, and would never give up their relationship for the world. As for Aaliyah, while she didn't hold Damien in the same regard, she was Zara's other half, and because of that, she'd inherited some of her sister's emotions. Zara obviously wanted to accompany Damien and the rest of her friends in their adventures in the heavenly world, and Aaliyah had no plans to stop her. However, they hadn't been able to. Their first concern was none other than themselves. Back then, they didn't know how exactly their fusion worked. It was chaotic and dangerous, and if they lost control of their power, they would put the lives of their comrades at risk. During the war in Grand Heaven's boundary, they contributed greatly. Slaughter had become the norm, and when they were in that place of slaughter, their power bloomed into something magnificent. Unfortunately, it wasn't the same anywhere else. As the war came to an end, they found that they were losing control over their mana. The closer they got to divinity, the more it felt like they were going to lose everything. Despite their individual wishes, ambitions, and desires, they secluded themselves away from the world. They trained in seclusion to understand their power together, went on adventures throughout the sanctuary, fully making use of its various chances and opportunities, and fought with the new evils rising in that world to gain more experience. Still, they could not overcome that barrier. Divinity escaped them. Without it, they didn't want to go to the heavenly world even if they had the opportunity, and that sentiment only became stronger as they came to an abrupt realization. One day, as they sat with their two minds in sync, they sensed it, the instant we reached divinity. Zara said, "One of us will be swallowed." Aaliyah finished, "That was the emptiness they'd been experiencing, the main reason why they stayed in the sanctuary when everyone else was welcoming new horizons. They wanted to grow stronger, but they didn't want to risk each other's lives for that purpose." What were they meant to do? Naturally, they could have asked Damien or anyone else. Everyone they knew could give valuable advice using their varied experiences, but the path to strength was not one that could be assisted. If they wanted to get everything they could out of the scenario, they needed to solve their problems by themselves. That was how their search through the sanctuary began. Just like Tiamat, they scoured every end of the earth for answers, but unlike their divine counterpart, they found clues. There was a path, a trail that seemed to be left by some ancient god beast. As they followed it, they encountered many things they didn't even know were possible, and more importantly, they stood in a temple that looked far too clean for its old age. There was a statue of a chimera on an altar in front of them, and to their sides, various stone beasts clad in armor. This temple was the end of the trail they'd been following. After going through so many twists and turns, they'd expected there to be answers here. However, what they found were more questions. A black shadow and a white shadow stood to each side of the altar. The two of them looked at Zara and Aaliyah with oddly warm expressions. They beckoned forth, calling the two to bask in the altar's light and accept its blessings. There, our mothers, Zara and Aaliyah, were on the same page. They weren't conscious to see those figures that healed them when they saved Beast Emperor Star. But those two were still embedded in their memories. These shadows, were they the same as the ones from before? Could they possibly be? The duo originally planned to take a second and think it over before making rash decisions, but, just like Tiamat, they sensed a disturbance in the atmosphere. It was far more subtle in the sanctuary than anywhere else. After all, this place was floating in the void somewhere far, far away from both of the two main connected cosmos. The sanctuary didn't get influenced by its proximity to the sacred abyss like the true void universe did. Rather, Damien, Zara's first thought when she sensed the energy, it didn't feel anything like him, but its entry was unmistakably made through his bond with the sanctuary. It filled the universal core before pulsating outward and slightly changing the laws and intrinsic functions of this semicosmos. That's not Damien. That is something dangerous, Aaliyah corrected her sister. She felt an ominous premonition as that energy continued to flow over them and the altar. They didn't have an immediately reaction. Their minds didn't fill with strange things, nor did they get some sort of power boost. The shadows in front of them disappeared as the temple's illusions were shattered. For Zara and Aaliyah, it felt like their minds cleared and somewhat merged into one, though their individual thought processes remained. The energy was dangerous, but it also signified opportunity. Their bodies seemed to accept it well, and more than anything, it calmed their Nox lineage, turning it submissive and docile. This power we needed. Aaliyah was usually the more cautious one, but she couldn't help but agree with Zara. A power like that could be the solution to their problems. It could be the path that led out of their miserable rut. Keep pushing forward? Aaliyah asked with a smile. Yeah, but the goal is different, Zara responded in kind. For these two who had been isolated from the people they cared about for so long, relief couldn't come soon enough. But for them to reach that point, there was a lot more work to do. Boom, their hand shot out, and two winding snakes of whiteness and blackness cut through the air, striking the statue on the altar and destroying it entirely. Wasn't that supposed to be the ancestor of all god beasts or something? Aaliyah asked, raising their brow. Doesn't matter, Zara responded with a shrug. The stuff here is ours now anyway. What's the use in keeping around a statue for someone who's been pulling dirty tricks for as long as we've been following this trail? I wouldn't say he's been pulling anything, since he's dead and everything. You get what I mean? The duo bantered like they always did, completely calm in the face of the 12 stone beasts that were now radiating auras like divinities. they had a huge fight in front of them, and they'd have many more as they continued to tread this difficult road. However, they didn't fret. With their goals in mind, both new and old, they'd succeed in everything they wanted to do and finally reunite with their people. They were optimistic in their thinking, and they had every right to be, but there was no way they realized just how pivotal that random wave of energy would be on their lives. They had no idea that because they had perceived that energy and even gone as far as to try and take it for themselves, they'd opened up a path that only a few had ever tread before. Zara and Aaliyah had faded into the background as their allies went to the heavenly world, but as long as they stayed strong and persevered, it was practically guaranteed that it wouldn't stay that way for much longer. Chapter 1599 Selfishness 1. Tiamat and the Zara/Aaliyah duo were unique, but not as unique as one would expect. The way they reacted to the DSRK god's energy was unique, and was the opportunity they gained from it. However, they weren't the only ones it affected. As mentioned before, the dark god's energy spread to affect all three of the cosmos that were related to each other: the true void universe, sacred abyss universe, and sanctuary. Why Tiamat sensed the energy was obvious, but what about Zara and Aaliyah? They had Nox blood, sure, but not all of the Nox were able to understand what had happened. In fact, aside from Yongin and a few others, none of them were affected in the slightest. But when it came to the three involved cosmos, the number of people who were truly affected by the dark god's actions was uncountable. From random farmers who were blessed by the energy to powerful experts who were cursed, countless people felt those effects and reacted in different ways. The dark god never just used one power. He changed existence itself, and the after effects of such a move were, well, they were interesting to say the least. Nobody could quite tell yet, but a huge shift in reality had begun in the heavenly world. A wave was sweeping through the people, infecting them like a plague. Non-existence was that kind of power. It wasn't inherently hostile, so for some, its presence was actually more of a boon than anything else, but on the grand scheme, that same sentiment couldn't be reflected. With the presence of non-existence encroaching on the true void universe and coercing its laws, it was safe to say that many things would change soon. Whether those changes were for the better or worse, though, that was entirely up to fate to decide. So why did Damien do it? Even a baby could tell that trying to meet the dark god was incredibly stupid. It put the lives of countless people in danger. It made the threat the sacred abyss posed manifold worse, and it gave the heavenly world far less time to get equipped to face such a disaster. In the grand scheme of things, there was no good that could have came out of that meeting. Damien wasn't an idiot. He may have been dumb in his youth, but he liked to think he'd improved since then. If so, then why did he still choose to make such a brainless decision? It wasn't just because his instincts told him it was right. He trusted them a lot, and he would absolutely act on them in most scenarios, but this wasn't one of them. Rationality told him he had no business meeting an enemy he couldn't even touch, and when he actually met the dark god, that conclusion was further proven. However, he still acted without hesitation and did what he did, and despite the consequences of his decision, he didn't feel much remorse. It was hard to fathom the scale of it all. Everything had been thrown into chaos now, but Damien benefited. There was no grand reason behind his actions. He didn't have some benevolent purpose or even some sort of arrogant idea that he could do something. No, his actions were taken purely out of selfishness. He always talked about doing things for his own benefit, but most of the time, he acted either for a goal or for someone else's sake. There were a lot of times when he ignored his selfishness because he had to focus on a larger goal. This time, it was just different. He couldn't stop himself, because the prospective benefits were just too amazing, and while the outcome was tragic in many ways, practically dooming the true void universe. With this, I think I can do it. Damien didn't think it was doomed. The dark god showed him a lot of power so he could see a level he would never reach. That was the true showing of arrogance. That was the real mistake, regardless of how it seemed, because as Damien sat there against a random tree in the middle of nowhere and processed the events that had just unfolded, his mind experienced a qualitative change. In that moment, Damien felt non-existence for the first time. Non-existence was different from existence, since it quite literally didn't exist. To find it was a daunting task that had taken even those who managed to complete it millions of years to do. How did one sense non-existence? Sure, with a completed existence in one's hand, it seemed like it would be easy to just look for the inverse of that force and comprehend it. But it wasn't so simple with these two absolute concepts. Existence was everything. Everything one could possibly ever think or do was contained within existence. So how would one be able to sense, comprehend, or even know where to start when it came to non-existence? Damien didn't know the answer, and the people who did were either not present, dead, or enemies. Fortunately, he didn't need to anymore. the strange force he felt back then, true nothingness that consumed one's soul. When it hit him, his memories of when he died became clearer than day. He was able to feel the force he was submerged in at that time and actually understand what it was doing. He couldn't do it now, but it wouldn't be too far in the future when Damien would need to start comprehending non-existence. After all, it wasn't just nothingness that he felt, true existence. The end of the path he was currently treading. The Dark God's version of it was completely different from what Damien was trying to achieve, but it was all made up of the same 6 concepts: the concept of order, the concept of harmony, the concept of mist, the concept of domination, the concept of chaos, and the concept of control. It was simple and easy, an overall comprehensive concept that combined the best of its predecessors into one. It was called the concept of control, but it wasn't about controlling existence. Rather, this concept focused on the control existence had on all things. Damien had thought something similar a while back when he decided to stop holding himself back with convention. Before one could truly wield existence, one had to realize the true weight of the power they were gaining access to. One had to understand what it meant to control everything. Only then would existence surrender to their whims. As long as I understand it, I can control it, Damien had gained the keys to success. Though he had, in theory, doomed everything. If I can make the most out of what I gained, then I can change everything. If he too could control true existence. If he too gained access to non-existence, wouldn't the Dark God lose all of his advantages? 5 years. Damien could alter the time flow in the heavenly world if he tried, but on such a large scale, no, that's not how it works anymore. Convention was a thing that didn't exist. He could change the time flow of the heavenly world to give them what they needed, but that didn't mean he wouldn't have to push the entire world into a state of rapid improvement. Even with time, they needed to extensively prepare for this war. But, in the end, it all falls on my shoulders. He caused this predicament, and he had to be the one to step up and solve it. Not because of some moral obligation, but because Damien had put himself in a situation where he was quite literally the only remaining hope. Selfishness, or was it the mindset of an absolute? For the sake of his self-improvement, Damien wagered the entire cosmos as if he owned it. Still, while he did feel the pressure, it didn't make him nervous. This was the exact kind of stimulation he needed. Nothing would change if the stakes weren't at least this high. He believed he would reach that point, and he believed he would win this war, because he was Damien Void, and one day, he would be absolute. Chapter 1600 Selfishness 2. Okay, Damien calmed his racing heart and mind. Things were only bleak if he let them be that way. For now, there was nothing to worry about. First off, he looked around. Why do I always land in forests at times like these? Perhaps it was because forested environments were more than just common in the heavenly world, but that was beside the point. Damien felt the air and the energy around him to try and gauge his position, but for some reason, he couldn't seem to feel any familiarity. This is absolutely the heavenly world, but nothing about it resembles the heavenly world I know. This mana is .regal? It feels like this land was made exclusively for royalty. Damien frowned. He was quite familiar with the heavenly world by now. Even if he was in a location he'd never seen, he would usually be able to judge where he was in the world by the atmosphere, aura, and memories of the earth. The atmosphere only clued that this was indeed a place where mana was the energy source. As for the memories of the earth, how could there possibly be an area millions of kilometers wide that hasn't ever been touched by the foot of a living being? Damien's arrival was quite literally the first time any living presence had ever stepped foot here. It was eerily impossible for something like this to happen, but if it's the heavenly world, then there has to be civilization somewhere. Damien immediately teleported away from his previous position. He didn't necessarily pick a direction, but he moved through the spatial layers and continued spreading his awareness, only stopping when he found signs of life in the vicinity. Let's find out where I am. Once I'm situated, the first priority is to spread the word about what happened. It was only right to let others know. He couldn't train the entire world on his own. There was one big problem keeping him from doing so immediately. My connection to the sanctuary has been altered. He couldn't enter that place anymore. He didn't think anyone else's connection with the sanctuary was touched. Despite being unable to enter, he could still feel that he was its rightful owner and the one who controlled its laws. It was as if the Dark God purposefully gave Damien a handicap, taking away the one thing that made it absolutely impossible for him to die before escaping. I'm really all in. There was no going back now. Then, first, to find where he was. Second, to find a way to inform the palace about what had happened. And third, well, we'll figure that out later. Damien cut his thoughts short as he saw light ahead, a city. If so, it was perfect. Damien got there within half a second, and as he gazed at the scene below, he saw a sprawling area that was home to several billions of people. How the hell did I miss this before? It was larger than many of the hub cities in the heavenly world. And it was filled to the brim with people of all shapes and sizes. Some were over 10 feet tall, wider than a pickup truck, others were small and seemingly fragile, but still emanating a great amount of vitality. If there was one thing they all had in common, scales, somewhere on their bodies. All of them had scales of a variety Damien knew well. Are TBH dragonkin? If so, is this the western region? The only place in the heavenly world where he hasn't been. Is this Aurelian? Aurelian, the kingdom of dragons. Damien had heard of it from the Ice-Luan hybrid, Katia, when he was looking for the harmony fruit, but he never thought he'd see this place so soon, according to her. You need dragon lineage to enter this place. I don't have a bloodline core anymore, so I don't really qualify, but I guess being randomly transported by the force of both existence and non-existence is a good way to avoid those types of rules. Damien was pretty sure of his guess, but before he completely accepted it, he had to check. Not having to kill people to read existence is a huge convenience. If it was a mortal or someone near that level, Damien's interference would go completely unnoticed and would leave no lasting effects on their souls. He landed on the street and fluidly transformed his body based on the characteristics of those around him. His arm brushed against a random passerby. And then another, and then another. These people were all under the level of divinity, and as Damien made contact, he saw everything they'd done with their lives and learned everything they learned. There wasn't much a lower existence could teach him, but if it was knowledge about this place, so I was right, he was indeed in Aurelian. This was the hidden world of the dragons, the space within the illusions that made up the exterior borders of the western region. Damien took a second to think, should I warp? If he wanted to go home, then warping was the right answer. But will I be able to return here if I do? No seemed like the right answer, but considering how well Damien could disguise himself, even he didn't believe it was true. Damien sighed to himself. He wanted to continue this adventure, but it could definitely wait. No matter how hypocritical it sounded, there was still a limit to his selfishness. It won't take too long. He already had everything planned out. It was just a matter of execution. Plus, now that I've been here and can get back, it's not a bad idea to try and get the Dragon Clan on my side. They would be a great help in the war, regardless of what their true strength was. Nevertheless, after marking his position, Damien quietly disappeared from the crowd, leaving none aware of his presence. He arrived back at the palace, but it was different from the one he left. For one, his wives were no longer present. Each of them had gone on their own adventures, so he had returned to an empty house. His mother and the rest, however, were still running the ship as smoothly as always. She and Serena had more severe reactions to his return than anyone else. "My son," Claire exclaimed the instant she saw him, rushing over and pulling him into her embrace. "How could you disappear so suddenly? Did you know how worried I was?" She was both relieved to see him and admonishing him for his recklessness. She couldn't decide whether she wanted to discipline him or forgive him. Damien quietly accepted it all. This is a new feeling, motherly love. His childhood was filled with it, but it had been several decades since the last time he'd felt this emotion so strongly. Serena was the same. She stood by Claire's side and scolded Damien where she couldn't, properly acting like a second mom to him. It really was wholesome, and Damien appreciated it hugely. Still, he returned with daunting information, and they probably wouldn't look at him the same after he told them what he'd done. "Mom," his voice was quiet, but still loud enough for both Claire and Serena to hear. "I did something big." Was he supposed to call it a mistake? It wasn't one. He'd done it entirely on purpose. Was he supposed to say it was a bad decision? In his eyes, this was a decision that would only result in benefits in the long term. He didn't know how to broach the subject, but he decided to just tell the complete truth and let them judge him afterwards. That was the moment this impending war became real, and Claire's reaction.